Good to go? The special meeting of the Annapolis City Council, Monday, June 2nd, 2024, will be called to order at 10 a.m. At this time, join us for the invocation given by Alderman Savage, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, so let's see. May we govern with patience and respect and empathy for not only ourselves, but also the residents as we sit here, hopefully not until the early AM hours. But in any case, namaste. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley.
Here.
Alderman Huntley.
Present.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Present.
Alderman Pendell Charles. Alderman Finlayson.
Present.
Alderman Shademeyer.
Present.
Alderman Gay.
Here.
Alderman Savage.
Present.
Alderman Arnett.
Get some tech over there.
I'm not getting
City Attorney,
anything.
please present the first item on the agenda. Could I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. City Attorney, please present the next item.
The next item on the agenda is the legislative action of second readers, beginning with Resolution R 2025, fiscal year 2026 annual fee schedule for the purpose of specifying fees that will be charged for the use of city services for fiscal year 2026 and providing an effective date.
Could I get a motion on that, please?
So moved.
I'm not getting.
We have a proposed amendment, R 2025. I think, can you move that from the Finance Committee, please?
Sorry, we can't get into our granite.
Huh?
We're unable to get into our granite.
Okay.
So we're trying.
Okay, we're going to just hold for a second while we get the text sorted out. Thank you.
I do have a question.
Alderman Savage.
I don't see this in Legistar either. The amendment.
The amendments are not.
This one's not in there.
I don't think that they were uploaded. Cynthia,
Cynthia.
did you upload the amendments from Jake for today? Thank
You
you.
can. Thank you. There's someone on the way on the tech stuff. Let's just get your. I need everyone's screens up right first. Yep.
Well, we could use this. Is this it? Can we at least get a description from Finance? You said this is from Finance Committee.
I'm just going to wait until you're all happy with your tech side of it. So somebody's on the way on that. Thank you. Yeah. Anybody have their stuff up yet or not? No. Nobody has it?
You're good.
Okay. I'm sure Brian is on the way. Okay. Can someone check in with him, because I
Sure.
think we need it not just on the screen, you need it in front of you.
Yes.
Is there a text description to that?
This is the First Amendment to the fee schedule.
I can explain this amendment while we're waiting, if you'd like.
We haven't
We haven't
got it on the floor yet,
Yeah.
so
Oh, right.
I'd rather we just get everybody settled and set in place before we start. Just in case it is a long one, you know.
So for clarification, I don't believe this is going to be on Granicus because
Okay,
I
thank
sent this out this morning. I don't
said
think there
he's
was enough
working on it.
time to put it on Granicus.
Right.
So it's in your emails.
call me back. Let's talk.
Page 106 of the PDF that I sent this morning.
So we'll give it, 4 minutes till 10 past. And if that doesn't happen, if you're all okay, we'll have to go manually through the screen here. I'm sure it'll catch up with us. Alderman Shannemeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for folks' reference, I know it's not as ideal, but Jake did send the council a list of the amendments at 9:07 this morning with the subject material for today's meeting. Is that what everybody's going to be working off of? So I know that's not quite as ideal because we won't be able to work as quickly off of the links, but if we're not able to get everything up in a timely manner, it is a decent stopgap. Yeah. Yeah. Page 106 on the budget book. Yeah. I think Alderman Savage is saying it's in page 106 of the
Yeah,
budget book.
if people open up the PDF, you can type in page 106 at the top.
Happy Budget Day, everybody.
Can you do that for everyone? Actually, could you just check in with Alderman Net? Yeah. Harry, you have information in front of you?
I'm good to go.
Yep. They have some
Everybody.
reference.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Carmen, are you good? Okay, it's 10 past, and so I believe everyone's got everything in front of them. So we have a proposed amendment to R 2025. Could I get a motion on that, please?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Yep. Yes. Jake?
Sure. I'll ask Mr. Jakubiak is here to come forward to give you further explanation, but this modifies code reference 2156040, the certificate of approval after the fact public hearing application. It changes it to 1.5% of estimated cost, minimum of $350, maximum of $5,000.
These are just technical amendments, right, as we go through cleanup and stuff. Yeah.
This was provided by the Department of Planning and Zoning.
Okay.
What is an after the fact
application? This means something's already been built or destroyed or something?
We don't have the director here, but maybe city manager.
I will verify with him. I believe that is correct. That it's, yeah, I see Alderman Huntley shaking his head.
All right, let's
May I?
get Alderman Huntley. If you get some clarification from Alderman Annette and
Yeah, sure. So what happened is this was an oversight to not increase this. The department requested increasing the minimum cost for certificate of approval for public hearings, certificate of approval for administrative application, and a certificate of approval for an after the fact public hearing, which is just what it sounds like. Somebody did it. They realized they weren't supposed to. Now, the only thing you should notice is in addition to increasing that minimum from, let's see, it was minimum of $50. This also changes it to be 1.5% of estimated cost compared to the other are 1%. And this previously was 1% with the idea that you're encouraging people not to just go and have their hearing after the fact. So I think this is a very good amendment. I think it should be, it was meant to be included, as I understand, in the initial batch from the mayor.
And that's why the big jump?
The big jump is because they're setting all of the minimums to be equal to more in line with what their costs are. But this one is slightly higher than the others because they want to discourage people from doing it afterwards.
Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the explanation, Alderman. I'm in support of this, but I do want to point out it's a brand new amendment after our deadline.
No, it's not.
Uh,
Not.
This was already an amendment.
This was?
Yes.
I don't remember. See?
Finance committee considered it.
Okay. Well, it's not posted with the legislation in Legistar, FYI.
Okay, so we've confirmed that. Let's take a vote on this, please. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Alderman Savage, what was on the screen was what provided to you all on the 29th work session. It's the same thing.
We'll postpone action on R 2025 until the regular meeting.
Mr. Mayor, may,
Mr. Huntley? Yep.
may I actually make a amendment to our 2025? And it's actually in line with the topic we were just talking about.
Okay, now we've
That-
just voted on it, so what's the protocol?
Deadline was passed.
Reconsideration.
So no, I mean, so we just voted on this amendment. What I'd like to do is make a motion to have for an additional amendment to our 2025. Would now be the appropriate time, or would you prefer we wait until the full meeting? I think now would be the appropriate.
We get a point of order on what
Yeah.
I thought we just voted on. We've
Just voted
had to have a vote on the,
2025,
but we
yeah.
had to have a vote on the amendment. We hadn't voted on that yet.
We haven't voted on it as amended because we're going to vote on that later. But I think probably
But
we
we-
need clarification now. So
But we didn't vote on that amendment number 1.
Yes, we did.
We
Yeah,
did?
we did.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
You moved it. It was seconded,
Okay.
and then it was
Okay. And so did we vote on second reader as
No.
amended?
because we're not doing that today.
none of it doesn't happen
Oh, I
today.
got you.
yeah.
I got you. Okay.
But Alderman Huntley, just clarify what you're trying to achieve here. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would like to bring forward an additional amendment to the fee schedule right now. It is related to this topic, but it is distinct from this amendment number 1. But
As it's related to this, and you didn't get it done in Finance Committee. So.
yeah, I actually had something that happened over the weekend where I saw the impact of it. So can I make the motion and we can talk about it?
Well, you have to bring it back on the floor, right? Yeah.
New.
I thought there was a resolution so that there would be no more amendments they weren't in the deadline, that there were no permits.
Point
Is
of
that
order,
correct, Jake?
point of order, Mr. Mayor.
And we are on the First Amendment here, please. Come on.
Point of order.
Jake, what the policy was that we weren't going to bring stuff up again out there. We're just starting the meeting now. Alderman Gay.
Clarification. As at the last meeting that we had, I specifically asked, can we bring forth amendments? The city manager said yes. The city attorney says that the council do as they please as long as they have 5 votes. Just making that crystal clear, as that has been precedent in the past.
Well, Alderman Gay, you said that, but nobody said yes. You said, I'm going to take that as a yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, we've done it every single year with 5 votes.
I'm going to withdraw my request and bring forward something as amendment when we fully consider the fee schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Point of information.
Alderman Shannon had his hand up, then Alderman Arnett. Just getting started here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's frustrating to do this while we just get started, but hopefully after we set the rules, we can chug right along. Since it was a resolution, I think we would do it as a rule suspension vote would be my understanding of procedures. If I am incorrect, I will allow our city clerk or our law office to correct me.
Is this something we need to suspend the rules or not?
Okay, we're only adopting.
First day here.
I'm unsure.
Welcome to the city council.
Thank you. I'm unsure.
Basically, at this meeting, you're just adopting amendments, and then it's a hard stop because the finance committee has to do a correcting amendments just in case something happens, and that's going to happen on Monday. And then you're going to adopt all of the amendments as amended on second reader next Monday. So all we're doing is voting on amendments themselves today. If that makes
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Bring
Mayor.
up new amendments. So do we have to suspend the rules or they just need 5 votes? Alderman Savage.
Well,
As
it's
a
that
plan.
I don't think it's not really laid out anywhere how it would work. We did adopt a resolution with some general guidelines, but is that a rule that's set in our code or rules of procedure? No, I think we should generally adhere to it, but we may need to be flexible. That's why we always have the ability to make floor amendments if we have some absolute correction that needs to be made. But then again, we do have our next meeting where we can introduce corrected amendments. So, if that's the case, then I think it might be best just to stick with what we have on the books for today. And at the next meeting, if we absolutely have to do something that, because we may need to do something that if, for example, if we go overboard and spend all of our go over on our one-time use reserves, we're going to have to come back and cut and figure out what we want to prioritize, right? So, but I'd suggest for the moment we just start with what we have written. And
I appreciate that. Thank you. Alderman Arnett, sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it appears this is the only thing for fees. However, at the last meeting, we were told that the fees for outdoor dining,
Those are included in O in the ordinance.
they're what?
So this is why we're not going to third reader on fees today. It's because when I wrote the amendment for the Sustainable Mobility Fund and the Watershed Restoration Fund, it's included on that amendment so you can see the entire picture. So you are also adjusting fees when you adjust the Sustainable Mobility Fund and the Watershed Restoration Fund amendment.
I don't know if I understand. It looks like everything else here is.
Yes, there is an ordinance in part of your packet. There's an actual budget amendment that establishes the fund and creates a revenue and expenditure. So it has to do that and pass that before we can add the fee to the schedule.
So that's an amendment to ordinance 1025.
Yes,
When will we get to see what the fees are?
they're in that
So
ordinance.
Let's stay tuned after the
Yes.
intermission. We'll see that.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good start. So we're going to postpone further action on that on R 2025 until the regular meeting on Monday, June 9th. Mr. City Attorney, please present the next on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is Resolution R 2125, fiscal year 2026 fine schedule, for the purpose of specifying fines that will be charged for fiscal year 2026 and providing an effective.
Thank you. Could I get a motion on R2125? Get a second. Thank you. And I'm going to move an amendment, R2125, as an amendment.
There's 5 amendments for R2125. The first one shown on the screen.
Okay, can I get a second on that, please?
So moved.
Thank you.
Sorry. The first one on the screen changes code reference 1404050B. Single family residential. It increases the fine from $100 to $200 per day, and continuous. It also creates 2 more fines: commercial sidewalk maintenance by a budding owner, and multifamily residential sidewalk maintenance by a budding owner.
I'm sorry, but without context, I'm not, this is a increase in fees and fines for sidewalk maintenance. This doesn't have anything to do with snow. It's just sidewalk maintenance.
I think it does. And so we're moving how many at once here? And we're going to walk through each one of them and talk them
Thank
through.
you.
So could you give some more clarification on
This
that?
one in particular is for snow removal, yes.
It is for,
Okay, what we've been talking about, Alderman Huntley.
So I think this came up as part of a piece of legislation that I've been working on that I introduced, and I actually really don't support this. I think we ought to withdraw this and have it happen through the ordinance, because my intention with the legislation was, which is a separate piece of legislation, was to charge people for the actual cost of removing snow after Public Works does it after the fine. I don't support increasing the fine itself. I don't think that's the way that makes the most sense to do this. So I think a better way to handle these changes would be to do it within the context of the ordinance that's about snow removal.
Alderman Savage, then Alderman Chandlermeyer.
I would suggest, I think we should just pass this because is there an accompanying fine schedule associated with your legislation? Because you can't change the fines right in the legislation. It has to be an accompanying fine schedule, and I don't think there is.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond? Well, so also, it really shouldn't be a fine at all. There's supposed to be a fee. In the legislation that we're considering right now, it's supposed to be a fee, not a fine. So it really doesn't make sense to increase the fines at all.
Well, but it does from the perspective of our current city code is a fine. And plus, again, even if you want to change it to a fee, you have to create the corresponding fee schedule, and we don't have that accompanying your legislation, which I'm co-sponsoring with you, but we need to get that done. I would suggest just getting this done, and we can correct it with the associated fee fine schedule with the legislation if it passes, but that's it.
And I'm going to support it because it's a jumping off point, so we can refine it afterwards, in my view. Alderman Chandlermeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in regards to the snow removal legislation, does that have the actual charges or fees built into the legislation itself?
Not currently.
Okay. So if we put this forward, would we be able to one-for-one transfer that over potentially? Or if we pass this or don't pass this? I guess that's a law office question again. I'm sorry I'm putting you on the spot a lot today.
I'm going to have to get back to you. I don't know.
Welcome to Budget Day. I don't think this hurts your legislation in any way while we wait for it, or if potentially it doesn't pass. I don't think it will fail, but weird things happen in the legislative process. I understand where you're coming from, though. My other question and issue that I do have with this legislation, though, is we are charging more for multifamily residential than for commercial, and that does not sit right with me. Is it possible to up the commercial charge, or at least swap the commercial and multifamily charge? Is that a possible thing, or has this been calculated and thought out and we just don't have that ability? And if I try to do that, I'm just going to blow everything up.
I know the director is on the way. I spoke to him, so I wish he was here. He'll be here soon to clarify that. But
All right,
Jake, I think you've got 5 coming here. I think we should just vote on this one because we can see, and then introduce the other 4 afterwards. You okay with that? Just so I understand Alderman Huntley's position. Okay.
I don't support this. I think it's the intention of the sidewalk legislation that we're considering right now is to have a minimal fine for if you don't clear it, and then if you still don't clear it, to have a fee that is DPW's cost of clearing. And I think this is just fines, and potentially could lead to having a big fine and then a big fee. So I really don't think it makes sense.
Can I ask the director about that?
Yeah, so I just wanted, before Chris gets here, or Director Jakubiak, I know that the way that this was intended was to cover that cost. So in lieu of the reimbursement model, this would cover the cost instead of incurring expense and then billing the homeowner for whatever we paid the contractor to clear it, or
Right.
in-house.
Right. I understand that's the intention. I don't like that way of doing it. And I think, among other issues, this doesn't distinguish between a row house that's 10 feet or 15 feet of sidewalk and a mansion that's way more. So it doesn't seem appropriate to me.
Yeah, but we only have so much capacity for each individual home. So, Alderman Savage. Yeah.
Yeah, just I think the larger discussion about taking a fine approach or a fee approach is another entirely separate conversation we should have with our legislation. We can certainly undo this if we need to, but I think we need to have a separate conversation. This is it's just not really a great time to get in the weeds on that particular issue.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, we'll just take a vote on this one first. Probably a roll call. It might be close.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley,
Aye.
Alderman Finlayson,
No.
Alderman Shannon Meyer,
Aye.
Alderman Gay,
No.
Alderman Savage,
Aye.
Alderman Arnett,
Aye.
Alderman Huntley,
Nay.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Aye.
The resolution.
Okay. So we will.
Madam Clerk, it'd be helpful if you could call out at the end of each one, just to make sure we're on the same page.
Call out who voted.
No, but the end result.
Okay, so we've passed the
5-3. Pass.
the First Amendment. We've passed that, so maybe the other ones will be a little easier.
Let's hope.
Like it's ever going to snow again. No. Thank you, Jay.
Yes, sir. Amendment number 2 is a technical amendment. This is just striking the duplication of the unapproved full or partial demolition of a structure.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. No hands up. Next one, please. We'll do it as a block. I mean, I think that was the intention. Yeah.
But the motion's already been made individually. Happy to do it as a block for the next.
Call the vote.
All right, let's do them individually. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next, please.
Amendment number 3 strikes the or imprisonment for not to exceed 90 days or both for public consumption and possession.
Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. No hands up. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Looking forward to having a drink on the street with you.
Amendment number 4 strikes the or imprisonment for not to exceed 90 days or both and the $500 for initial offense and reduces that to $100 for public consumption and possession.
So moved.
Second.
You. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
You. It's rowdy over there in Eastport.
And the last amendment for the fine schedule is amendment number 5. This adds off-street parking at expired meter. The fine for the initial offense is $25, an off-street parking violation plus the $5.25 processing fee and cost of hourly parking session. And that's the same for the continuous violation.
Thank you. Someone move that.
So moved.
Second, Alderman Finlayson, then Alderman Savage.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did we hear from the Department of Transportation that the fee that we want to charge was not something their computer system could manage? If Mr.
Director, thank you.
Marcus could help us with that more.
Good morning, Marcus Moore, Director of Transportation and Parking. Alderwoman, I think we can handle this. We just have to, make the change in the system itself for the garages that we specifically manage, which will be the Gott's Knighton and Park Place. It'll be another story as we go through what we need to do, because this will be a far-reaching code change for all of our garages, correct? Not just those 3. It'll be Hillman as well. But we still need to verify that that can be done with that garage.
Okay, as long as it's something that we can handle, I'm good with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Savage had his hand up, then Alderman Arnett. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't support this. For a number of reasons. Why? First of all, it continues to perpetuate the idea that it treats the parking garage spaces as metered parking spaces. I think, if anything, we should be emphasizing that those spaces should be treated as hourly parking garages spaces, where they're paid the hourly rates that are in our city code and in the fee schedule. Because again, this treating them as off-street metered parking is what got us into this pickle with premium with the Hillman parking garage, and this just perpetuates that. 2, this is going to allow our city-operated parking garages to adopt this very aggressive parking system that we're using at premium, which is where people can get fined $25 plus processing fee plus the cost of the hourly parking session, right? And so, again, what they should only get charged the maximum daily rate if they're there for a day. If they're there for 2 days, they get charged the maximum daily rate every day. This overly complicates it, makes it $25 plus this extra amount, and it's really going to be just as much for many people as the $50 fine that we're hearing so many complaints about at Hillman. So I'm really concerned that this is going to make matters worse. If we decide to go down this road, I think it'd be worth more conversation again at Transportation Committee. But I don't understand why we're trying to rush this into the budget right now.
You, Alderman Arnett, and then Alderman Schnellmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At first blush, I thought this was actually lowering the parking fee, but that ambiguous last clause to the cost of hourly parking session has no meaning to me. What could that amount be? Could it be $40, $60? I don't know how to interpret that, but it feels like we're actually increasing through a very complicated process. We're actually increasing the parking. Fine.
Can we get some clarification from the director? I've got Schnellmeyer and then you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Savage, you actually brought up a really interesting point on can this open up a can of worms in our other city garages. Director Moore, would that open the door, especially now that Metropolis bought out SP for other city garages, to let them adopt the premium model?
I don't think it would. And to answer Alderman Arnett's question too, the parking session will be the parking that they actually were there. 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour. the max is, I believe, $23.50. But it should not open the door to make a change of what something that Metropolis is doing to go back to or transfer over to what premium parking is doing. I don't think that's the intent of this at all, and should not be a worry that we would want to even consider doing a session that is postpaid.
I'm seeing our city manager nod in agreement on that. Can you expand or elaborate or concur?
Just that the post-paid model is the one that we're trying to move to in general.
Okay. I'm hearing trying and I think.
That is currently how Metropolis operates, and I have heard no conversation about any potential change otherwise. Most of the conversation has been around.
Do we have the authority to lock that in on our other garages through code?
That is a good question. Certainly, that's not the sort of thing you would lock in via the budget.
Yeah, that I do know. But do we have the authority to lock that in through code on a later date? I am putting you on the spot so many times today.
I see you looking. No, I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I'll take a note.
All right, cool. In regards to how premium's been operating, I agree. We are trying and slowly in the process of getting them to heal from their predatory practices. Putting it in this way is a faster way to make things, as I'm going to very poetically put it, make things suck less, which there is something to be said about, while we continue to work to bring them to heel on their predatory ways. So I do understand the symbolism of this gives credence to how they're doing business. But I think by putting this into our fee schedule, we can take the sting out of some of their practices in a very short-term way while we work on getting them to practice the way other garages do business.
Alderman O'Neill.
Thank you very much. In line with what Alderman Schneidermeyer is saying, the intent of this coming from parking committee discussion is to find the people that are not starting a parking. In a sense, somebody that would go into a garage where it was ticketed that never pulled a ticket and then trying to get out. I understand that paying the full daily rate is the better option. If somebody has not started a parking event, calling them parking events, this is one step towards getting to that. This fine would be for people that had no intention of paying for their parking. And I believe the director can verify that the parking contractors are giving a leniency period for people to realize that they didn't pay. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct for the Metropolis platform. So when they're getting, like you made mention of those that didn't start a session or came in and didn't interact as they were supposed to. As they're getting their mail in for the violation of 1224.130 expired meters, what we're using for our parking garage violators. If they sign up, they'll pay the fee of $5.25 and that half that you made mention of $25. They won't have to pay the other fees that are associated with it. And now they're in the system, no longer having to do anything, any interaction once they come in again. It's all set up, and I think I misspoke when I said we want to go to a postpaid system, not a prepaid. Prepaid is you're guesstimating how long you're going to be there. And if you're there longer than the 10 or 15 minute grace, if that's how long it is, you're going to get hit with that code, which is $50. So yeah, we do want to get people, we would like to get our systems as a municipality to make it as easy as possible for people to come down and pay to park. This code has always been here, and why wasn't it a problem before? Because we had gates. You're not going to get out without paying or breaking the gate. So now that there's drive in and drive out, we're expecting some earnest on people to interact with the system in such a way that will allow them to pay for their time.
Thank you. Alderman Huntley.
I was just going to say that I think this is really smart legislation from Alderwoman O'Neill. I think it's really a clever way to address one of the big problems that we hear about. And the only thing I have to add that hasn't already been said is that right now somebody can go park in a parking garage, in any of our parking garages, stay there for however long, and only be charged the $50 fine. You could go stay in Hillman Garage for 6 weeks, and the only ability that we have to charge them is a $50 fine. So this would, among other benefits, fix that.
Thank you. Alderman Savage and Alderman Gay.
So yeah, and I think this warrants a lot more conversation than the meeting here, because if you look at GOTS, the maximum daily rate is $15 currently, and that is if you have a ticket, right? But if this passes, and it depends on what they're considering an expired spot, and I'm guessing that means when you don't actually bother to sign up on their app and pay. But the thing is, there's already, I think what we should do in that case is create actually what they're doing in Hillman is utilizing a parking fine from on-street parking. I think what we should do is instead create a separate item in the fee schedule under each parking garage that says, because we have lost ticket, let's put, failure to get a ticket or failure to sign up for the system, right? Then we would increase that fine. But I think right now we're adopting a similar model that they're using in Hillman, and I think it's a bit dangerous. There's nothing to prevent, again, the GOTS and these other garage to use the same model they're using now. So for the $15 maximum rate, if they were to even charge, and sorry, that's, if you look at GOTS, it's up to 4 hours, $12, maximum daily rate, $15. So somebody could very well be there, which if you look at your amendment, says that they're charged the cost of hourly parking session. If they're there for 4 hours or the max, that's $15 right there, plus the $25 off-street parking violation, plus the $5.25 processing fee. That brings it up to 40 some dollars, right? 45, I believe. And so that's, if you look at Hillman, that's going to increase the amount to $53.50. And people are complaining right now about the $50 fines. So again, I just don't think this is a very good approach, and I don't think we should be doing it in this manner. I think it just opens up a can of worms. We really need to make sure we're doing this the right way.
Thank you. So before we vote on it, for the public, remember a couple of years ago, no one had ever heard of a gateless garage. Okay, and we are working through the process to get to the most efficient place, and we get the sense that people like the system by Metro Parking, and I think that's where we're trying to move towards, considering some encumbrances that we're trying to move through. So I'm pretty sure I know where the votes are going. So all those in favour say, sorry, Alderman Gay, I apologise, sir.
One question for the director. Is this the industry standard? I'm curious, if I go to anywhere else, is it the same exact, setup? Like you'd pay the base and then they'd add in the session fee and all of that stuff, just as basic as it can be, please.
Yeah, Alderman, as Mayor made mention, a few years ago we didn't have gateless garage exit. So it is something that's newer, coming as a model.
I get that. I get the gateless entry thing is all new. I'm talking about the payment stuff. Like, is this just the same that they'd have it anywhere else?
Fees can range and go.
Not the process. Like if I go to a gate in DC right now, and I stay, they charge me for the entire day plus the processing fee and then plus the 25% or whatever.
I would have to check, because different jurisdictions would have different rules about how a ticket could be put on a windshield or mailed in. That's something we can check and get back to you on.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. So we will postpone action on R21.
Did you get a roll call? I didn't hear all the votes.
Are you serious or not? Are you serious on the roll call or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't even hear that many ayes, so I want to see.
We just heard you on the no.
This is a roll call on R2125, amendment number 5. Mayor Buck.
Aye.
Alderman Finlayson.
Aye.
Alderman Chandler-Meyer.
Aye.
Alderman Gay.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
No.
Alderman Arnett.
Abstain.
Alderman Hunt.
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Aye.
Okay. It passes 6 yeses, 1 no, and 1 abstain.
Thank you. And there's a few more, right? Still. That's it for.
Sure.
Okay. So we'll postpone action on that until June 9th. The city attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is Resolution R2625, fiscal year 2026, position classifications and pay plan for the purpose of approving the fiscal year 2026 annual position classifications and pay plan and specifying an effective date.
Could we get a motion on that, please? A second. Can I get a second? Thank you. Can I get some clarification? Jack?
We don't have any amendments to the pay plan, which is R2625.
Wait.
Oh, we were on R2625, so you had no amendment?
Pay plan, correct?
Right.
No amendments from us.
Okay. So we can skip to the next.
No vote?
No votes on it. Just skip.
I just moved it a second.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. You have to adopt on second.
Yeah.
We can just vote that through since he has no amendments. If we don't have any problems for it.
No amendments to this. All those in favour say aye. Opposed?
So we have to do. We're gonna finish.
Roll call. We're going to do a roll call, but before I do the roll call, Alderman Arnett, I just want to make sure you're comfortable.
I can't find this. With Granicus not working, I have no idea where to find this.
Brian just sent a text. He's still speaking with.
Still working on it.
3.
Nothing changes, right? Stays the way it is. Same friendly service. Everything's going to be.
Thank
you. Okay. Alderman Arnett, are you in front of you?
I'm in. I'm up.
Yeah. Okay. If we do a roll call now.
Yep. Well, yeah.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley.
Aye.
Alderman Finlayson.
Nay.
Oh. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Alderman Chandler-Meyer.
Aye.
Alderman Gay.
Point of order. Are we voting on this amendment or?
No.
Okay. We're voting on
You're voting
the
on
pay plan.
R2625, and you're finishing in the vote on second reading.
Thank
Because
you.
you have no amendment.
Okay, then I'm confused.
Okay.
So we are not voting on what's on the screen.
No.
Can we get
Okay,
that off the screen?
Then I'm going to ask that we reconsider the vote. So that we're all on the same page and voting on the same thing.
Okay, I can just start the roll.
Yeah. We'll
So
start
can
it.
we
That's what
put
you
on the
want.
screen what we're actually voting on,
There's
please?
nothing to put on.
There are
the
no
screen. There are
amendments
amendments.
to R2625.
Yes.
Is
So
it
you're just
20,
voting to pass it.
26?
R2625. Okay. Everybody ready?
No. Is it in our agenda? I can pull that up
Yes.
then. Let's see.
We're going to start the roll call again. Whenever you're ready, Alderman Finlayson.
Can we reverse the order?
No.
So would you repeat
Okay, so
Could
Can you
we
clarify
repeat
that?
the title of what we're on now?
we're
Which
actually
one?
doing
R
the
26, 25?
the second reader roll call vote to finish the vote on R 2625, the
Okay,
position
then-
classification.
Then I will vote aye.
Mayor Buckley, is your vote still
Aye,
aye?
yeah.
Okay. Alderman Shandemeyer,
Aye.
Alderman Gay, Alderman Savage,
Aye.
Alderman Arnett,
Aye.
Alderman Huntley,
Aye.
Alderwoman Olson.
Aye.
Okay, that carries. 8.
Point of information.
Yes.
So now tell me what this means. Have we voted on all three of the resolutions on second reader or just first reader?
You have voted on the amendment. You voted on the legislation on second reading, but you amended. So we adopted the amendments that were attached to the fees and fine schedule, and then we're at a stop until Monday.
Okay,
as
but we
for
just did R26 also.
R26, you voted all the way through because there were no amendments to move.
So on Monday,
There will be no R26 on the agenda.
okay,
it's
so
done.
we have finished with R26.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to be clear, and I think everybody should be clear. And on Monday, we will vote on third reader or second reader as amended
That is
on R20 and R21.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody else?
All good?
Oh, good.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney, please present the next item.
The next item on the agenda is Ordinance O-1025, Annual Budget and Appropriation Property Tax Levy. For the purpose of adopting the city budget, compromising the annual operating budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026, the capital budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026, the capital improvement program for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2027, June 30th, 2028, June 30th, 2029, June 30th, 2030, and June 30th, 2031, appropriating funds for all expenditures for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025, and ending June 30th, 2026, levying and imposing a property tax for the use of the city of Annapolis for the taxable year beginning July 1st, 2025, and ending June 30th, 2026, and fixing the rate of the city property tax for the taxable year.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt that, please? Okay. And these are the amendments. We're moving the amendments now. This is the big one.
Yes, there's 58 amendments.
Right.
Okay.
We will do them all one at a time. Excited about this? Off to a good start.
No. All right.
Support
Amendment. We ready for amendment number 1?
Yes, please.
Okay. This amendment moves the harbor master from the Department of Recreation and Parks to the office of the city manager.
So moved.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you. Alderman Savage, we all agree with this. Alderman Savage, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you wanted to. Okay.
Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the harbor master, it will be now under the office of city manager, blah, blah, blah. So when a appointment comes, it'll be brought before the city council for any reappointments or appointments, correct?
Sorry. Can I go to the city manager on that? Sorry, I missed.
No, the harbor master, all of the harbor master positions are civil service positions, not exempt positions. This amendment is more technical in nature. The initial proposed budget had them listed under recreation and parks, but per the city code, they're part of the city manager's office. This brings the budget in line with the code. Doesn't really affect anything about the positions themselves, how they're hired, or anything else. It just relocates the money to have it be in line with the city code.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 1. Thank you.
Amendment number 2, this amendment reduces the transfer to capital projects fund for PAYGO amount of $4,227,100 by $6,530 to $4,220,570 within non-allocated to reflect the amount of PAYGO de-appropriated in the maintenance facility project. This is a technical amendment.
Thank you. Could I get a motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, Alderman Arnett.
Right. So I'm really trying to understand exactly, is there something on this sheet where we can see this? We have to go to page.
Yeah, and it'll have its own page as well.
Yeah.
So this is eating into the capital reserve by the amount of 6.5 million, or no, going from 6.5 to 4.2.
Yes, this is just a technical amendment that it was de-appropriated for that project, but it was never added back to additional funding. So it's just a technical budgetary side.
But how much?
Of $6,530 should have been added back to unallocated.
So how much is left in the capital reserve? This 4.2 is taken.
This just is a technical amendment to correct the budget book to make sure that the same amount of transfer agrees to another transfer on another page. This was just an error in that transposed number. It doesn't affect any project. It doesn't change any project.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next one.
Amendment number 3, this amendment adds $200,000 to the police department for signing bonuses using the reserve for one-time uses.
So
Get a
moved.
motion, please.
Second.
Thank you. Alderman Gay.
Thank you so much. I had a question on this actually that I could not exit the last meeting. I vividly remember the alderman from Ward 8 sponsoring legislation about a year and a half or maybe 2 years ago with a significant increase in financing to the police department to cover signing bonuses. Now, we haven't hired more police officers, or we haven't hired over the 115 threshold. But how has the signing bonus been already eliminated if we haven't hired above?
I think.
Can I just
Director?
add some clarification to that? There was $400,000 that was allocated or appropriated using one-time funds. They did not, that was anticipating 20 new hires and it being paid out over a certain amount of time. They, at the end of the fiscal year, will have not hired those 20. So we can't encumber the funds for employees that aren't here. So it's going to add back 200 to the reserve and then just give the department the ability to use those 226 instead of 25.
Apologies. So is this rolling over
Correct.
the funds through
Yes.
the FY26?
Yes.
Okay.
It just gives them the technical ability to use those 200,000 that they have not incurred in 25 in 26.
Awesome. I appreciate that. I just wanted to clarify or learn if they had hired more. So
Yes.
Thank you. Alderman Shenemo still.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have a representative from the police department here?
Yeah, Captain Mingo.
Oh, there you go. So I was looking right at you, and I need more caffeine. This is just a quick question. Are these signing bonuses meant to attract lateral officers, or are they meant to bring on rookie officers, or both?
These are only for entry-level officers.
Entry-level officers. To attract lateral officers, do we have a signing program for that, or are those less desirable for our department to bring on?
We have a program where, just like other departments, we will place lateral officers at a higher rate of pay given their experience. So they're not starting at that entry-level point. There are fewer departments that offer lateral bonuses for hiring. In fact, some of the grants through the state that assist with hiring prohibit us from using those grant funds for hiring lateral officers. It's considered bad form. We don't want officers leaving us to go to other departments. We don't want to poach other officers from other departments to come to us simply by offering the best signing bonus. We want people to come to Annapolis because they want to be good officers in the city, not because they get a huge bonus to switch teams.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Next.
Amendment number 4, this amendment adds $10,900 to the Community Development Block Grant. This reflects the final award amount from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
So moved.
Second.
Alderman Gay.
Do you have the full amount yet? Or are we anticipating that it will drop? I think on average they've given us like 2 and some change, maybe.
This reflects the final award from HUD. So it's increasing actually.
What would
but
the
we-
total? 278,000.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Amendment number 5, this amendment adds $25,000 to the Finance Department for additional training using the reserve for one-time uses.
Thank you. Can someone move it, please?
So moved.
Seconded. Alderman Gay.
What training is this? This is just very vague. I'm sorry.
That is still undetermined, but it allows training for all the current staff. We have 23 staff that we found have not ever been trained on our financial systems in general. So it would be a combination based on their responsibilities, whether it's the collection side or the accounting side, and the technical accounting training with GFOA or through Maryland GFOA, and then also in combination with our financial system.
And you said you had how many staff
23.
that needed to be trained on the updated new system?
They've never been fully trained on our current Munis system.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Alderman Annette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I kind of agree with the gist of Alderman Gay's question. 25K doesn't seem like a lot. I'm strongly in favor of training, but my question, it'll be a question throughout the rest of this, is how is this characterized as one-time only? Seems to me training is a permanent investment in staff that carries over time. And I think there's a lot of ambiguity about what is and what is not one-time only money. So I guess I'm trying to get clarification. Thank you. Of how does this become one-time?
This portion would be one time only. We do have a line item for training, and that would be the reoccurring cost. The intention of this is to get our current staff up to speed, and then we have a budget that is reoccurring built in our department that would handle the ongoing training. So this amount would get the initial training that hasn't taken place, and that's why it would be one time.
So I know I had a discussion with you and Mr. Trudeau, but as I understand the money, this is money that was appropriated in fiscal 25, but not spent. I think it's $12.5 million. It's carried over into fiscal 26 and recharacterized as available revenue. It's not really revenue, but it is available. What transfers it from revenue $12.5 million that can be used for anything into revenue that can only be used for one-time program?
That's just in line with the fiscal policy of the percent of the fund balance that's carried over from the prior year, and it goes into the respective buckets of money, whether it's capital reserve or the one-time or unassigned.
So that's on pages 12 through whatever, 10 through 12.
Correct. And I also want to add that that's cumulative. So there could be a prior year balance that remained in one time that was not used or appropriated in 25, in addition to what was added at the end of 24.
Be a night. Keep track of that.
It's fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
No.
Amendment number 6. This amendment adds $15,000 to the Finance Department to digitize records using the reserve for one-time uses.
We get a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next.
Amendment number 7. This amendment changes the project description for the Tolson Street Park and traffic safety improvement projects. This amendment modifies the changes from prior year section for the Taylor Avenue traffic improvement project. It also changes the project image of the Tolson Street Park project. And those amended project pages follow this amendment.
We get a motion on that, please.
So moved.
Thank you. Alderman Arnett.
So again, trying to catch up with you, doesn't look like there's change in funding. Those are just changing the description.
Correct.
Thank
Text amendments.
Thank you. Alderman Gay.
Thank you. Just on the Taylor Avenue, I'm looking at the project sheet. So the 310 is to cover the remaining what? Is that for, is it sidewalks, or it says the design is to be completed in FY27. I'm just curious because I also was under the impression that this was being paid for by the developer.
Director
Well,
Vogel.
I see the land acquisition, but I guess is the 220 just remaining being paid out to contractors, or?
The funding that's in there right now was appropriated last year, and it's to cover for the design phase. And if you read the text portion, it says that additional funding will be needed in 27.
This is already constructed. I'm confused.
This is the traffic circle.
That's at Taylor, right?
There's not a traffic circle there. There's a mess of an intersection.
Yeah.
Which had
We did get the
there
funds
was
for-
some sort of circle there. Then they, try to fix
No.
it again.
Never been a circle there. We
No.
asked the developer to put a
You know what? That's exact. Yeah, I'm mixing it with the one near the police station. My apologies. That was
We're talking about
That
the
is
same
one.
one.
Yep.
Not a traffic circle. It's currently a mess of an intersection.
okay.
So instead of doing a traffic circle, we did some traffic calming, some method
did
that
the-
some people could consider a mess.
was the developer not contributing to that?
They
It was-
contributed the money, but it was redistributed, I think.
It was nothing to do with the developer. It was the fact that we couldn't access the Lowe's access road
Mhm.
in time for the developer as they were building the hotel.
We didn't have site
so
control.
instead of them covering the cost of the circle, the city's covering the cost of the circle because we couldn't.
There's no circle yet.
Okay.
There's no circle yet.
Yeah.
There's hope to be a circle because everybody wants one, especially if you live on either side of it.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Next, please.
Amendment number 8. This amendment increases the design cost and reduces the construction cost from the previous year for Northwest Street Park project by $50,000. The overall fiscal impact is $0.
Text amendment. Can we get a motion on that, please? Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next, please.
Amendment number 9. This amendment creates a sustainable mobility fund and appropriates $220,800, and it also establishes an outdoor dining fee.
Can we get a motion on that, please?
So moved.
We've worked hard for this, everybody, right? The second on that, thank you. Shouldn't be a surprise here. Any questions? Alderman Huntley.
Yeah, how do we come up with these fees? I mean, that seems like potentially a lot of money. How do we come up with it?
Director.
I'm going to just add one point of clarification. There is a portion here that's the new fee, and then there's the portion that gets a little confusing about the transfer of 195, and that is based on the ordinance, the way it's written for speed cameras, now moving money that we receive from speed cameras and not going into the general fund, but has to be put into this mobility fund that was created. So the cost associated with that revenue is still in the general fund, but this revenue per the ordinance has to be placed in that fund. So of the 220,800, 195 of that is speed camera revenue that we already received. The 25,000 is actually the new fee, and that fee came from the Director Jakubiak, and the amount of actual spaces that we have available that could potentially be impacted by this fee.
Thank you, Alderman.
And one
Chandler-Meyer.
other point is that the expenditures that are associated with this fund haven't been determined as to what those expenses may be. So until council has agreed to what expenditures it's in contracted services at their discretion.
Thank you, Alderman Chandler-Meyer, then Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the street cafes where we're putting private tables in public spaces, that makes sense to me. But the private lots, I'm still mind-boggled why we are not charging the people who chose to drive their private vehicle who are then taking up public space for their storage of that private vehicle. Because if I take my bike or if I walk, I'm going to be eating the costs that these restaurants are paying, regardless of how I choose to get there. So I'm being penalized for doing the right thing. So why not just drive? And that was kind of the fundamental thing. And I know we did this long negotiation, but we kind of missed the point. And I think part of that was we were choosing to try to go after the restaurants and trying to discourage them from doing this. That was always a fundamental part of the negotiations for the past 4 years. But
we're so close.
I know we're so close, but it was always a flawed. It was always coming from a bad faith effort.
And Alderman Savage, and Alderman Annette, and then Alderman Gay as the hands went up.
Yeah, I mean, I totally hear you on that. I do agree that the users are the ones who should be paying. The difficulty is that we have very little authority to actually follow that model on a private parking lot that I'm aware of, unless you have some ideas, but this was kind of our best case scenario as far as we felt like, I could speak for the sponsor as well, but we felt like we needed to offer some kind of mitigation potential to address some of the community concerns about parking and that's why we created the Sustainable Mobility Fund, is to go towards the non-automobile travel. So it would go towards sidewalks, bike lanes, micromobility,
10-minute trolleys.
Yeah, that kind of thing, 10-minute trolleys. And so just to give an alternative to the cars. And I think we do for sure. You're absolutely right. Ideally, we would follow up and put parking districts in these areas too, but that would only handle on-street parking, right? But it would actually put a cost on on-street parking, which we need to do. I'm still not entirely sure what else we could do for the off-street private parking. I mean, ideally, there would be no off-street parking at some point, right? Because you want to convert it into actual usable space by the community. But yeah, I totally hear you.
Thank you, Alderman Savage, Alderman Annette, then Alderman Gay. Sorry.
Thank you.
Alderman
Thank you, Mr.
Annette.
Mayor.
Yep.
So, 2 points, if I may. One, I think this fee is entirely consistent with what Professor Shoup, in fact, I think it was Alderman Chandler-Meyer who turned us on to Professor Shoup, who said that we really ought to be discouraging off-street parking, putting it into the public, but charging the economic value of that off-street parking. And so speaking to the latter half of that, I will tell you only my understanding of what the planning and zoning director told me Friday. The underpinnings of this fee amount I took to be fairly rigorous. It looked at what were the fees that were charged at other structured parking and other areas in the city. And it was quite a bit of analysis that went into that. He can speak to it maybe possibly at the next meeting, but this is the number that came up. I personally would like to see a higher number, but because I want to see these funds, creating a decent amount of funds to provide these alternatives. But we're so close, as you whispered, Mr. Mayor. Let's just get it done. And I'm certainly going to vote in favor of the fee schedule change.
Alderman Gay, then Alderman Chandler again.
Thank you. I will be supporting. I don't think that the fees are that drastic, actually, Alderman Huntley, and particularly because the outdoor dining usually increases business, and patrons are more involved. I guess my question is just really quickly, the diners in the square that we've created next to the Market House Square, they pay a separate fee already, correct? And is that annually or is it monthly, similar to this?
They pay an annual amount. I don't know if they make the payments monthly, but they pay an annual amount.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure that it was, fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, Arnold Chandler, sorry.
Thank you. To get back to the late, great Professor Shoup, may he rest in peace. The part of the main thesis of the economic value of parking on the street comes down to who pays it and what is this does and continues, and why it is not in alignment with his thesis is it does not put the cost on who is using the space. It's putting still having someone else, a business, subsidize the driver. Therefore, someone still thinks that their parking is free. And that is the whole point of the high cost of free parking. This is going to get passed on to the business, and it's going to get added on in their prices. It's going to get added on in their service. It's going to get added on in making it harder to do business in Annapolis. And I know this was a long negotiation, but this is another thing that just makes it harder to do business here. And we're already a notoriously hard town to operate in. But Pete's sakes, this is just... Anyway, let's do it.
Thank you, Alderman Gay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. That's just not the case. Every city in the country is figuring out how to operate the outdoor dining and, charge the appropriate. You can't have a city street blocked off with dining and not expect the city to figure out a way to recoup that lost cost. And to your point, and I know they try to debunk this. Do you register your bike?
My bike doesn't do damage to the roadway.
Do you register your bike?
My bike doesn't do damage.
Do you pay gas tax?
My bike doesn't use gas.
But how do the amenities that you ride on get paid for? There are people that drive automobiles. And so there's give and take with all sorts of transportation, okay?
All right, let's take a vote. Yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
All right. Next.
Amendment number 10. This amendment updates the status of the project and reallocates funding between planning, design, and city overhead for the Eastport flood mitigation project and reduces the project by $60,000. It also moves FY27 through FY29 grants from approved to pending. The city was not awarded the Army Corps grant and the FEMA 23 grant. The total project cost decreased from $5.9 million to $5.7 million.
You get a motion on that, please?
So moved.
Second. Any questions? Gonna go vote on it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next, please.
Amendment number 11.
Yeah,
This
that's
amendment
like-
adds $200,000 to elections for the 2025 municipal election using the reserve for one-time uses.
Can we get a motion on that, please?
So moved.
Can we get a second?
Second.
Are we canceling the election?
Before they get a cancel. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next.
Amendment number 12. This amendment corrects the spelling for the body-worn camera grant.
All right. Spelling correction. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Don't have to warn you guys.
I'm going to vote against this to be difficult.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next.
Amendment number 13. This amendment reorganizes the line of authority of the Office of Law and Elections from the Mayor's Office to the Office of the City Manager.
So moved.
I will be opposing this, as will the incoming mayors. Alderman Gay?
Just for clarity for the public, and so because I think this is fantastic, be moving the Office of Law, which is currently seated under the mayor, to the city manager's office. The reason I think that is because I think it will actually help us, the general body, the council, a lot. Think of how many times things have happened and the council has found out from the media. Or think of how many times we've wanted to do something, and I just think it will be very good. And I think it will create balance amongst the mayor and the council.
Thank you, Alderman Shannemeyer. Then Alderman Huntley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Actually, it was Alderman Finlay. Alderman
I yield
Finlay
the floor
said
to
had
my
a hand
colleague.
up first. I apologize.
I yield the floor to my colleague.
It's your amendment, so please, you go first. Thank you.
I yield the floor to my colleague.
Well, thank you. And as the sponsor and as the historian, I guess, on the council, the city attorney did not always answer to the mayor. In many, many, many years prior, the Office of Law was a separate department like all the others. That was even prior to our tenure as having a city manager. I think, as Alderman Gay just said, there have been many opportunities when we have been out of the loop because the city attorney answers to the mayor, which makes him and that office more political than it needs be. And I know you disagree, Mr. Mayor, and it's a hot mess, like you said, and you're right, it is a hot mess. We have asked to be kept in the loop, but our city attorney should not be political. He should not be leaning in the direction of whomever it is sitting in the mayor's seat. That's how this whole mess came about, with the city attorney who was hired only with the understanding that she would always answer to the mayor. That's how that came about under Josh Cohen's tenure. Okay? And we have seen, several of us who've been around long enough, have seen how that has worked for everyone, and it hasn't worked well. And so taking this law office out of the political realm of the mayor and putting it under the city manager, like all other departments in the city, takes the politicalness out of it, takes the bias out of it, and gives everybody, the city departments don't have a clue what's going on in the law department like we do. And the law department represents all of them also. So this gives it a neutral position and takes away the political bent that it can have and makes sure that the city attorney answers to everyone. So this has been the intent of this legislation, and I hope you all will support it. Thank you.
And for the public, you know, the law department is available to every single person on the council. There's no extra communication that won't happen, that doesn't happen today. You're never kept in the dark. We are here full time and you are here part time, right? So the information is available to you whenever you need it. Can I get some clarification from the director?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that this amendment would change the way that the budget is passed, and we have to pass the budget the way the charter is written. So if council so wishes to change the alignment of where the department sits, that would be a charter change, and we have to pass the budget the way that the charter is written. So this is quite the opposite of the harbor master, where we had to make a budget change because it's going to be now in line with the way that the charter and the code is written. This does the opposite. So if council so wish to do that, this would be a later budget amendment after that charter is changed.
May I?
Yeah, Alderman Finlayson.
We did ask during the Finance Committee meeting, which comes first, whether the code has to be changed first or whether this body can take an action prior to the change of the code. And I believe the city attorney ruled that we decide which comes first. And so we can make a change now with the full intent of changing the code.
If I may clarify, so we did follow up with the Office of Law and ask for a written opinion, which I should have sent on Friday, and it's completely my fault that it was not in your hands on Friday. But I have just forwarded it to you. The written opinion we got from Office of Law said you needed to do the charter and the code first, and then the budget second.
Well, and I'm sorry that we were given very different information during the Finance Committee deliberation. But Mr. Mayor, I really would appreciate you not putting the onus on us as if we've been negligent with the law department, and we have not. And many of us are around much of the time and ask many questions. So it's not like we've ignored or neglected to ask questions, because I'm not sure that's the case at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Huntley was next, I think. Alderman Gay, you've spoken already. I'll come back to you.
Is that a
Alderman
rule you can't-
Shanamai, Alderman Savage, Alderman Arnett.
I'm up.
Yeah, Alderman Huntley.
I'm glad that we had have this opinion from the city attorney. I felt from the beginning like that was the point. It doesn't make sense to pass budget things that are contrary to our charter. I think that's, by process, is a bad way to do things, but I also think this is a really monumental change. And so the time to do it is not when we're also making all these other changes. Time to do it is to have its own discussion in the form of a charter amendment. And then secondly, I just don't like it. I think I understand the argument. I am actually very sympathetic to the argument that Alderman Gay made, that we want to rebalance power a little bit more towards the council, but this wouldn't do that, right? By putting more power in the city attorney's office, city manager's office, who then themselves reports to the mayor, you're not taking away any power from the mayor. You're just putting an additional level of bureaucracy. So if there were an amendment, if there were a charter amendment to change the city attorney from reporting to the mayor to the city council, I would be supportive of that. But this is not doing, first of all, it's not in line with our charter. And secondly, it's not actually going to change any balance of power. So I'm strongly opposed.
Alderman Shanamai.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also understand the intent and the goal. There have been some frustrating situations where we have felt flat-footed, but one potential consequence of going from one centralized point of contact to many authority figures that we can compare this to is when the county council's administrative officer went from one point of contact to their entire county council being their boss, one boss to many bosses. And it just got overwhelming and they quit because they couldn't do their job effectively. that could end up being a similar situation we have here, and then making it harder to attract talent. So that is a potential issue that we can end up with. So I am going to be reluctantly not supporting this.
Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, let me just say it does not contradict the charter. The charter does not, unless I'm missing it, it does not specify who appoints. That is specified in the city code. The charter simply creates the office of law. It does not. All it says is shall be supervised by the general counsel for the city, who should be known as the city attorney. Shall be appointed based on the basis of his or her knowledge of municipal law. Yada yada. It does not say anything about the mayor's office. That is not in the charter. So this can pass and not contradict the charter. We would have to change the city code at a later date, but if the concern is that the budget has to be compliant with the charter, I think we could still make that argument moving forward. Unless it's an issue with not matching with the city code. But in any case, the reason why I'm inclined, and I've been back and forth on this over the years, honestly, but and in my mind, it's not so much about rebalancing power, and it's also not so much a reaction to the existing administration, which I do think has been very balanced. But we also know, some of us remember a time under previous administration when there was a very politically motivated appointment that was attempted to the city attorney's office. And so my point is that I think that objectively, the law should be objective. That should be insulated from politics. The law is the law. We don't want to insert that, especially to a branch that is so supportive of, needs to be so supportive of the council and what we're striving to do. And so I think anything we could do, it's the same argument when we have moved other positions and offices underneath the city manager's office. We want that continuity. We want that insulation. So I think this goes in that direction. And yeah, I do support this.
Alderman Annette.
Aye.
Back to Alderman Gay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate you for pulling that up, Alderman Savage, because as the city attorney always says, the council can do as they please and we'll fix it in post. He doesn't say it in those exact words, but he essentially does say that. Council can do as they please. And so, but I appreciate you for correcting that. Secondly, I think, if anything, what just took place at the beginning was a prime example to the alderman's point. She made a request to the attorney present at her committee in regards to an amendment. They told her something there that she believed to be correct. A written opinion was then sent to the city manager. I'm assuming the administration would have been CC'd on that. And it was not then sent to the alderperson prior to the amendment, to the budget meeting.
You have an apology for that?
No, I want it. Of course, I don't want it. An apology. I was going to say, I don't need an apology from her because I understand that the job is, there's so much going on. But I'm just saying that's an example of why I think there should be just a small change. And that's, again, no indictment on anybody. I like working with everyone.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley.
But I think this exactly illustrates the point I'm making, that, look, in this situation, it went to the city manager and it didn't end up with us. If we have it, that's exactly the way that this amendment would make things work. The city attorney going to the city manager. I think having it be going to the mayor is closer to us, right? Is closer to the council. And again, I would prefer the city attorney report to the council, but what you just described is how this amendment's additional bureaucracy is not serving us.
I'm going to go, yeah.
So does the sponsor wish to have it stand alone? If that's the only solution, obviously you're saying it'd be politicized with the mayor, it's politicized with the council. So that what would be the logical solution? Or does the council need its own attorney? Which I think also could be addressed in the budget.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to magically make the law falls and strikes by putting it under the city attorney. The law is not neutral. The law is not unbiased. You're not going to change the fact that there are political interpretations and there are politics to policy by putting it under the city manager's office. Then it's going to be just as political there. You're just making the city manager's office more political, not making the city attorney's office less.
So before we make the vote, just to let you know, this will have no effect on me. I am on the same team as you all. We've been a great team here, but you have to govern, and sometimes you need to do that in a streamlined fashion. So I'm sorry if any of you have felt that information hasn't got to you. That has never been on purpose. You have the finance director confirming that this needs a charter change. You have the city attorney's opinion saying that it needs a charter change. Just wanted to put that on the record. Okay, we're going to do a roll call.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley,
No.
Alderman Finlayson,
Aye.
Alderman Shandelmeyer,
Nay.
Alderman Gay,
Aye.
Alderman Savage,
Aye.
Alderman Arnett,
Aye.
Alderman Huntley,
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Okay.
Before this amendment number 13 is defeated, the vote is 4-4.
Lloyd.
That was fun.
Who are the sponsors?
Yeah. Is the
I'm on
gentlewoman
It's part of the problem.
Amendment number 14, this amendment eliminates the constituent services equity part-time position in the mayor's office and reallocates $36,600 to contingency and non-allocated.
So moved.
Any discussion? All those in favour? Alderman Annette?
Yeah. Is this one-time only money?
No, this is recurring.
Pardon me?
This is reoccurring funds?
Okay, that's what I was trying to read here.
Thank you. Alderman Gay?
What was the need to eliminate the role?
I think, Kate, in here. What's the purpose? Sorry, would you?
May I?
Yep, Alderman Huntley.
The finance committee was looking at everything line by line, and this is a position that is not filled, and that it wasn't really clear to us what exactly it was doing. It seemed to duplicate some other positions that are filled in the mayor's office, and so we didn't see a need for it, given that things seem to be working all right without it.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yeah, absolutely.
One thing that I believe we did vote on, which has not been done, is that the alderwoman from Ward 3 passes a resolution or maybe an ordinance that required that all staff reports have an equity report. I don't recall getting equity reports as of late. That was passed because there were issues within the department and our funding and in our legislation and programming where things weren't being done equitable. And so they brought in this person to try to create, a way to include that in our reports and all that stuff. And then they had her doing constituent services. And so equity is important. And you mentioned at the beginning when you said that the budget should be a reflection of our morals. So I will be voting no against it.
Thank you. Anybody else? Alderman Shandelmeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If this goes through, if we are hypothetically able to find a position, can we just, since it's going into the non-allocated, can we just put the money back into
Bring
it?
it back.
We could do that as a budget revision throughout the year.
So putting it into the non-allocated would just give us flexibility. If we find a position for it, wonderful. And if we don't, we can spend it on other ideas or priorities. Neat.
Thank you. Alderman Gay?
Will the role still be advertised?
You're cutting the roll.
So that does not solve the problem because the role would not be advertised. Thus, they would not be looking to hire or add it to the budget.
You could bring a budget revision, just trying to help here. You can bring a budget revision forward next year with the intention, working through the city manager's office. And then once you reestablish the funding for that position, you could then proceed to advertise for it.
This, let's just say we come back in the fall and we'd have to essentially put in like a supplemental appropriation to have that funding added back, then start the re-advertising process.
If the funding is not used for anything else, yes.
Thank you.
And I do have a recollection that we advertised and interviewed a few people for the position. Is that correct? The city manager. And then I think maybe it was determined that it would be better for the next administration to take it on with that.
Yeah, it's my understanding that when that position became vacant, that it was advertised. But the end result of that advertisement was not filling of the vacancy. They didn't end up making an offer, so it would need to be re-advertised if it stays.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Thank you. Next.
Amendment number 15. This amendment eliminates a council associate position in the Office of Law and reallocates $100,000 to contingency and non-allocated.
We get a motion on that, please. Thank you. Alderman Finlayson?
Yes, to justify, and I know this looks kind of odd for us, but when we had our city clerk as well as the law department speak to the need for this position, there wasn't a need, a great need. And so we followed the advice of staff and we proposed removing.
Thank you. Alderman Annette, then Alderman Gay, then Alderman Savage.
This frustrates me because we've never had the opportunity to meet with HR and discuss the need that I, amongst others, feel this would fill. And I do have some complicated kinds of requests right now for analysis, and I'm actually teaming up with the city council associate and the city legislative assistant. There are complicated processes, but I think more importantly, and I think that this is something that has hamstrung effective operation of city councils over the year, we have nobody keeping track of our legislation and what it passed, what it calls for. In my mind, we have yet to receive a report on the maritime legislation that was passed in 2021. Not a single report. It's supposed to be an annual report. And so we pass things, and we assume they're going to be carried on, and they don't get carried on. And that function needs to be filled in some way. In my mind, that was a way that could be filled. There are other things that really would relieve, particularly for those council members who work, and that's half of the council, that these people, these two helpers, could be doing things like triaging email and other kinds of things. It would have to be a working relationship of trust and so forth. But there's a lot of things that we get called on to do every day that really ought not to be coming to us. Those are things where the constituent or the requester should be going to the city's website and going to the right place. But we're viewed as the conduit for that, and it is an impossible work. frankly, I don't know how my colleagues find time to look at all the social media stuff. I have a hard time keeping up with my 2 emails. And my view of this was that this could be someone in the future, some person or shared, that could relieve and make us much more effective in getting back to constituents or constructing draft responses that we could review and say, yes, that looks good, send it on. But we've never had the opportunity, and I don't think the Finance Committee even had the opportunity to consider the various different points of view. And I would like to see this stay in the budget so that the council can meet with HR and can develop a protocol and can develop a profile of the kind of person we need to hire to fulfill this function. So I will be voting against this and in favor of keeping that money in the budget.
Alderman Finlayson just wanted to answer that, and then I'll go over to Alderman Savage and Alderman Gay.
Alderman Arnett, you're absolutely correct. There is so much more that our assistant could be doing for all of us. The problem is we haven't outlined what those things are. And that falls to us. And we had this discussion in the Finance Committee. And we were going to rewrite the job description. But until we can decide what we want that staff person to do, we didn't think it was prudent to put the position in and then come up with what we want their responsibilities to be. So you're absolutely correct. And if we can commit to outlining what those responsibilities would be, including with our current associate, then I'm all for it. But until we decide, because what you need for your ward and your interests are different from Alderman Sapp, from all of us. And so if we put all of our desires together and come up with a real job description that would meet our needs, then we should by all means go for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Savage, then Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually going to support this because I don't think we necessarily need another associate position. I think our current position is doing a very good job. What I do think we need, though, is somebody to focus on the implementation. And so in an effort to go in that direction, I have an amendment later, which I won't get into now, but it would create this other position like Alderman Arnett is alluding to. So, if this passes, that's fine, because in my future amendment, we'll try to create that specified position with a bit of a different focus than the associate.
Thank you, Alderman Gay.
Thank you, and I completely agree. The Alderman has a solution, hopefully, to this and later amendments that we can vote on. And so I'll vote against this, but I agree 100% with everything Alderman Arnett has said. In the associates that we have, I mean, technically they could not look at our emails or our calendars, etc., because by code they're bound to do committee work, etc. And so what we need is what you're bringing forward, a legislative aid for Cynthia. Is literally she needs a legislative aid, and they work together. She could do research, draft, assist, and all of that stuff, and follow through on what has been passed. And they have those at the State House for $25 an hour. So we could do something like that here within the city of Annapolis.
Anybody else?
I'm all for it.
I will say you do all work incredibly hard and you do need help, but I'm going to support the Finance Committee recommendation and then support it when you bring it back up again. Okay. Probably have to do a roll call here.
Mayor Buckley,
Aye.
Alderman Finlayson,
Aye.
Alderman Shannon-Meyer,
No.
Alderman Gay,
Aye.
Alderman Savage,
Aye.
Alderman Arnett, Alderman Huntley,
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Aye.
Amendment number 15 Motion passes
Right.
5-3.
Cool. Let's see if we can race through some and get to 20 before lunch. What do you think?
Amendment number 16, this amendment eliminates the leaf blower program in the office of the city manager and reduces the reserve for one-time uses by $105,000.
So move.
Alderman O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I understand why my colleagues wanted to eliminate this. I am trying to convince you to keep this money in. We allocated this funding last November. It has not been used yet because the leaf blower program for the reimbursement of some of the funds for people purchasing non-gas powered leaf blowers hasn't been started yet, which is why the funding hasn't been used. There are people waiting, and it's not fair to our constituents to not follow through with what we said as far as a reimbursement program of some of the funding that they're spending. There are quite a few landscapers that are in compliance. There are still landscapers that are not in compliance. And those that are in compliance, we're looking for some help in their purchase of the electric leaf blowers. So I urge you to think about the fact that we've told people we were going to have the program, and we should continue the program and work towards those reimbursements.
I think Alderman Gay had his hand up first, then Alderman Arnett.
Thank you so much. So no funding at all has been allocated because they were still creating the program as of like this March of this year?
We allocated funding for the program, but
I'm sorry, none has been dispersed. My apologies.
None of it has been dispersed.
Alderman Arnett, Alderman Savage.
I oppose striking this, and I believe we are, maybe it was premature, in public have announced that we're going to have this program, and I think it would be pretty tawdry to then snatch it back without even any kind of a legislative consideration. This is a budget consideration, but I think we're on record of having promised this. It was delayed because we needed to come up with actual processes for implementing these kinds of reimbursements. And quite frankly, I think we'll look a little foolish if we snatch the money back.
Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so we have committed to doing this, and it was not premature to announce because we did have this vote months ago. We approved this, we committed, and I don't think it's appropriate to be trying to reverse course now at the 11th hour. We can hear from staff about what they're already doing to roll out the program, but to the Alderwoman's point, you know, and I think the wards are different, as we hear from our colleague who is unable to join us this morning. You know, the wards are different, and I think the residents, with all due respect, Alderman Huntley, you know, there are the wards, some of our more residential wards that have more single-family houses. We do, I think, have a greater use of leaf blowers, and I think it does impact us differently. We've been hearing a lot of that's, you know, we're the ones who drove this because we heard the complaints that were asking us to get this introduced, and you know, and I think I've also been speaking to the landscapers, letting them know that we're rolling this out because again, that is what we committed to. So I just think we need to be mindful of we are trying to respond to our public. This is simply one-time use money. It's not a recurring expense. It's something other jurisdictions have done. That's where we got the idea. So if we want to, if Mayor, if you think it's helpful, we can certainly get a better understanding of what staff has done to this point.
Sure. Deputy Director.
Good morning, Jackie Guile, Deputy City Manager for Resilience and Sustainability. So, my understanding that we well, I know that the council did vote to allocate $105,000 towards a voucher program to develop it, to set it up and administrate it, and to use that money also for vouchers. I thought we were discussing here today continuing the program into the FY26 with $105,000, not ripping back from us the money we already have allocated, and some of which we've already have been invoiced for.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, so we first were, this took a while to set up because we were working this program through the Resilience Authority of Annapolis and Anne Arundel County. That took a while to get through their approval process. That's why we haven't rolled out this program yet. Finally, it was approved, but then the Resilience Authority said, well, we will work with our contractor council fire to develop the program. We won't do it ourselves. So finally, we got to that process. We provided the information that the city developed around what kind of program we wanted, turned that over to council fire. They came back with their recommendations. And so now we're being invoiced for about $10,000 for that work, already against the $105,000 appropriated from last year. Now we're just on the verge of signing a contract with the Chesapeake Bay Trust to finish the development of this program and administer the voucher program, and to turn those funds over them to start administering the program. So I'm at that point where we have a draft agreement with the Chesapeake Bay Trust to now administer and implement the program. So I'm at that point where I either go forward or I stop. We have the money right now. We still have money, about $85,000 to move forward with for this first year administering the program. And then I guess the question is whether we go forward with a second year of funding.
Well, just since I still have the floor, I want to follow up because I think we need to get that clarity from the finance department. My understanding was that the original $105,000 from fiscal year 25 was one-time use. And that's why I thought with all one-time use reserves, you have to roll that over if it's not, like we're doing with the police department, if it's not all utilized in the past fiscal year. So there are still program costs associated. It sounds like we have a little 80-some thousand, I guess 90-some thousand we still have to spend. So how does this amendment number 16 impact the one-time uses that were reserved for last year for this purpose?
So
Director?
this one, sorry.
Yeah.
So this one in particular, the 105 that was allocated, some of that was already spent, as she spoke on, but the rest of the 85 will be encumbered because we'll be under contract with this third party to administer the program. So that portion can be encumbered. The reason why that's different from the police situation is because we can't encumber expenses for staff that aren't here, because that's arbitrary. So since the 85 was contracted, committed, FY25 expense for that program, it can be encumbered. So we don't have to reallocate that. This amendment would just add another 105,000 for additional vouchers to be distributed.
Okay, well, that's good to know. So the follow-up question for the deputy city manager would be that 85,000, whatever it is, that includes Chesapeake Bay Trust managing the program, and how much of those funds would be distributed to the public, that 85,000?
Right. So the Chesapeake Bay Trust agreements generally have a 5% overhead administration fee, and we're ironing it out with them whether that is going to truly cover all of their costs in implementing this program. That's the kind of agreement we've had with, they've administered other programs for the city, such as the Streamwater Restoration Program that we run through their grant program. So we're in the process of doing that right now, working out those final details and working through the draft agreement, and hopefully have a draft agreement by this end of this week, so that we can start the voucher program in July. So we would have 85,000 minus 5%, perhaps it might be a little bit more, and we would have the rest of those funds for vouchers. And then if we get additional money for this budget year, we would have those additional funds mostly just for vouchers, because we've already developed the program, and there would of course be a continued administration fee if we go into a second year.
And do you know how many How far would that money go with the public as far as?
It depends on who applies for the vouchers. So if it's only, so let's say we have $80,000 or $85,000, let's go work with that. And we have all commercial units being applied for it, about we said $1,500 is what the voucher would be good for. You could purchase about 50 to 53 commercial leaf blowers. If it's all residents, it's $850 at $100. But if it's some combination, it might be 35 commercial blowers and 250 residential blowers. So it just depends on who applies for the funds.
Okay, but is that enough, you think, to get you through this season, upcoming season?
I think it is. This is going to be rolled out. We're going to have to see, how many people actually apply. That's why we don't have any data to go forward when we put forth this amendment. We didn't have any data to support it at this point. We think that as people become more aware of the program, there will be more applications, especially from the commercial users of of leaf blowers who are going to use electric. So that chews up money much faster when you're giving out $1,500 vouchers as opposed to $100 vouchers for the residents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Gay, then Alderman Huntley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Finlayson.
Greatly appreciate the background there. As I'm kind of split on this, and I get the overhead, costs, et cetera, for operating. So I'm wondering if the sponsor would just amend the rollover price from $105,000 to like $50,000 there, because she already has. Your original plan was to have $105,000 available to the public. She has 85. They'll take 5%. If you add, 50 and some change, or would it be? Because the 5% of the 85 is. What would that? What's the 5% of the 80? Or is it? It'll be roughly 5%. $4,173. So actually, give her about. So could you just amend the price? Friendly amendment.
Can we do a friendly amendment? No?
I was the finance committee was I was the sponsor actually. Alderman Gay, I wouldn't support that because first of all, if you guys go back and remember when we had that debate, we knew at the time that it wasn't going to be $105,000. We explicitly discussed at the time that there was going to be a fee for administering. So I don't think it's true to say that we expected to have $105,000 directly to the public. We can go back and check the record on that. So, but what I want to do is just crystallize the question on the table because I do think it's been misinterpreted at first. The question here is, are we going to spend $210,000 on giving city residents leaf blowers, or are we going to spend $105,000 on it? And my answer is that $105,000 is already more than we should, given that rakes exist.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My concern has been, I guess, what I'd call the rollout. We heard from a pastor at our last meeting or two meetings back about the fact that he didn't know anything about this. And as we've just heard from Ms. Guile, the whole year has been spent trying to put the program in place, and it's still not in place. We're waiting for various components, various partners to help us. And so what are we doing to make sure that all of the residents understand what this is about and the fact that there are resources available to help them? That's my big issue with this project. We put the money up front, but we don't have the time or the manpower or whatever it is to make sure the community is totally aware. And I'm talking about not just residents, but the commercial industry also.
In response to your concern, Alderwoman, the city did put out two separate notices about the gas-powered leaf blower ban and the citations that were associated with it. I took the position that I was not going to be issuing any citations. Initially, there were just going to be warnings and education, but we put out twice now notices about it. We've also done social media around it. We've talked about the voucher program. So we're starting to, and especially when companies and residents have already received warnings, we're starting to issue citations now. When we have a mailing planned about the voucher program, along with the ban that we're planning for this summer, and the program will be rolled out in July. There's nothing preventing it from happening anymore. We're just getting to final stages on our contract with the trust so that we can implement the program.
Citations have already been given.
Right.
Pastor Scott, who was
I
here
understand.
to speak, received a $100 fine. So we're not in a trial period. We are giving citations to residents.
No, I said that.
Okay.
It's been long enough. We're starting to issue citations. And when I said started to, it means we have. And I investigated with Department of Planning and Zoning on that particular citation, and that the church had specifically already been warned once before. They were aware. The users of the blowers were aware of this ban.
I'll follow up with Pastor Scott about that. But I did refer him to your assistant, and I trust that was taken.
Yes, we did respond to them.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Alderman Savage.
So I think I need to be consistent in that I think the alderman didn't quite say this, but the only problem, I guess, is that this was one-time use last year, current fiscal year, FY26. If it's one-time use again, it may run counter to our desire to have one-time use be one-time use. That said, so I may support this after all, but I think we need to keep in the back of our minds if we determine that there is a large number of requests and need for this money to help residents, we may want to circle back and try to find some available money in a few months.
Thank you. Alderman Neal, then Alderman Shannemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will just reiterate that we have made a promise, and there are people that are complying with our ordinance, and they are complying in good faith that we will make good on our promise of the voucher program. We have a current contractor for the city who is not in compliance and has been seen not in compliance. And to me, that is unacceptable. When we have other contractors out there, landscapers, that are doing what they can to comply with it and are working in earnest. And I think that this money should be continued. I understand the idea of one-time use. It is not the fault of those that are in compliance that has taken us this long to get to this point. And I think that we need the funding to move forward. And if we find at the end of the year we haven't used all the funding because not as many people have applied for the voucher or whatever, then it's an opportunity to look at a second time. But I am in support of funding the program that we set out to fund. And I think that we are doing a huge disservice to those that have been in compliance to say we're not going to continue to fund it. I think that is terrible for our constituents that are trusting us to follow through with what we said we're going to do.
Thank you. Alderman Shannemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We made a pretty significant policy shift when we put in the ban. And it was, I believe, good policy. But part of the way to soothe the sting to the contractors was implementing this program. We finally got the way to get it implemented. We finally got the way to follow through on it. Ripping that funding out is going back on that promise. So I understand there's some frustration and some desire to better spend the money, but that's part of it. So I'm going to be opposing this.
Alderman Huntley.
I just feel like I have to respond to Alderman Shannemeyer because we're not ripping out money. This is the money that has been the $105,000. So we already put less the amount for the consultant and overhead will be there, right? What you guys promised is getting that. Nobody's breaking any promises. The question is just, do we want to throw more money at this program we've already set up? Voting for this amendment would not take away the money the council has already allocated, over $100,000 we've already spent on leaf blowers. It's just saying we don't want to spend another $100,000 on.
And I just want to get some clarification from the Deputy Director. Do you think the Chesapeake Bay Trust will be a funding source for this in the future? With the plate money, for instance?
Oh, plate money. I think that's a bit of a stretch for them. I mean, of course, that's their call.
They administer grants. They administer multiple grants throughout the region, right?
Yeah, they're mostly concerned with watershed restoration type of projects.
Thank you. Who had their hand up next? Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I find myself conflicted because I do believe we made a promise. I understand Alderman Huntley's point that this is 26 money, not the money we promised in 25. Here's my frustration. I really want us to strictly adhere to appropriate use of one-time only money. On the other hand, I'm worried that we're not allowed to make amendments to the budget. I would like to see an amendment to the budget or not one-time only money of about $50,000 to go into fiscal 26 to make sure we can continue this program and carry on. And I really worry that we're going to put our relationship with the trust, now we're here, now we're not. They go ahead and get geared up and try to implement this program, which has a lot of environmental positives to it, and then there's no money. So I guess my question to the group, or maybe to the finance department, is if we vote for this, which takes the money from 26 out, will there be an opportunity to put forth an amendment for some kinds of fiscal 26 dollars that are not one-time only money?
Can we go to the director, please?
I'm sorry. So we could amend this amendment before it's voted on?
Will there be other opportunities to fund it?
Yeah. If we pass this amendment, which takes the money out of 26 as one-time only money,
right?
Is there going to be opportunity in this budget process to find some, either this or some lesser amount of money to go to the continuation of this program from dollar sources other than one-time only?
That's what I meant. You could amend this amendment. We couldn't add a new amendment, but you could amend this amendment to lessen the dollar amount or change the funding source on it.
But what would be the funding source? Funding source is one-time only money.
If it were reoccurring, it would have to be
come out of the mayor's pay.
Well, that would be up to you, but you could, since we had reverted some money back to contingency, you could have contingency as part of the revenue source.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Really, again, simple fix to the point that the alderperson just made. Amend this. I just went back to, did the quick math. Thank you for that. $20,000. Okay. And it will give you the 105 in, liquid cash that you need so that you're not taking, or so that the overhead can be paid and you'll still have leftover. You put the 20, you're at 100. Bam.
I said 50.
But
50 would be over what we promised. If you amend this on the floor right now to $20,000, we could pass Amendment 16. The leaf blower program can continue, and the director will have the financing necessary to administer.
We actually promised them.
Alderman Huntley.
The leaf blower program is going to continue already. We just heard that from the deputy director.
It will,
and it's going to continue with exactly what we all planned for it to continue with, which was that money was going to come out of it. Why would we?
It will continue, but the problem is they want to continue with $105,000. So let them continue with $105,000. You're getting what you want and not allowing $105,000 to roll over into FY26. $20,000 would roll over into FY26, and she has what she has.
No, it's not roll over. It's an additional money. It's an additional
$20,085 will roll. 20 will be new.
Yeah, I think $1 on it is a bad use of money. I don't think we should be throwing good money after bad. The arguments around this have centered on we want to fulfill our commitment to the public.
I agree with you.
That
I think it's a problem. You're absolutely right that we are providing a rebate to the. I consider it a privilege to have a front yard to cut and leaf blow, and so the fact that we are providing rebates for me is even a big deal. But it needs to be done. We passed the ordinance banning it, and so we have to just support what we said, and it's just that simple. I think that.
Right. I think that debate was hashed out when we already gave $105,000 towards this. Doing another $105,000 is not voting for another $105,000 or $20,000 is not breaking any promise. The promise was fulfilled when the first $105,000 was allocated.
Thank you, Alderman Chandler, then Alderman O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we all have very valid reasons to either support or oppose this amendment. And I think we all have a good idea on where we're going to come down on that. And I believe we should call the question unless my colleague from Ward 2 has a separate argument to make.
Yeah, I think we'll call the question because I think the votes are there to kill it. But I'm going to be a yes to support it. Oh, could I get a second for that caller question, please?
I will second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do we get 5? Oh, come on. We're arguing in a circle here. Let's just vote, please. Yeah.
Point of information.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
We
the aye
have
was
not-
for the amendment.
We did not amend this amendment, correct?
No.
Correct.
Okay, so we are voting on the amendment as written.
And we'll do a roll call again.
We're voting on the amendment.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Mayor,
Yeah, sure.
The way this is eliminating because you're
Yeah, Mike.
we will not continue with the leaf blower. If this amendment passes, you're eliminating the leaf blower program. Not only are you not extending the $105,000, but you're eliminating the program. So that is a problem for me because it negates what you're saying that the money will be used.
I think
You're
it's
eliminating the program.
I think it's a distinction between are we rescinding funding or are we not extending funding? We're not
But it's eliminating the program. All right.
Okay.
That's what it says, though.
If I may.
Yes. City
So,
Manager.
the amendment itself is changing the two numbers. The description, I will allow, gives a wrong impression, but the amendment itself, the only thing it does is it changes those two numbers.
If this passes, the leaf blow system will still be here. It'll only have $85,000 of funding left, and it won't have an additional 105 if it passes, but it's probably not going to. So, let's keep going with the votes, please.
Mayor Buckley,
Aye.
Alderman Finlayson,
Aye.
Alderman Chandler,
Nay.
Alderman Gay,
Aye.
Alderman Savage,
No.
Alderman Arnett,
No.
Alderman Huntley,
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
No.
Or this is defeated 4-4.
Right. Defeated. Great. So now we are going to take a break because we are a little bit over 12 o'clock. My ambitions of getting to 20 didn't work. Do I need a motion?
Nope.
To adjourn, and we will come back and restart at 1 o'clock. Okay, 40 minutes for lunch, everybody.
So moved.
And where is lunch?
That's a good question.
wanted to- yeah, I was-
Can I check?
What?
Pizza's here.
Oh, thank you, Kate.
All right.
Pizza's here.
And salads.
Pizza.
Kate said lunch is in the conference room.
And salad.
Awesome. Okay, all those in favor of adjourning for 40 minutes say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Alderman Finlayson, did you have a question? Sorry.
So is there pizza or we have to go get it? I move the next next
Special
20
meeting of the
amendments.
Annapolis City Council on Monday, June 2nd, 2025 will be reconvened at 1:02. And we will hand it back to Finance on amendment number 18.
17.
17, sorry.
16.
17.
We didn't
Thank
do
you for
community
17.
grants.
16, no, 16.
This amendment reallocates community
13,
grants,
16.
decreases the total by 2,000, and increases contingency by 2,000.
Could I get a motion on that, please?
And
Second. And could I get, Jake, some clarification on the funding source?
Yes, this is a Finance Committee recommendation. There's a reallocation in your packet. It'll show the reallocation between the committee recommendation and the actual Finance Committee. So when I say committee recommendation, the actual Community Grants Committee recommendation that was in the proposed legislation. And then the Finance Committee did a reallocation that you can see in the far right column. They reduced the total by 2,000 and we're moving that to contingency.
Right before the amendment. There's 3 pages.
Chart is on the back of Amendment 16.
And you had some questions on the funding source, I thought, because we're taking it from,
No, it actually reduces the total in the proposed budget is 5,000. This amendment reduces it by 2,000, and that 2,000 is then going to contingency.
Which we'll use for leaf blower.
Mr. Mayor.
on we go.
And if any upcoming amendments will reflect that on the 9th, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Yep.
Thank
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Please can we vote? Thank you. All those in favor say aye on 17.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next, please.
Amendment number 18. This amendment reallocates $250,000 for the Adopt a Community Grant Program and $100,000 for a Downtown Ambassadors Program and the Police Department using turnover.
Thank you. Could I get a motion on that, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, apologies if this was already addressed. I think it may have been, but we're on 17, right?
18.
18.
So, I am concerned, though, this is proposing to use police department turnover. So the question would be, is this Downtown Ambassadors program planned to be a recurring program?
Yes.
Because if that's the case, I don't think it's appropriate to use turnover because that is not something that's guaranteed every year. Looking at, if I get that confirmed, like that money is, we could, if we have a very good situation, hire all the police officers we have budgeted next year, and then there'll be, or the year after, and there's no turnover available to pay for this program. So I think it should come from a different pool of money.
Director?
Yes, I just wanted to add that the finance department's in agreement with that. Then there's a discrepancy on the number of positions that are appropriated versus the funding that aligns with those positions. If you use funding for coming from salaries, assuming that it will not be filled.
Alderman Huntley.
I was just going to say that there is always going to be some level of turnover. I think that I'm splitting hairs here, but I think it's not necessarily appropriate. It's not necessarily inappropriate to fund it out of turnover. Your issue is with what level of turnover we're assuming. Is that fair to say, Alderman Savage?
No, it's not. I think we should not be funding any recurring costs with turnover because that is always a gamble. We may have zero turnover.
But we do that as a matter of course.
Not for recurring expenses. I mean, we shouldn't be. When we've used it over the years, it's been for one-time expenses, and it's not a good way to. It's not a good fiscal policy for us to move forward with. And so why is this program? I thought this was private anyway, funded through the Downtown Annapolis Partnership.
It was previously funded by a state grant when it happened before. But I again, to what I was saying before, there is think of it as a revenue source almost within the police department that is turnover. It is an additional pot of funding, and we are changing the amount of that funding. Maybe the director can explain it better than me.
But you can't call it a revenue source. It's not a revenue source at all.
It's not a revenue source. That's not correct. But it is a subtraction from how much we think we are going to spend.
It's also arguable that if we use that money, we're in violation of our city code APF, which says that we have to have a certain number of positions funded. If the turnover is not there, then essentially those positions are not funded.
I would disagree with that.
I'll go to you in a second. So Alderman Gay had his hand up, then Alderman Arnett.
Thank you. Again, I just need clarity because the way it's written, I'm just misunderstanding some things here. The $250,000 is already in the police department, correct? The adopted grant community?
No, so the 250, this amendment would not change the dollar value appropriated to the police department, but they would have to use the same level of funding that's in there to also expense these items.
So how much is the actual Downtown Ambassadors program?
100,000. So it's a total of 350,000 of expenditures that would be added to the police department, but not increase their bottom line.
And so if I vote against this, will we lose the adopted community grant?
Correct.
Oh, that is, I don't know why those two would be tied together. That's a pivotal, important program. And I'm sad that I'm going to have to vote against it. And the 100, okay. Can I check? Okay, yeah. So the 100,000, that's already been identified for the ambassadors.
Neither the 100,000 or the 250 is included in the mayor's proposed budget.
Okay.
There is an amendment to this amendment that's also in your packet.
Is that to keep the adopted community?
No, that's to just, if this amendment does not pass, it is to just add the Downtown Ambassadors portion.
How would that be funded? Sorry.
One time.
Okay.
And so if the ambassadors are only 100,000, then why are they adding the 250 in this amendment? Wow.
The 250 is for the adopted community grant, and then the 100,000 is on top of that
Okay,
for
thank
the
you.
ambassadors.
I was terribly confused there. I thought that the adopted community funding was already existing and they were moving it to. So this recreates the adopted community program and it gives $100,000 for the.
And it's adopt a community at 200, and then 50,000 for a position to administer the grants in the police department.
Okay.
So
and then the 100,000. So I like the idea of the ambassadors because they have them in city near my job actually, and they wear like green shirts and very identifiable.
Walkie-talkies, isn't it?
Exactly, and they're incredibly helpful to everybody. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And then
So actually, I think both Alderman Savage and Alderman Huntley are correct, but it does raise for me a question to the finance department. So every year we knowingly over appropriate to police as though they were going to be fully staffed with 132 sworn officers. When they're not, we do authorize through GTs and transfers during the year, police to reallocate some of that money to other programs, and that gives the chief of police the functionality of running the program the best way that he or she can. But it does ultimately, some of it fall to fund balance, becomes reappropriated the next year as available, not really revenue, but spending that is characterized as one time only. Now, I guess my questions are really two. One, is this really a good way to budget? But two, has the police department been consulted about this reallocation of their full funding to go to these two programs? Do we know what the feeling is of the department on that front? I don't know.
I mean, I think that they spoke to Alderman Finlayson and then assessed that they would need somebody to manage it, that they don't have the capacity in there. So they have been addressed. So, but Alderman Finlayson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did, on behalf of the Finance Committee, meet with Chief Jackson and Major Bradford. Captain Miguez was not present, not working that day. And they were fully in support of taking on both of these programs. I presented both of them to them. Of course, Adopt a Community first, and then the ambassadors secondarily. I'm always not wanting to put more work on a full plate. So we talked also about creating a position that could handle the management of these two positions, these two programs. Right now, the Office of Community Service is supposed to be managing the Adopt a Community program. That is not happening. In the contract that the 10 organizations sign, they agree to have monthly meetings, submit regular reports, coordinate with the other 9 organizations so that they create a groundswell of volunteers to work in our city, in our most challenged community. So after my explanation and request to the chief, he and the major wholeheartedly agreed that these programs would contribute to their community policing model. For the last 10 years, we have been working towards community policing in the city that will help our police department have a better relationship with the general public and to encourage the general public to work with our police officers. These programs, and particularly the Adopt a Community program, does just that. And so the chief was in total agreement, as was the major, and I brought that information back to the Finance Committee, and therefore we have the amendment from the 3 of us. In the interim, Captain Miguez met with the finance team and had some questions. Captain Miguez shared with me that they like to use their extra funding for things that weren't funded in the mayor's budget, which raised a concern for me because the mayor puts forward and then we approve and, we move forward. I am not very comfortable with the thought, well, first of all, we have empowered our directors, including our chief, to make decisions about their budgets. And as the professionals, and they're all sitting out here, they should be the ones to decide how best to spend the money that we allocate to them. And so I was very comfortable in believing from the chief and the major that they were supportive and would figure out the funding. And I left that to them to figure out how to fund these programs. So that's just a little bit of background as to how we got here. Now, I want to speak specifically to the Adopt a Community program because, as most of you, all of you know, I started that program 3 years ago with the gracious support of my colleagues, $200,000 each year. When we first began the program, a description was written to the community that was not a real, true depiction of what we were looking for. And staff had rewritten it and done some different things with it. And so I got involved and took it back to the original intent, which was Adopt a Community, which was to ask community groups to please step into any of our challenged communities and bring the full force of their volunteer corps to work in a given community. 10 organizations stepped forward after we sent out a new description of the program. And I'll be honest, I made some phone calls to organizations because one of those organizations, John Wesley Church, Pastor Colbert, is the one who gave me the idea for this program. So I called him and I said, you know, you gave me the idea. I'm proposing it. Are you going to step up and take this challenge? And he did, along with 9 other organizations. Some faith-based organizations, some civic-minded organizations, some sports-related organizations. And all of those groups, the 10 of them, my intent was to have 8 and give each one $25,000. But there were 10 organizations. And so most of them received $25,000 and others received something less than that. Nothing less than, I think, $10,000. And for the next 2 years, they were able to get those grants to continue their program. What you will find in your emails from November and I guess again in February is a document from each of those groups updating you on what they have done and their impact in the community. So there has been constant contact, I'll say, far better than we have with other nonprofit organizations. And not to disparage other nonprofits, but these 10 organizations are accountable. We can put our finger on who's supposed to be helping us in the community. We can put our finger on the benefits of these organizations working together to lift up and buoy up these challenged communities. So some will say, well, why aren't they part of the nonprofit grant? The other 52 nonprofit grant recipients come to us once a year. They give us a document, and we don't hear from them again until the next year. We don't know whether they've lived up to their commitment. We don't know. But with the Adopt a Community organizations, ongoing. And they meet regularly, even though we, as the city, have not upheld our commitment to do it, but they meet regularly and they work together. And when they have not organizations, but when they have programs, they can call in the other nonprofits and they work together. So there's a much larger cadre of volunteers. So they are accountable. And it may be a little too early, but I contend that we will see the benefits of their labor and that the police chief and the major were able to see, because they've been watching these groups. They know the impact that they have had in their respective communities. But I contend that there will be evidence to document that these groups have truly made a difference. And they have, all the proof and all the support from the community to show that.
So, Mr. Mayor, before we hear from Captain Miguez, first of all, I can attest because these groups come to the Rules Committee and their successes have very much impressed me. And I do think they're very consistent with a community policing model. But what I heard is this is a $350K bite into the police budget, and now some additional amount for a person to help manage the program. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
No,
When I made the request, I asked if he had the capacity, staffing, to manage it. The last thing I would want to do is to take a uniform officer off the street to manage this program. And so we talked about adding a position. So that's the 50,000. But if the department could manage it
That's in the
without that,
250.
it's the 50,000 on top. The 200 for the adopted community, the 50 for a staff person, and then the other 100 would be for the downtown invest. Did I answer your question? I'm sorry.
Alderman Annette still. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was interested in Captain McGuire's standing there to also tell us something from the police department's perspective. So I was interested.
And my recollection is that the chief and deputy chief support the idea, but they didn't know it was going to come from their budget. And then when they found it was going to come from their budget, they were worried about that. That's all I know.
Well, that's not quite the impression that I found.
Did you have a question for Captain Miguez at all? Alderman Annette? Yeah.
I did, yes. So I wanted to know because, I mean, this is, I know that police do other things with the money, so-called float, when you don't have up to full strength. And part of that is overtime and other things. So I support this, particularly the Adopt the Community program and the need for it to be properly administered. But I am also concerned that we're going to be able to be fully functional in the police force. So that's why I asked.
Captain Amy Miguez with Annapolis Police. First of all, the chief is very supportive of both of these programs. He was not supportive of reducing the number of sworn positions, which is why you see the number of sworn positions remaining the same. It's the money that's being reallocated. Understand, finances issues with that. And to speak to the unused salary funds, it is we would be asking for more in our budget if we did not have those unused salary funds. They're used for unfunded overtime as a big part, like you said, Alderman, and then also other personnel expenses relating to our lack of staffing. So other personnel expenses. And then sometimes unanticipated expenses, like with our range renovations, when there were a lot of different things that were required that weren't in the initial quotes from the contractors we had. So and I know that the Alderwoman was not characterizing it as, kind of a slush fund or do what you will fund, not at all. It's when it is fully used, even though we're unstaffed, don't have the staff to fill all the numbers, it's mainly for salary, for staffing costs, either overtime or other personnel costs relating to us being understaffed. Or like I said, these unanticipated things that have to be done. We're not going out and, having parties.
Along this line, if I remember correctly, you're funded at 124?
Yes, 124 sworn.
And shouldn't that number, if we were following the old 3.2 rule, really be 131?
Yeah, we're already out of compliance with the adequate public facility as part of the code.
Right. So I'm kind of curious why you didn't get funded at the higher number of staff, but that's not related to this question. And I can firmly attest that my constituents would want the police to be fully staffed at the correct number. And I know that we have a lot of shifts where it's sketchy whether we have enough police out on each thing. So again, speaking from my understanding of Ward 8, this is job one for the city, is providing this public safety along with fire and emergency management. But I guess the more relevant question here, and it is the issue I think that Alderman Savage raised about, is this the right way to budget? I think that's a question of finance rather than.
Director?
Yes, if that was a question, no, it's not it's not a viable revenue source. And it begs the question of if the positions are not funded. You're appropriating the authority to hire X amount of positions without the funding. And also, as a general budgetary matter, we do add in turnover citywide as an assumption that we will not be fully filled just throughout all the departments. And I just remind everyone that the reason why we have this one-time reserve account to have all these amendments is largely due to the turnover that we end up with at the end of the year.
And Alderman Gay had his hand up first, but Alderman Huntley, can he answer that? Because he's been pretty
You mind?
adamant here.
Look, so here's how I understand this. We budget a certain amount for turnover, right? And we recognize that, okay, so take simple numbers. We have 100, if we budget for 100 police officers and paying all of them $100,000, that would be $10 million, right? But we recognize that not all of those positions are going to be filled. And so if you want to assume, let's say 10% is not going to be there, then now you're only budgeting $9 million. And that's a perfectly reasonable way to budget. That is, in fact, the correct way to budget. Now, the question becomes, should we assume 10% or should we assume 12% or 15%? And my assertion is that if you look at the police department's budget over the past couple of years, we have systematically been under-assuming what that turnover percent will be. And so if I have, correct me if I'm wrong, but as I remember from the conversation I had with finance when I brought forward this amendment, the numbers were that we had budgeted $2.2 million in turnover. And in addition to that $2.2 million that was going to occur, there was an additional $1.6 million. And I might have those slightly off, but I do think there is a clear pattern that the amount that we're assuming for turnover is less than it really occurs. And so my answer to why I really do think this is an appropriate way to fund this is that, look, we would all prefer that we actually have uniformed officers out on the street. But given that we are likely not going to have all of those positions hired for this year, it is appropriate to recognize that in the budget, recognize that that frees up additional recurring funds, and say, let's spend that on something that will actually keep our community safe right here, right now.
Alderman Gay, then Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have, why were these introduced together? Why couldn't you carry the downtown? No, yeah. Why couldn't you do the downtown partnership separate from the adopted grant program?
The Finance Committee made that recommendation that this is the source it would come from, so it came from the Finance Committee.
Okay,
And
that's
it's still
fine.
going to police.
Yeah, and so I've really, and all the women Finlayson, I really do love this program, in part because it helped with the Bay Ridge Gardens problem when that was in my ward. I mean, in light of what the director is saying, I mean, not that I think that they are ever going to fully fund or fully staff the police department. I just don't think it's going to happen, and not at fault of the department or its staff. We've all just realized that that's societal impact. So I'm not worried about that, but I am taking your words into legit consideration, especially considering the Fed and the state government are also in chaos, and who knows what will happen. Secondly, I don't know if the adopted community is the right place for it to be in the police department. I just agree with that in its entirety. I think it should be in the Office of Community Services, and maybe they coordinate with the police department. But I have a real problem with nonprofits being used and utilized by the police department, and particularly because it's sensitive information when you're dealing with troubled youth that I just don't believe should be shared unless a criminal act is taking place. One of the individuals that has a nonprofit works also with the police department as its chaplain. So I just think there are too many conflicts of interest there as it relates to this program being in the police department.
I'm just going to let Alderman Finlayson answer that.
Yes. One of, or part of the mission of the police department is to protect and serve. The entire program of community policing is about breaking down those barriers. We don't want our community to see the police and automatically think something punitive. You know, when I was growing up in Eastport, you all know the quote, the policeman is your friend. And when we needed something, we could go to the police officer on the corner or down the street on the basketball court for help. And then the tide changed and the police became all about arresting people and not in a very positive way. So the whole community policing model is about breaking down those barriers. And the chief recognized this in this kind of program with the Adopt a Community program. The volunteers who have stepped up are not concerned about their safety in the communities because they know that they're there to serve the community. And to have them as part of the police department only promotes and perpetuates the belief that our police officers are there to serve. So we need to get into the mindset that the police do more than one thing. Okay? They are there to help us also. So, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Savage.
One second, I still have the floor. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And I don't dispute that. And I think they do really good with, for example, I just think, look, you know, when you're helping with like GED or getting people's records expunged, that's also community work that directly impacts the criminal justice system and directly impacts our policing. To task the police department, it's not even really tasking because the police department really is not doing the work. The nonprofits are and the police department shows up. And so to have that under the guise of community policing, I mean, if it works, I'll let it works. But I think that maybe better the finances would be better served if they were expanding, you know, opportunities for people to get to like Turnaround Tuesday or things like that. That to me is, you know, groundbreaking community policing from within the department. But this is your amendment, and as I mentioned, I think it could potentially help a lot. So,
Alderman Savage.
So, first question is how would this new position be funded that I'm hearing is going to be needed to administer these programs?
You're asking me how it would be funded?
The position, I think I heard reference to a position that's going to be
Another position in the police department would have to administer it. That's what what was proposed
is
by
that in the budget?
That, yeah, 200,000 in grants, 50,000 for a position, and then the other 100 was for the.
Okay, let me ask finance. Is that position in the budget as introduced?
No, it's adding. We're adding a position with this amendment.
And it would
doesn't
be a
say it in the
civilian
amendment.
position.
It doesn't say anything about a position. So you're saying out of this $350,000 of turnover, 50,000 of that is going to fund a position.
Correct.
So presumably a contract position, again, like this just boggles my mind. Why are we using turnover to pay for a staffing position? The turnover is left over from staffing money that's may not be spent, may not be spent. We're taking that overage to spend on a position over here.
Yes.
That makes no sense. And we're hearing from, you talked about listening to our directors. Our finance director has said that's not a sound fiscal policy for us to be adhering to. we're hearing a little bit of trepidation from the police department because of impacts to overtime. Yet I'm hearing the finance committee make this proposal and not listen to our directors on this. It's just, so my question would be, another question would be,
Well, do you want me to answer your first
no,
one?
I don't. So I've got the floor.
It was
So,
rhetorical.
If this passes, 350,000, how is this going to impact APD's ability as far as overtime? Because overtime is what the police department uses to cover for our inability to hire enough officers up to that full complement, right? That is essential. If we want to maintain police coverage, we have to have that overtime. So how is this going to impact our ability to have overtime for our officers to make sure we have safe streets?
Captain? Or
If we run out of money, we would come back to the city council.
Do you have enough budgeted in for overtime to cover your anticipated overtime if this passes?
It's hard to tell. Depends on what happens out there.
I mean, when you enter a budget, you budget with a certain set amount. So what is the assumption from somebody, finance or APD? What is the assumption for overtime in the police department, and how does this impact? Well,
Let's
where
look
you
to
start.
FY25 and I can answer your question.
What?
May I, Mr. Mayor?
well,
No, I've
can you
still
look it up,
got
Jake?
the floor.
Yeah.
So that's the question. How much did we spend on overtime last year?
I think this
How
is
much
what-
was allocated and how
This
much
is what
was
we're
expended?
looking up now. Alderman Savage still has
Well,
the floor.
So I will speak on this year right now, and we are going to be over in overtime for this current year. And as Captain said, it depends on the year and what's going on. This year, yes, FY25, it's going to be over.
Okay. So
We're under
again-
budgeted.
Okay. So that makes me nervous moving forward. Again, I think that's why the finance director is saying this is not a sustainable way to finance things. And so now getting into the specific programs, I do totally see value with the adoptive community program. No question in that. I commend you on it. I think it's been a good program. But the first 2 years, it was using one-time use. Now it's getting shifted to use another essentially one-time use, which is overage. If these are valid programs, we need to be funding them with something besides turnover. The program I'm more concerned about is the ambassador program. Why would we take police money that is used to make our streets safe, where we actually need policing, and redirect that money to downtown, which is probably our safest area, as the mayor said. We have a safe downtown. So why would we spend money on what should be a private program downtown? That is why the ambassador program has been funded by downtown businesses. They see the need.
No, it
We
hasn't.
do not see the
No,
need
it
because we
hasn't.
have a
It was not
safe.
funded that way. It was
I've
not
got the
funded
floor.
Please,
Please.
thank you. All right, come on.
Why are we even doing that? That's essentially a private group. They want to build off of our policing that we do downtown. So again, why would we take that from the communities who need it and send it to the wealthiest part of town that's already safe? Makes no sense. So on those two avenues, I would say this makes no sense as far as the program, and this is not a sound fiscal policy that is going to undercut our police department. It makes no sense.
Thank you, Alderman Savage. Now we're going to go to Alderman Huntley and then Alderman Finlayson.
Okay, so let's look at the numbers. Let's go back to the numbers in FY25 and say that we, as the director acknowledged, are having more overtime than was budgeted for, but are overall having way less staff time than was budgeted for, even accounting for the amount of turnover that we budgeted for. And my contention is that we ought to be budgeting for more turnover. That's a perfectly reasonable choice to make. In fact, it's the kind of decisions that the finance committee and the finance director should be digging into. So no police officer is going to not get put on the street because of this. If that were the case, I wouldn't support it. I think I can speak for my colleague and say she wouldn't support it. But that is what we are doing, is bringing forward a way that funding that is not going to get spent, that's just going to get that's going to get sitting there, as has happened in every previous year, can actually make our community safer. Yes, can make some of our most dangerous communities safer, and also can remove some of the nuisances that we all get complaints about, not just me, in downtown. So, look, bottom line is this is about taking care of our communities with funds that otherwise would not get out the door. We should recognize that that money is not going to go out the door otherwise. And so I want it spent on making our community safer.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you.
Vote after this, I think.
I guess this is more of a process question. Because I understand the concern about the ambassador program. And I thought I had proposed an amendment that would the downtown ambassadors out and use one-time funding. I see that is the next amendment, has the mayor's name on it. How could we deal with adopted community, and can we amend out the ambassador program? Because that is the next amendment. So could Amendment 18 be amended to just speak to the adopted community grant program, knowing full well that the ambassador program would be the next amendment?
Would that be a friendly amendment? It can't be a friendly amendment? That's you guys put it forward, right? That'd have to come from the finance committee, right?
So I'm asking my colleague, is this a doable response? I mean, what do you think?
I just want to make sure I understand, Alderman Finlayson. You're suggesting that we remove the downtown ambassadors from this?
From Amendment 18, because it's Amendment 18A already.
Yeah, I think that the way that we are funding this is reasonable and is in fact more responsible than using one-time money. But I'm not saying absolutely no. It's really a question of what funding source do we use, and I think the additional turnover, recognizing that money's not going to get spent, is a better way to fund it. But I take it however I can get it.
Alderman O'Neill.
I was going to say, I had one question of Captain Miguez. You started off your answer earlier saying that the unfilled position monies, what I'm going to call them, are often used for other parts, up to and including overtime pay, other parts in the department, other funding department. Do we have a figure for this year of what excess the FY25 budget looks like utilizing those funds the way they are? Because we're basically saying then 250,000 or 350,000 of your regular excess. But if you're not going to see that regular excess because you've already reallocated, then it's kind of a moot point that we're talking about. So do we have an idea of what FY25's excess looks like, and how does that compare to, for instance, FY20? Maybe that's more numbers than Mr. Trudeau can do in 5 minutes flat. Does that make sense? Like, we're talking about monies that could possibly be over, extra. I'm going to call them extra at the moment. But if they're not really extra, then us talking about reallocating those funds is.
Do you have any idea at this point what the overages are?
No, we don't have those final numbers yet, and that some of that will come with the Q4 transfer when we present to Finance Committee.
Do we have a year to date what they have used of their FY25 budget?
It's not a good number yet. Okay. No, for just the total department overage, correct? Or underage?
Underage.
Yeah, we don't have a final close enough number to give you right now.
Okay.
Could we get the previous quarter if we don't have the third quarter?
Well, that's halfway through.
The FY24 salaries was savings or vacancy reallocation was 1.8 million in FY24.
And that was after reallocation of funding to other programs.
Correct. That's final.
Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate it. At least it's not 150,000.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson.
Clarification. So you're saying at the end of FY24, the overage in the police department was 1.4 million?
100.
The underage in the salary line item was 1.8 million.
Say that again.
We didn't spend 1.8.
We did not spend
Right,
1.8
okay.
of the budget authority.
I just
in-
wanted you to
yes.
say that again.
Correct. Which
Okay.
is
Still
how
tight.
we fund our reserves for usage in FY26 budget.
So that went into that 1.6, whatever
Correct.
it was, went into the reserve.
Correct.
Okay. So sounds like there's fun.
Okay, so we're going to take a vote. I will say that I think the program is a great program. Adoptive Community is a great program, but we already have a community grants program that does the same thing, and we always have people in the community grants that can administer those grants, and so we don't have to hire someone because we already have someone. Just my view. So I think we should up the money that we give to community grants and put it in that. That's just my opinion. So, thank you very much. I think we'll have to do a roll call.
Mayor Buckley,
I'm a no. Yeah.
Alderman Finlayson,
Aye.
Alderman Shadow-Meyer,
No.
Alderman Gay,
Aye.
Alderman Savage,
No.
Alderman Arnett,
Aye.
Alderman Huntley,
Aye.
Alderman O'Neill.
No.
Once again, 4-4 defeated.
So, for clarity, because when we have ties, it's defeated. So that means that the adopted community grant is defeated. That is no longer a thing.
Yeah, not going to get moved. Not a thing. Yeah.
Unless we have the alderwoman from Ward 3 here, we reconsider the vote, and it somehow passes.
If she was here, I think it would have been the difference. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Next, please.
Amendment number 18A. This amendment adds $100,000 to police department for a downtown ambassadors program using the reserve for one-time uses.
Could I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Get a second.
Second.
Thank you. Alderman Shadow-Meyer, then Alderman Gay.
Thank you. Considering this is just separating the downtown partnership from the adopted community grant from the same basic program, I am going to be voting no on this.
Okay.
My question, similar to the point that you had earlier, does the downtown business partnership, do they pay monthly fees? And if they do, are they collected for security? But part of the reason I ask also is because, as the alderman from Ward 7 alluded to, downtown Annapolis is probably one of the safest areas in the city. They directly abut to the Maryland State Capitol Complex as well as the United States Naval Academy. However, you can count your clock that you'll see 3 or 4 police downtown sitting, I mean, like all the time, especially right at the circle. And then you'll maybe have 2 down by Dock Street. And I think that would be, and particularly after night hours when they're down there breaking up, little petty bar fights and stuff. I think it would be beneficial if the business is paid into the overtime for the police, because they're literally only there to babysit the people that come out at 2 a.m. and then fight up and down the street for an hour and a half. And
It's like fun.
I just think that they should be paying into that, similar to how they do in DC and how they do in Baltimore. Their downtown partnership pays for the staff to be out on the street. The city may have helped with like startup funding, but they aren't paying that annually. So that's my only.
Thank you. Alderwoman O'Neill, then Alderman Arnett.
Thank you. It was my understanding that the original grant was through Downtown Annapolis Partnership that brought it. Another model for the ambassador program, which has been successful in other areas, is for Visit Annapolis to take on that program. They had 10, 12 years ago a program that was ambassadors to the city that were all volunteers that wore bright red shirts. And considering the fact that Visit Annapolis, it's also in their best interest to have safe streets and have people on the streets helping direct people, tourists specifically, I think that it would be a good idea to talk with them about a partnership to bring that program under their belt, maybe working in partnership with Annapolis Police Department to help identify some areas and times of day that would be beneficial for those.
Thank you. Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, first of all, I admit to being somewhat devastated about what happened to the Adopt the Community program. So, process question of what can the council do to resuscitate that? I mean, is this something that we can find other money and amend in the June 9th meeting? Is that what we're going to have to do in order to bring that back?
You could do a budget revision in FY26.
Right. So with some other source besides police.
Correct.
Correct. Right. Pardon me? Oh, after the budget.
Correct.
So on this program, I think I have sympathy with the questions that Alderman Gay was asking, and I guess the same kinds of one-time only funding coming out of police department. This is still coming out of police, right?
One time.
If we voted against it for Adopt a Community, why would we not vote against this? Well, I think I will vote against this. It's still out of the police department budget, right?
No, it's one-time funds.
Oh, it's
right?
one-time only. But this is
Is
not
it
a
eligible
one-time
for
only.
one-time funds?
This is not a one-time only program.
Yes, because it's never been funded that way. This is the first time that the Downtown Ambassadors will be funded with the one time.
So I was thinking about this earlier. So we could fund it with one-time only money in 26, not fund it or fund it somewhere else in 27, and then come back and fund it with one-time only money in 28.
Yes, it's also a way to keep your fluctuations of your budget to a minimum instead of adding this program in and out depending on who votes for it on council or, how that comes about.
Right.
So if it's a program, an operational expense, reoccurring, that needs to be in the operating budget. If it's something that doesn't affect the operations and can be up for discussion and be added and subtracted from the budget on an annual basis, then it is reasonable to use the one time.
Thank
You. Anybody else? So I'll stand up for the program. I might be the only one voting for it. But safety officers are very effective in Ocean City. We have 4 million tourists come here a year. The biggest economic driver for the city is our waterfront. And so so I believe that they substitute police, so we can put police in other places, but they have walkie-talkies and high-vis vests. They look official. So in my opinion, they're necessary, and whatever we fund it is a good thing. Hopefully this could seed it, and then next year they could maybe be eligible for some more grants. It was never funded by the city, so it was always funded by DAP, I think, and then this will be the first time that we support it financially. All right, so I won't do a roll call. I'll just, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we might need to do a roll call, sir. I think it was just three of us, right? Aye. Aye. Oh,
Okay.
three?
Alderwoman Fellaini.
Aye.
Alderman Shannon Meyer.
No.
Alderman Gay.
No.
Alderman Savage.
No.
Alderman Arnett.
No.
Alderman Huntley.
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill. Defeated. 4-4.
All right, great. Defeated, right, great. Next, please.
Amendment number 19. This amendment adds $166,300 to the police department for a sergeant to administer 5 additional speed cameras and increases fines and forfeitures revenue by that same amount. Just for additional clarification here, that revenue will hit the Sustainable Mobility Fund and we'll make that known in the balancing amendment.
Thank you. Before we introduce it, Alderman Arnett, sorry.
Yes, having been the victim of...
Is this about this? Is it about this?
Yes.
Let's get on the floor then. Can I get a motion,
Oh.
please?
Second.
Thank you. Alderman Arnett, sorry.
I don't understand why we need any police administration of this whatsoever. I just got another ticket when I went into DC to have dinner with my son for $100. It's a company that does it. It's totally free. It's totally a moneymaker for DC. And I can also attest that Damascus also has a speed trap, which I fell victim to. So I'm kind of curious why we need, for 5 speed cameras, $166,000 for a program that could really be done by a company that we hire to put out 50 or 60 radars and have them do all the administration, take their cut, and we get the benefits of it. So this just seems like huge amount of money for 5 speed cameras.
Yeah.
Those numbers don't add up in my mind.
We'll go straight to Captain Miguez.
Captain Miguez, Annapolis Police. We have existing 5 cameras. I think the goal of the council, and I don't want to speak for the people putting the amendment in, is to expand the number of cameras in the city, both speed cameras and red light cameras. The police department does not see this as a revenue generating instrument. We see it rather as a way to hopefully encourage people to reduce their speed, especially in areas where we have a lot of accidents. That's going to be the goal of the sergeant, is to determine and work with the communities where these new cameras will be placed to make sure that we're highlighting the best areas, the areas where we have the most crashes, that where speed is a factor, and then also doing outreach with those communities. We all know that there's sometimes cameras put in and at the call of a vocal few, and then the community rises up and says they don't want the camera. So we aim to use this position to be a liaison with the community, to administer the installation. The company just doesn't do all the work. They will do studies. They will debate over where we are going to place them, because the company does have an interest in turning a profit. So they want to put these cameras in lucrative locations. If, for instance, an alderperson wants a camera on Duke of Gloucester, that camera is not going to generate a lot of revenue because there is not a lot of speeding going on Duke of Gloucester, despite the perception that there's a lot of speeding going on. So having a camera there will quiet, the vocal few in the community, but it will not generate a bunch of revenue for the city. Again, that's not our goal at the police department. Our goal is traffic safety. So this sergeant, it is a lot of work to make sure that everyone knows what's going on, that we're communicating why or why not a camera's going in somewhere, that we can maximize the use of them for traffic safety, look at red light cameras as well. We currently only have 1 red light camera in the city, and as all of you probably know, intersections, one of the main areas where crashes occur, if we can minimize those crashes. And then also, they just approved in the state house that a non-sworn person, a clerk, can approve a citation. Right now, until October 1st, it has to be a police officer that looks at every citation that goes through the system. Right now, with just those 5 cameras and a red light camera, that's on average 50 citations a day that someone has to review. So even once we have the permission to have a clerk review it, we don't have people at the police department just sitting around looking for an extra few hours of work a day. So we're going to have to determine, is there a group of people, our records clerks, that could be trained and could have the time to review them? Or will we have to continue having an officer do that until we can fund a position? So
If I may follow up.
if you have questions,
So,
please, I
do.
just want to give you an
So how
overview.
many additional cameras are we anticipating we will deploy?
I couldn't tell you.
Well, then, I mean, if we're doing 5 now for no money, and we don't know how many more we're adding, but we know it's $166,000, I think I would, first of all, I think the more of these cameras, the better. I do think they can be done administratively so we don't have to encumber a sworn officer. Or, as you said, what the legislation is passed. And I think that's a much preferable program. But it is so unquantified. It just does not feel warranted to fund it. We don't know how many more cameras we're adding. We're already doing 5 with no money. If you multiply that out, we can add 10 and still spend no money.
So
Simple
this,
Looking like an economist.
this sergeant position would be in our traffic safety unit. Right now, our traffic safety unit has 2 officers in it, a corporal and an officer. They handle all the accidents when they're working, but they also get a lot of requests for speed enforcement and stop sign enforcement, which is something that currently can't be enforced by cameras in the state of Maryland in Anne Arundel County. So there's a big need, and I'm sure you all hear from your constituents, for other traffic enforcement besides just speed. So this sergeant would oversee the whole unit and make sure that cameras are being deployed where we're having the crashes to the best effect to affect our traffic safety in the city.
And what is the source of this 166 plus?
Director?
Thank you. I just wanted to add a point of clarification that the 166 is actually just the cost of the position that is going to be added. And the revenue source would be assuming that these additional cameras bring more revenue in. So we would have to increase the dollar amount of the revenue line item as well. It doesn't mean that that's the only amount of revenue that could come from these 5 additional.
It feels to me like this is premature. We don't know the number of cameras and where they're going to be and who's going to be doing it. I think I, for one, would like a lot more information before I'm willing to budget this. Really do want to know the number of cameras, where they're going to be, and hope they generate more than $166,000, but we don't know because we don't know how many cameras and where they're going to be and who they're likely to catch. So it just seems like this is premature to me.
Alderman Huntley had his hand up next, and then Alderman Gay.
Yeah, and I just throw out Alderman Chandlemeyer's been patiently waiting. But I think I'm actually opposed to this amendment because, look, basically a lot of what Alderman Arnett said here, that I don't really think we need all that much to know where our speed cameras need to go. We, like, any one of us here could tell you where they need to go. So I think we ought to vote this down, and then we should have a resolution that just says, now that we have the authority, now that we have the enabling ordinance that allows us to put in speed cameras, this is where we want them. And I'm also not totally sure how the revenue source would work, but I do not think we need to add a position whose whole job is just figuring out where to put speed cameras. I can take care of that. I'll happily save the taxpayers $166,000.
Thank you. Alderman Gay, then Alderman Chandlemeyer.
Somebody something in the sorry. I kind of slightly disagree with the older person there. That the police have made it clear that sometimes we are under the impression that there is speeding where there is not. For example, as you just mentioned, Duke of Gloucester, I always think that there is speeding there despite the narrow road. She's saying it's not. So, in a situation, I may be like, oh, let's put the speed camera here. And professionals are saying no. So that as a courtesy. My question, though, is could this have not just been entered as like a administrative aid role, or the 166 seems a bit high to me. And I'm wondering, could there have been, because you said they'd be administering or they'd be reviewing roughly 50 citations a day, plus the additional work of, implementing requests from the staff. So can it, I don't know, this just seems high, like they're starting at not entry level.
So this came from Alderman Huntley asking what it would take to get more cameras installed. And really, it's the management of the camera program. We don't have anyone who's managing the program besides me right now. And I have a lot of things that I do. And while I think this is a big priority, it is something that has a lot of moving pieces. We work with planning and zoning. We look with code enforcement. We work with transportation, to make sure we're all on the same page. They have traffic studies that helps inform us. But it's not just where you may think it's needed. That might not be a place we can put a camera. It has to be a residential area that's 35 miles per hour or lower. And then there has to be a place for that camera. So think about some of the streets in Annapolis and think about the roadways and how they're situated in people's yards. If you're familiar with the speed cameras that the county's put in, I think I mentioned at another meeting, they're kind of Dalek-esque, Doctor Who style. They're like these big metal boxes. They're not something that you can just like necessarily not notice it's there, So it's going to be hard in some areas where we really need a camera, or it would really be good to have a camera because of the crashes. It may not be possible. Like the stretch of Tyler.
I was literally, you read my mind. I was about to
exactly.
say Tyler Avenue.
That would be lovely.
It's all residential.
Hopefully we can find a good spot for it there, but it takes time, and it takes someone with more of that supervisory experience that can manage these different relationships with the company, with the other departments, with the public and the community, and making sure that you are all informed about what's going on too. So to have an officer just kind of tasked with it, it's really something that's got a lot more moving parts.
So my didn't too quite my, because I want to support this. Does it? Well, I guess you just answered the first. It has. You're saying it has to be a sergeant. It can't just be a civilian.
I think if you had a retired, officer who had experience in traffic safety, that probably they might have some experience in doing it. I don't know. I know in the county police department, they handle their camera implementation. Like Alderman Arnett said, I don't know if other places have non-police, handling this. Yeah. I mean, that was something I would be open to if all we did was review the tickets. But I still think it needs a staff person to manage.
If we pass this today, you don't have to spend up to the 166. That's just your cap. But you could hire lower, right?
What we would probably do is take our existing staffing number, convert one of the positions into a sergeant position. So it would really actually be the difference between an officer position to a sergeant position. So it wouldn't be that full amount. It wouldn't be, unless we're talking about adding 124 to 125. If that's what finance has in there, then we would actually be increasing to 125, which, we're still below code, but.
Yeah.
All right, Alderman Huntley.
So I want to throw out two alternatives and get some reactions on if they might work better. One is if instead of being, this is I think maybe what Captain Miguez was just getting at, if instead of being within the police department, that this is an additional traffic engineering position. I know we have one traffic engineer. Mr. Vogel, any reaction to that idea?
So we need some additional resource than we have today. I don't know that it's a permanent resource, right? Depending on kind of, we would very much be in a ramp up phase. So yeah, there's an opportunity for partnership. We're hand in hand on all of these issues, right? Speeding complaints come in, and it's a capital project, a traffic study, traffic calming. All those things are expensive and they take quite a while. So the quick fix is absolutely a speed camera, and I want to see more around the city. That's just my personal opinion on this. So could we help? Sure. It's just I think the code is written so that the camera, the speed or all traffic enforcement fall under the police department. We could certainly partner and support in any way.
Okay, that makes sense. And I'm guessing, Captain Miguez, that sounds, what Director Vogel said sounds consistent with what I've been hearing from you.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, we would be the ones approving the citation. So if that's as far as the actual enforcement of it, it just gets more complicated when you are talking about going to court for these tickets. Yeah. We go with, the company goes, and usually the person who issued the citation, I don't think it would have to include your traffic engineer, because it would just be between us and the camera.
So then the second idea to float out is, it does seem like this is something where we're talking about, so I'll back up and say, the way this all happened was the Finance Committee passed that we wanted to make this happen, and we wanted to do whatever it was necessary, assuming it was fiscally responsible, to make it happen. And so this ultimately is what got kind of hashed out, but as I said, I'm not totally supportive of it. So I'm thinking about other ideas. It seems like what we're really trying to do here is just get something in the ground. And to that extent, it doesn't, kind of what the Director Vogel was saying, it doesn't make sense to have it be a staff expense. It seems more like a contract expense. So I wonder, Captain Miguez, how you would feel about this accomplishing the same goal, but being just a contractual position at a lower funding level.
I really couldn't say. It would depend on the person doing it. I mean, it really would be, luck of the draw. We got a person who knew, who would get to know everyone in the city and kind of make those connections. I think that could work. But I think someone who just comes in and plants cameras, you're going to have a lot of pushback from the community if we don't communicate what we're doing and why we're doing it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Plus, if it's a contract, it's probably going to take a long time to hire somebody. We're trying to think about what's needed to get this done by the end of the year. So my sense at the end of this whole conversation is it does not make sense to add additional funding in this way. And I would like to just have a resolution that says where we know these should go.
I think Alderman Gay.
Also, just really quickly, does it have to be the ground cameras, or can it be the light cameras as well?
I'm all for this person doing both. I think that the speed cameras the red light cameras are just as important as the speed cameras, especially given the prevalence of accidents in intersections.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
And I'll echo the point you made that if we got a contractual company in here, they would be revenue driven, right? They would want to put things at the most profitable places, and that doesn't seem like that's what you're trying to do.
Just to speak to that, our company did a study on Spa Road on the hill, and we all know that when you're on the hill, maybe you're not pushing the gas, but you're still gaining speed. And the officers like to sit there too to remind people to pay attention to that. But it's not advised under the Maryland regulations, the guidelines for speed cameras, to put those on a hill. It's just not, you're shooting fish in a barrel. It's, you're just putting it there to, that's not an area where we see a lot of accidents. That light at the top of the hill cycles pretty frequently. People don't usually go that fast on that stretch. But again, That's why you need to look at what they're telling you and then also take the community and the city into account.
Thank you. So we'll call a vote. I will be supporting this because I think anything we can do to slow people down. I didn't see your hand up, Alderman Chandler.
Been up for a while.
Sorry about that.
Literally the whole time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Cadamigas, I think some of the sources of frustration on this amendment have come from when 0525, the enabling legislation, was put forward. In the staffing report, it said we were not expecting impacts on APD staff. We knew that someone had to review this, but we weren't given a financial impact that we'd have to hire new officers. We weren't brought in with Annapolis Police Department saying that we needed to have hundreds of thousands of dollars put in for new positions. And that's making some of us who put forward and reviewed and went through that legislation feel a little flat-footed. And there's also a general sense of the frustration of a lot of us have been dealing with speeding issues. I've lost constituents to getting hit by speeding cars. To just put another $100,000 into over $100,000 into studies and process nonsense. And to put a point on your shooting fish in a barrel comment for that part of Spa, where people go down the hill. Yeah, there are not that many accidents over there, but going down that hill and that's posted speed limit's 30, but if someone goes 50, and which happens frequently, going down that hill, and if there's someone crossing right there for whatever reason, and that car hits them, that person's dead. That's not an outlier, that's a life. What I want to know here, though, is in this position that you are advocating for, you are saying that we do need another traffic officer. Is that correct? Just in general, not even regardless of cameras.
I think you would all agree that with the amount of complaints you get on traffic, that having another officer focused on traffic safety would not be a bad thing. This did not come from the police department. This came from Alderman Huntley, this amendment.
So, if this new position is brought in addition to reviewing cameras, can they go out and perform other enforcement duties, such as stop sign enforcement, such as speeding enforcement away from cameras? Is that something else that they can do? Or will this only be a camera review thing?
Like I said earlier, the sergeant would be in charge of the traffic safety unit. So yes, they would be in charge of directing them to do enforcement and also doing enforcement themselves.
Okay. So I'm going to give you a not quite so hypothetical, but partially hypothetical, I guess we can call it. An issue that I have in my ward is at that crosswalk across Hilltop. A lot of times people push that beg button. People are supposed to stop at the flashing lights in that crosswalk. They don't. I've asked police department to go and monitor that, but
We have. And
yes,
we did
I
a
know.
detail there and
Yeah.
gave tickets out to people just in the last month.
I really appreciate that.
Yep.
That's awesome. I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
If this position gets filled, could we do this more efficiently along with other crosswalks?
I'm sure that with an added staff person in traffic safety, that the enforcement aspect would be increased as well.
Okay. Now, in credit to where Alderman Huntley is coming from, though, in regards to us needing to do studies, etc., in regards to where we can actually like find a legal spot for us to put them, sure, maybe we got to take a harder look at that. But needing to go through and do endless studies on what's the outlier, what's this, what's that, that's just going to cause a lot of delays. And we all know the roads that.
I did not say anything about this person doing studies.
All right. I'm just voicing general frustration with how traffic.
I understand, and I wish I had more time to get this done because I do think it is a really important issue. I think we should have more cameras in the city. I have no one under me to task with this. I am the only one. And I have a lot of things that I'm also in charge of. So it is my fault completely that there are not more cameras.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
No,
like that.
I am letting you know.
All right. Hold on. Alderman Savage had you finished?
Yeah.
Alderman Savage,
He didn't make the motion.
did you call it?
But he didn't make the motion. But I guess. Well, I guess part of it is I don't think you're a sworn officer, right?
Yes, sir.
So I don't think your position should be taking care of these kind of, because now you don't have to, right? But I understand it may take time to get some other people trained up to meet the standard that's laid out in the state legislation. But I do know in the budget we are funding some continual, I don't think they're new, but some continual camera operator positions, and those are for, I understand, different cameras. But I think we also have in there some kind of supervisor position for the camera operators.
No, the camera operators don't have a supervisor, but that they would be probably a good fit to be taught to do that. And that's kind of what we need to see is if that could be added into their duties as far as reviewing the camera tickets. Most of the camera monitors are retired police who have experience, with camera operation. So, they may be a good fit to do that double duty.
Yeah, I would definitely like to see that looked at before we commit to hiring a new position. But regardless, even if we committed to doing this, we're not going to be able to fill another officer position anyway. So I think it's kind of a moot point.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
Well,
this would be an extra promotion, basically.
Oh, an extra.
Yes, so it would be an
Well, still,
existing.
the point would be, I guess we shouldn't really have a sworn officer having to do these kind of responsibilities. But I would suggest if this fails, that the department give a serious look at how to get the camera operators trained up.
Anybody else?
May I ask one question real quick?
Alderman Huntley.
Of the city administrator, city manager, I think we're struggling essentially with where this money should be. Should it be contractual? Should it be staff? Should it be something else? If we were to have it be, instead of being under salaries and benefits, be under supplies and other, would it require for the department to come back before the council to move that around, to put it into staff or put it in a contract, or would putting it in that bucket give them additional flexibility to do this however it needs to be done?
City manager?
I'll take a stab at it, but I'm looking over at finance, so I'm going to ask you guys to correct any part of this that I say that's wrong. Let's say for the sake of argument that regardless of where you put it, in the end, the recommendation is that it should live somewhere else. That can come back to council for a fund transfer to move the funds into the appropriate category. So it's not like we don't have any recourse if it turns out that it's not quite in the right place. I do think that, and Captain Miguez, correct me if I'm hearing this wrong, that part of what Captain Miguez is acknowledging is that yes, we do have some cameras now that we have sort of shoehorned into the rest of the duties that Captain Miguez has. But there is a certain amount of sunk cost if the city wants to have a program that potentially that looks at a variety of places. And that, yes, that sort of sounds like a fair amount of money for what's labeled as 5 cameras. But I think it's more around acknowledging the sunk cost of having a speed camera program sort of writ large. Captain Miguez, is that a fair summary?
Yeah, the cameras that we currently have been in place 10 years, maybe close to 10. And they don't require a lot of, work on anyone's part besides the company goes out and calibrates them, and then the officers approve them. That is not the issue. The issue is finding the time to get these new cameras up and running. Everyone has their own list. We have a list. The ones on, on crash sites, these new regulations have been in just a couple years now. The city just passed the ordinance this year to allow us to have them in other places. So once that's done, yes, this position will be pretty easily to keep going until the next thing, until the noise cameras get approved, or the stop sign cameras, or the handheld cell phone use cameras. Those things are all slowly coming in.
Yeah, but to reiterate, it's not like there's no recourse if we end up having to move.
Sure. But also putting it into supplies and other doesn't save us from having to need that recourse if it actually ends up being salaries. That's what I was trying to do. Okay. I think it's clear to me we're going to need some amount of funding to do this, to do what we want to do. I'm not convinced it's salaries and benefits or if it's contract, but I think we all agree on what the goal is here. It's just a matter of how do we put the money or not put the money behind it to get to that goal.
So if I could just talk about the FY24 revenue. So I think I sent this to finance, but the total revenue for our 5 existing cameras, speed cameras, and 1 existing red light camera for FY24, our revenue was $367,000. 367
after expenses. Right?
From how many
Yeah.
cameras?
365.
So our current.
So we're going to vote. Anybody else? Thank you. So, Captain Miguez, thank you very much. This definitely wasn't anything directed at you. Definitely an amendment from the Finance Committee. Thank you for all that great information. I'm going to support something that slows people down. I think it will pay for itself. And the first one we should do should be on Tyler. That's what I think. What do you think, Alderman Gay?
I agree.
Okay, we'll probably have to do a roll call. Aye.
Thank you, Mayor Buckley. Alderman Finlayson. Alderman Shannon Meyer.
Aye.
Alderman Gay.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
No.
Alderman Arnett.
No.
Alderman Huntley.
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Aye.
6-2.
Thank you. Next, please.
Amendment number 20. This
All right,
amendment
we're up to 20. Everybody, 20.
All right. Actually, I want to make a motion to reconsider on the amendment number 18A.
Second.
The point of order.
We have
Typically, this is done at the end of the meeting, not in the middle.
I thank you, Alderman Savage. You okay with that, Alderman Huntley? Please.
Sure.
We'll be open.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead on 20. Thank you.
Yep, this amendment adds $100,000 to the Office of Integrated Technology Solutions for an IT consultant to assist the fire department using the reserve for one-time uses.
So move.
Second.
Aye.
Thank you, Alderman Gay.
I'm sorry. At the last meeting, it was mentioned that it wasn't stated that this would be for a consultant. I thought that they had updated equipment. There were software updates. They didn't mention that we were hiring a consultant to manage.
Could either of you, which guy? Brian, thank you.
Yeah, no, this is for a consultant to address some IT needs in the fire department that are currently being led by folks like battalion chiefs and things like that, that we need, have projects that need to be brought over the finish line by IT professionals.
Okay, everybody, thank you. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Next.
I mean, is it urgent? Is it necessary? Amendment 20, this amendment transfers $165,900 within the Department of Public Works Engineering and Construction Division from contractual services to salaries and benefits. It funds a program manager N15 position.
You get a motion on that, please?
So moved.
Second, thank you.
I don't,
Alderman Arnett.
I'm trying to understand the numbers here. Looks like we go from 409 down to 343, but the total goes up from 128 to 294.
That's correct. We're just moving funds from salaries and from contractual services to salaries and benefits. So the total for the department does not change.
So, yeah, so it doesn't sound like the total should change. Right?
That's correct, but we're striking and replacing the different budgeted categories.
Again,
So
we're going-
contractual services is the first set of numbers, the 409 down to 243, and salaries and benefits is the second set of numbers, the 1.1 to 1.2.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
Alderman Huntley, did you have your hand up still? No. Nope. Okay. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Thank you. Next.
Is a no for that as well.
As long as we have more.
Amendment number 22. This amendment decreases the tree program within the Watershed Restoration Fund by $80,000. It also reduces the Watershed Restoration Fund fee increases from 15% to 12% over FY 2025 rates.
You get a motion, please?
So moved.
A second. Alderman Savage.
Just to reiterate, this utilizes some of our critical area mitigation reforestation fund to help offset the watershed fund increase.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Thank you. Next.
Amendment number 23. This amendment repurposes $32,000 for football and sport officials in the Department of Recreation and Park Sports Division to partner with a nonprofit after-school sports program.
Could I get a motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Alderman, who had their hand up first? Anyone? No. Alderman Shanamai, then Alderman Gay.
Thank you. Is this, so this is essentially cutting the football program that the city wanted to do and putting that money into which nonprofit after school sports program?
We
I think you can't name the nonprofit.
Are we all about those giant celestial gaseous bodies in the night sky?
What?
Settle of me.
That's the principle. So you can bring the director up if you need. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I support this. Let's see. So this would repurpose the money. I mean, first of all, I commend the department on their initiative to want to provide for football and sports program, but I just think we need to be wary about duplicating services that are already provided adequately by the public in the private realm, so we don't duplicate our services in that regard.
Anybody else? Okay. Alderman Gay.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question, and I obviously have had this in great detail because they were at my committee. But after the committee meeting, then somebody emailed me, and I just have a question for the director, if possible.
Director Johnson.
Or whomever you feel comfortable sending. But they alluded to the commissioner not allowing us to operate a football program, and I just was I mean, if we do flag football, I'll support it. Whatever you'd like to do, I'd support. But they just said that we were denied to an application to participate in a county league.
So our application was somewhat incomplete. I spoke with the commissioner afterwards, and he was not clear on what we were trying to do. We found out about it late. We had a staff person go, and they weren't clear on what we were actually trying to do. So after my conversation with him, he's like, "Oh, I wish we would have known, this ahead of time." So we've spoken with him.
Okay.
And I will say that same commissioner denied the Annapolis football team, the All-Stars, to be in the commission, I'll say, denied it. But the Department of Recreation and Parks for Anne Arundel County has the final say.
Okay.
Thank you. And this is for a C League? You're proposing for a C League?
Correct, for a C League, not for A League. So it's not it's not in competition with any team that currently exists in the city of Annapolis. The city of Annapolis used to have as many as 4 football teams. This football team is a developmental football team. We heard from parents, and so this is our response to what we've heard from parents and what we've seen. The Annapolis All-Stars, the majority of their team cater to one demographic in the city. And so we felt that that's something that's missing in the city, is the opportunity for other demographics to play. But it's also a competitive league. Our league, a competitive team. Our team will not be a competitive team. We will focus on the fundamentals.
Thank you. Alderman Shannemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we obviously want our nonprofit sports leagues to perform very well. We have invested a large sum of money into them. We want them to succeed. We want their players that they coach and train to go on to outstanding high schools, outstanding colleges, and here's hoping that more than one of them go on to the pros so that they can continue to do our city proud. But I do think we set some rough precedent if we outright cancel public opportunities for our youth. You do have to try out and risk getting cut from some of those other leagues and teams, which means if you don't make the cut, which not everyone does, you are excluded from that opportunity. So this does provide a way for those kids who aren't at the same level to get an opportunity to play football. I know we're worried about field space. That's something that we all do need to come together and find some solutions on. And I really shared the concerns with those parents that came in the other week, but I don't think eliminating a public program that any city child can join is the right way to address that. I don't think not starting a program that we are planning on starting and appear to have some demand for is the right way to address that.
Thank you. Alderman Huntley.
I'm very conflicted on this, but I just want to push back on one thing Alderman Shannemeyer said. I don't know that it's terrible that not everybody makes the team. I mean, I tried out for middle school soccer and I didn't make the team, and I went and did theater instead, and it was a better fit for me. And then I went on and played rugby. And if I had, if that team had been totally inclusive, I know my buddies who then were on the team and were a heck of a lot better than me probably would have been annoyed with me, and I wouldn't have gotten to do theater. So I just want to say I don't think that's the end of the world.
Thank you. Alderman Neal.
I can say out of experience, as a mother whose children both played on rec teams, that these particular rec teams that we currently have, they do not do cuts. And as part of the commissioner's mandate, each child has to play a certain amount of time. I understand doing base level skills for people, but maybe football is not the one sport where we do that. Because we have a program this tried and true, I think that putting effort into that. My goal in moving the 32,000 to after school sports programs takes those sports programs directly to the school, eliminating a lot of transportation issues that students might have, and still giving them the opportunity to learn new skills, whether it's through flag football or basketball or soccer or field hockey or lacrosse, volleyball, wrestling, or whatever it happens to be that the nonprofits decide to do in the after schools, but it's taking those sports to students at their school.
Could I just confirm, did the All-Stars get money from the community grants as well as the Adopt Community money in the last budget?
Is that relevant, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I think we know where the money's going, right?
Yes. Could you give us a rundown of what the other organizations
I
received?
think there's one place that's going to football. That's what I'm told. Are you not trying to redirect it to football?
It says after school sport.
Okay.
I think I just named about 10 that it
Okay.
could be.
Okay. All right. So let's do a roll call.
Yes, Mayor Buckley,
No.
Alderman Finlayson,
Yes.
Alderman Shannon Meyer,
Okay.
Alderman Gay,
Yes.
Alderman Savage,
Aye.
Alderman Arnett,
Aye.
Alderman Huntley,
Nay.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Aye.
This passed.
Passes. Awesome. Next, please.
Amendment number 24. This amendment decreases the cost for the Acton Cove project by $200,000, the Pitt Moyer restroom upgrade project by $100,000, and the traffic signal rehabilitation project by $200,000. And it increases the cost of the general sidewalks project by $500,000. It also modifies the changes from prior year section for the Acton Cove and general sidewalks projects.
Thank you. Alderman Huntley.
Sure. I'm just happy to explain this. So, I hope I don't have to say why I think it's so important. Money goes to sidewalks, but I will if anybody wants to talk about it. But I really will explain the three places that we cut from on this. And it was because the traffic signal rehabilitation project, super important, but they have had some more money the past couple of years than what they've been able to spend. And so they're going to be spending down previous year's allocations this year. So we were able to find $200,000 there. And the Pitt Moyer restroom upgrade project is something that, again, is very worthwhile to happen. It was just our estimation that it was much more expensive than it seemed. The intention here is to make the restrooms gender neutral, and we weren't sure why that needed almost $300,000. So we bumped it down a little bit. And then the Acton Cove project, that's right down the street from my house. I'm loath to want there to be less money in there. But really what happened was the department had some plans to put in a type of pier that was going to last longer, but be a little bit more expensive in the short term. I didn't feel like that was the right choice in that community because I didn't think the aesthetics of the one that would last longer fit with the historic nature of that park. So given that, going back to basically making the rehabilitation so that it just looks the way it is was also $200,000 cheaper. So that's where we were able to find a grand total of $500,000. And again, if anyone wants to hear my spiel about why I think it's so important for that to go to sidewalks, happy to say it.
We believe you.
Yeah,
Jake wanted to just clarify some stuff.
Yes, I'd just like to add that this utilizes the same funding source for number 46, where it cuts the Pitt Moyer restroom by $100,000 and the traffic signal rehabilitation project by $200,000.
Anybody else? Alderman Shannon, then Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Huntley, your explanation did explain a lot of my questions. So one thing that I will add is we do know how important maintenance on sidewalks is going to be after our land value study, where we saw a large chunk of the majority of the city is going to hit its maintenance due date around 2030 to 2035. So every bit we can start saving up for maintenance on the Forest Drive Beyond section at time is probably for the best.
Thank you. On we go.
I'm just in regards to the bathroom, because I remember, I don't recall who I was having a conversation with, but there was, I thought there was, they expected to have to spend that for plumbing because they had to change the, they're getting rid of the urinals, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
I might defer to the director, but yes, I think part of that cost was to be for plumbing.
So is that covered, or I thought the $100,000 was needed for the physical infrastructure?
Here we go. Director, thank you.
I think one of the things, the director can explain it better than I can, but one of the things we heard was that this was a rough estimate, and so we asked to revise it down.
Good afternoon, Rosalind Johnson, for the record, Director of Recreation and Parks for the City of Annapolis. You are correct. That was an estimate. We have the indoor restrooms. We also have the outdoor restrooms. The reason why that estimate was so high because of the large amount of plumbing that's needed. We have to replace the stalls. We need longer stalls from top to bottom. We have to get rid of the urinals and all those sorts of things. But I have Rodney Dillard, Chief of Facilities here, who can speak to it a little bit more.
Yes, we have to change over all the plumbing down, the wall plumbing, the stand-up urinals, all of that have to be removed, and they have to change the plumbing to put it in the floor. It's really expensive. We don't have the estimates in front of us, but it's really expensive.
Because I think I have the floor. Is my question.
On we go.
Sorry, and not to cut you off. My question to the alderperson, obviously the cost of construction materials, equipment, etc., are increasing rapidly. Is it premature to take the $100,000 away from the restrooms?
I think Alderwoman O'Neill and I did not think so, and that was why we voted for it in the Finance Committee. But, I mean, others may disagree.
And
I want to support it, obviously, because the sidewalks need to be repaired. I'm wondering if
I think they decided they could defer the outdoors a little bit. Is that how you figured you could get something done for 200? Did I remember that or not? No.
Yeah, that's the only way.
the outdoor be postponed, we'll do indoor. And okay, all right, I'm fine with that if there's a plan.
Finlayson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did not support this as a member of the Finance Committee for the very reason that Alderman is raising. I objected to taking the money away from the upgrades to the restroom. I think that's vitally important, and I think it's a mistake to strip it out of our funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Johnson, how old is the Pitmore Rec Centre? So what year?
We just celebrated our 15th birthday.
15 years.
15 years, yes,
Yeah,
that's
15
correct.
years since the tiling. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Well, it's holding up amazingly. Keep up the great work, you guys. It looks fantastic there. I'm there all the time. Okay. All those in favour of this amendment say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Thank you. Next.
Amendment number 25. This amendment adds $50,000 to the Department of Planning and Zoning, the Annapolis Maritime Apprenticeship Program partnership using the reserve for one-time uses.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Don't have to explain everyone. You think you got the votes, but we can.
All right, that's fine.
All right. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Ooh, how many nays was that? Sorry. Just one nay, right? Thank you. All right. Next.
Amendment number
Thank you for
26.
that, Alderman Shanamai. Thank you for that.
This amendment adds $40,000 to the City Council for a Sheila M. Finlayson and Ross H. Arnett City of Annapolis Scholarship Program using the reserve for one-time uses.
Can I get a motion?
So move.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
What? Motion carried. Next, please.
Yes.
And it's a great motion. Thank you, Alderman Gay.
So this one.
Before this one's discussed, this amendment uses funding that was already utilized as part of amendment number 15 when the council associate position was eliminated.
15 didn't.
Thought it failed. Yeah.
Can we get a motion for this, please?
So moved.
In a second.
Second.
And
Oh.
So it has to, I'm sorry, I should have clarified. So the amendment would have to be amended in order to pass it because the funding that it's utilizing is not available anymore.
okay.
In 15, we cut the position and moved it to contingency. That passed.
So you would have to amend this amendment to use the contingency, not the savings from a position.
Okay, everyone good with that amendment? Alderman Gay?
So moved.
Second.
I think we got it on the floor already. right?
Are we waiting until the end though? I thought that's what we had just agreed upon. Any amendment changes or we wait
To
till
reconsider, I think we go back, but to amend an
This
amendment.
is amending an amendment.
then? Okay. All right.
Okay.
So just to be clear, make sure we're all on the same page. We're now moving the money from contingency to for this program specialist, Mr. Alderman
This is what you
Savage.
need. This is what you need? Yeah.
We're going to change that. What's on the screen?
Okay.
Take it out of
Alderman
sight.
Savage?
But just to clarify, so the contingency fund, that still is only going to be essentially a one-time, that can't fund recurring, right?
No, it's the difference between the budgeted general fund revenues and budgeted expenditures. It's created when we started taking out operating expenses. It has to fall to that contingency because it's not planned to go anywhere else.
Well,
So
I guess,
now we're just it's just taking it out and adding it back in.
Okay. well, I guess my point is, I guess for next,
It's recurring
assuming
funds.
this passes, which I know is a whole nother thing, assuming it passed, next year we would have to incorporate that if we wanted to move forward with it.
It would
continue to fund
already
this
be
position.
it'll already be in the budget.
It would
This
be in the operating-
contingency is reoccurring funds.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, thank you for that. And just to clarify this position, it is, in my mind, different from what the council associate does in that the intention I had was to have this position work on some of the implementation needs that I think the alderman mentioned. And, again, the position would help keep track of legislation we passed. And it would be located in the city manager's office because that office really handles the implementation once legislation passes. The city clerk's office deals with legislation until it passes, and then it goes to city managers. And so that would help with working with the departments to let them know legislation passed, get the staff reports, get everything implemented, work with them to make sure the associated rules and regulations are passed that we've created requirements for. But also go through the code, like Alderman Arnett mentioned, to keep track of some of the recurring reports and things that are due to the council, because I know there's a lot in there that we've put in there. It's hard to keep track. And so that's the intention that I had in mind. So I think if this passes, we would obviously have to work and finalize the job description, which I hope everybody would contribute to, but that's kind of what I had in mind.
Right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Elias. 18.
Next, please.
All right, amendment number 28. This amendment adds $100,000 to the Transportation Department to study the feasibility and planning for regional city-county state electric transit system using the reserve for one-time uses.
So moved.
Motion. Right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries.
Amendment number 29. This amendment changes the project description for the traffic safety improvements project.
So moved.
Can we get an explanation?
Yes, the project page. See what's in. It's in your packet, but it's the text that is capitalized is added.
Yeah. So to summarize, what it does is identify, it spells out some of the additional uses of this traffic safety improvement CIP, which would be one of them you'll see goes towards looking at quick build improvements akin to what we've seen installed on Tyler Avenue. Those are often used to test out various approaches and get the community used to some ideas before being converted into permanent safety features. But the other thing it does is list some specific project. Well, in this case, it lists one specific project just to make sure we have a list of some of the things where some of the roads we want to do this work on. And I think Alderman Gay is going to have one later to add Tyler Ave to this list. So that's the general idea.
Right. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Whoop.
What? I mean, it's a text amendment. Alderman Arnett.
On all these text amendments, I just want to make sure that they've been coordinated with the relevant department. Here, I see head shaking yes, so
Yes.
thank you.
I just,
Alderman Huntley.
what are we taking out if we're putting Ben Bay Beach Road in? Right? And I don't doubt that Ben Bay Beach Road needs this, but what was going to get done otherwise that it's now not going to?
Again, the whole idea is to have a list of projects somewhere like we do with the paving program so that we can be assured that these safety improvements are going to be enacted. I mean, originally I was thinking about making just a completely separate CIP for Bennett Beach Road, and Alderman Gay was going to do the same thing for Tyler Ave, and Public Works said no, we already have an item to make those improvements, so just list it into the traffic safety. So, but to your point, I don't know what other projects Public Works may have had in mind. So I can't answer that part of it.
I just get nervous about earmarking these limited funds without knowing what we're cutting out, right? Like we have, let's just say, I don't know how much this would cost, but say it's $40,000. We only had 120 in here. And so what other $40,000 project is not getting done? I don't know that it's really going to matter because it sounds like everybody was already going to vote aye on it. But my question is like, what are we not doing with this? Or should we be adding additional funds to make sure that this gets done? How much is the what's actually being requested in here? And same thing with the later amendment. Like, I don't like earmarking these without knowing what we're taking away from.
Alderman Savage.
I did ask Public Works something similar again when I was trying to put together a separate CIP, but they're the ones who said they already have the money available. We don't have the ability to get additional information at the moment.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No.
Nay.
Okay. Amendment passes. Next, please.
Amendment number 30. This amendment changes the project description for the Main Street rebricking project.
You get a motion, please.
Second. But from what to what?
The text that's capitalized on the screen is what's being added.
This is 30.
Yeah. Yes.
You know you've got me, Rob. I did it without a law. Alderman Gay.
You've made clear that this is being postponed because of the city dock project. So can't this be reallocated to another project? Or
I think it's just a text amendment on the language of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Amendment passes. Next, and we're at 30. Pretty good.
Amendment number 31. This amendment adds $40,000 to the Transportation Department to fund a study to look at the cost and feasibility of adding a circulator or electric jitney using the reserve for one-time uses.
Thank you.
So move.
Gonna get a second.
Second.
Alderman Savage.
Just to clarify, because I think we inadvertently left it out of the text, but this would be for looking at adding this in Eastport, from Eastport to basically Forest Drive, Ward 7 potentially. Make connection.
Yep.
So connect with the downtown circulator.
Great idea. Alderman. Nope.
I'm just, if you are updating there was another one where you updated the language for the traffic safety improvement. So do you need to add the 40,000 or can it be funded out of the existing CIP? Complete streets, supplemental funding?
Alderman Savage wants to answer that.
Well, this is the circulator is different from the traffic safety, and this is an amount. Originally, I was asking for 100,000, but Department of Transportation said they only need 40,000 to do this, and so this would basically, because we talked about it in the Transportation Committee as far as part of the the Transit Development Plan, and they don't have enough money left in that account to add on additional studies, and so they said they would need some additional resources to go and figure out, well, if we do extend it, how many circulator vehicles would we need? What would the route be? So we know for hopefully next year what we would have to fund if we wanted to actually expand this.
And
service.
this is essentially a almost like micro mobility from the Edgewood Shopping Center to the Eastport Shopping.
Well, the exact route isn't set in stone, but the idea would be, to connect those two parts. So connecting Eastport with some of the outer parts of the city.
Okay.
So that you don't have to catch a transfer. You can kind of just do it once for free. Basically copying the downtown shuttle, making it a free service to people around.
You could get quicker by boat from literally coming across the factory.
Electric fare?
Yeah, to get there as opposed. But okay,
Need
thank
one
you
of
for
those.
explaining that.
Okay, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Next, please.
I know.
Better than Benedict Arnold.
This amendment adds a new project entitled the Complete Streets Supplemental Funding. This project is funded with $525,000 of bonds.
Don't see any hands. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, we'll save the debate for the next $5,000 one.
Amendment number 33. This amendment adds $75,000 to the Department of Planning and Zoning to hire an outside consultant to lead a public education and outreach program targeting downtown businesses to relay the role and importance of pedestrianization and bikenomics to the economic vitality downtown using the reserve for one-time uses.
Second.
What is that in English?
Alderman Savage wants to talk.
So this is something that we talked a little bit about in Economic Matters, and it was determined that our current Economic Development Office did not have the resources allocated to help do the outreach in downtown and other areas that will help enable future pedestrianization and future street closings if we decide to do that on certain streets. And it was more money, but the Department of Planning and Zoning recommended to reduce it. And so this is kind of a first year investment. And then he had some other ideas for next year if we decide to make it a recurring expense.
But right now, it's one time only.
Right now, it's one time only, and this is just an initial setup.
Thank you. Okay, all those.
May I?
Alderman Huntley, yeah.
Is this not something that we have somebody who can already do this? I feel like we have a lot of different positions that are similar to this, right? We have people doing economic development. We have people doing micromobility. We have people doing traffic engineering. Like, is it really not something that any of those people could be tasked with doing via resolution? I'm asking the spot.
I'm trying to
That's
see
okay.
if Kubriak is. I don't think he's here yet. He did send a response. Trying to find it. So he does say eventually he wants to kind of build up. So he said, for now, plan zoning could manage a more focused capacity assessment, messaging strategy, institutional building plan with a consultant contract in the range of 60 to 75,000 in fiscal year 26. And then in the following year, we'll know better how to deploy resources. So it sounds like this is something that he's recommending be used to try to lay the framework of program needs moving forward.
And that person would be Eric Lashinsky, and we know we all pull him in about 500 different directions. Yep. Alderman Neal?
Thank you very much. I would like to see if we could have a job description for the Department of Transportation bike head coordinator, and if the bike head coordinator could possibly take on this role as an outside consultant. I don't know that we've ever seen a job description for the bike head coordinator when we moved them into the Department of Transportation in FY24. Is that a
Alderman
possibility?
Savage?
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. No, I thought I acknowledged it, but then I forgot about it. But yeah, I mean, I think that's a viable alternative. We could especially use in short term. That may be wiser use of money, I fully admit.
I would support doing that versus adding $75,000 to a department that we've added significant consulting and part-time positions to address some of the other things. Utilizing the person we already
I'm supporting it.
position we already have.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Alderman Gay had his hand up.
No, that she stole right out. Alderwoman O'Neill stole the words right out of my mouth. I couldn't agree more.
I will withdraw the amendment.
All right.
I have enough already.
You think?
Yeah, withdrawn.
We just withdraw it or we have to vote it down? I think we have to vote it down.
Oh, because it was moved? Okay.
30.
Okay. All those in favour, we're going to vote this down. Say aye.
In favor of
Aye.
voting it down?
No.
Amendment
We're
number
gonna
30.
we got to vote it down. We can't withdraw it. I'm still supporting it. So I'm the only aye. All those against say nay.
Nay.
Thank you.
Abstain.
Next.
Amendment number 34. This amendment changes the project description for the Traffic Safety Improvements Project.
So moved. What is a quick
Okay.
rate improvement?
Alderman Savage.
Did you want to answer that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's exactly what you're seeing on Tyler Avenue. It involves, because once we put permanent improvements on Tyler, we'll be able to take the same material and relocate it elsewhere. So it's quick in that I think sometimes they could even design these in-house and get them installed without too much permitting or fuss, and then yeah, keep moving forward.
On Chesapeake, we did that. I think that was a great
Yeah,
example.
right.
Yep.
Yeah. So this just expands the scope a bit for traffic safety improvements to allow it to be used for some of these quick build initiatives. No.
No fiscal impact, just a text amendment.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Motion passes.
Amendment number 35, this amendment changes the project description for the city facility improvement projects. It's just a text amendment.
Your motion, please.
So moved.
Why did you?
Want to read that yet? Alderman Gay?
I'm confused, Alderman. Why did you? Because this is only the text amendment. What's important about the water fountain infrastructure? Is there an issue I'm not aware of?
Alderman Savage?
Yeah, it's just often not working.
Huh?
I know we have a number of water fountains around in some of the parks, but they're just not always functioning.
Oh, you're saying that one doesn't work there?
This is just general facility improvements.
general
So wherever we
facility, so-
have them, like if we want to use this money to put
So-
one in down in City Dock or
Okay, when I
down
see
in
this, I'm
Acton
thinking
Landing or something.
I
like
thought
we
you were
could
talking about at
do
the
that
fire
kind of-
department.
Right.
So this has nothing to do with the fire
Nothing to do with
department's
fire.
water.
No.
Okay.
I thought the same thing.
Just general
Did
city
it include
facilities.
splash pools?
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Next.
Amendment number 36, this amendment changes the project description for Wells Cove project.
So moved.
May I? Mr. Member,
We got a motion and a second on that.
I did.
There has been.
Alderman Gay, then Alderman Huntley.
Is this out of litigation or did they just take it? I remember we got an email about 3 weeks ago from the Office of Law. But is this done, being challenged back and forth, or?
They've done a degree of improvements there. I was there with someone a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
I think it has something to do.
I thought maybe there had still been some ongoing disputes there, but okay, if not, I fully support.
Alderman Huntley.
so this is definitely a question for the city attorney who's not with us. Are we actually obligated to put down oyster shell? Because unless it's a legal requirement, I would oppose that.
It is actually in the resolution as passed.
Okay. Can we change that? So it's a city resolution.
Could be clamshell.
I just look. Oyster shells would be better in the water, helping our oysters. It's hard enough to get oyster shells to regrow oyster reefs.
We're anticipating sea level rise. It'll be an oyster bed soon.
So, can we just not have the made of oyster shell? Yeah, you would accept a friendly amendment to strike the made of oyster
It
shell,
was passed.
or
No, you can't put an amendment in for this if the amendment was passed by a previous council. It would have to be done through. Yeah.
But was it from a previous council?
Yeah.
well, yeah, but we
Back in
can.
86.
It's a resolution. We can do it
Well,
differently.
we can
now.
do it after the fact, but right now that's part of the code.
Yeah, we'd have to pass.
I mean, part of the city, and it's also recorded on the county land that way. With the county.
It
was
part of the
definitely
easement
recorded.
agreement too.
I think we know a little bit better than we did in 1986. Like let's not shackle ourselves to that if we don't absolutely have to. I know I'm arguing over a little thing, but it is generally like not worthwhile to use oyster shells. So I'd rather we not put it into code. So sounded like Alderman Savage is open to striking made of oyster shell or similar from his
I think an or would meet the original intention as opposed to
okay,
striking.
you're right. We do have or similar non-paper trail. Okay, you know what? I'm okay.
Could
with
be
it.
paddle.
Friendly amendment is an all. But
Could be
Huh?
paddle.
Because it's an or, I don't think we need to.
oh, it's an all.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Next, motion passes.
Thank you for that.
Amendment number
as well.
37. This amendment changes the project description for the Bay Ridge Avenue Bikeway project, as shown and capitalized on the screen.
Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Wait, isn't the electric trolley going on that railroad?
That's that easement, right? Yeah. Right. Alderman Gay?
Thank you. I'm ecstatic because the bulk of this is being taken care of by grants, which I think is fantastic. I'm concerned though there's no funding for land acquisition, as I mentioned at the last meeting. Anything that comes down that street has to intersect with the bus stop situation at Bay Ridge Gardens, and the true value that the landowners there, they own that land outright. And as I've heard, they are not willing to give that to the city. And so there has to be land acquisition funding here, even to continue the bike path, because the bike path has to connect at some point to that that shelter, or at least go past that shelter.
Don't we have some true value connections?
I don't know. I don't know anybody from True Value.
Alderman
I think you mean
Savage?
Ace.
So just to address your point, as far as the Bay Ridge Avenue part, as far as the bikeway, the multi-use path, that may or may, they're not sure yet if that's going to require any kind of property acquisition. I think they may be able to avoid it if they narrow the lanes. But as far as the feasibility for the connect along the old railroad grade between Tyler and Bay Ridge, that also is still just an analysis, because we need to look at and figure out who owns what property, because we don't even know that yet. And then if it's deemed feasible, we'll have to look into what we might need to purchase or not. So this is really an initial phase.
And I think what's good about this, adding in the railroads off of Tyler, is that one of the things that we, going through the process of updating or trying to figure out the zoning for Tyler Avenue, obviously, they have that really unique piece of land that you're referring to, which could be another city park, is that large and it's dead smack in the middle of the city. And so I think it'd be the perfect place for some sort of bike trail to connect Hilltop, Tyler, all the way through Bay Ridge, and avoiding the traffic. I think this is fantastic.
You? Okay. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Next, please.
Amendment number 38. This amendment changes the project description for a traffic signal rehabilitation project.
Before you move this, I'll let everybody read it, but after chatting with our public works director, I may just withdraw this.
Thank you. All right.
Because they're already doing these analyses on traffic signals.
Great. Thank you. Next.
Amendment number 39. This amendment changes the project description for the Department of Transportation roof replacement project, as what's shown capitalized on the screen.
Just an analysis of it, right?
What?
The hope is to complete it. The hope is to complete it in 26.
Mr. Mayor?
So can we move it and then second it, and then
Move
all
it.
good?
Second.
So I
Alderman Savage.
did want to get some information from the Director of Central Services, because I think we were waiting to see if this had a fiscal impact. So that's the first question. Did you have a chance to determine if this is going to have a fiscal impact?
Yes, we did. Matt Flinner, Director of Central Services. The Public Works team is doing a more comprehensive analysis right now, but very preliminary analysis that we started looking into over the past 2 weeks. We're estimating that a green roof maintenance is approximately double what a rubber roof would be. But of all of our existing green roofs, we're currently looking at only about 50 cents to $1 per square foot of annual maintenance costs. So in the grand scheme of things, having a vendor come out and maintain those roofs isn't going to cost more than a few $1,000s each year.
Okay. Okay. So I think what you're saying is I guess, so you're saying the green roofs would require ongoing maintenance. But I guess one of the questions would be, would the assessment to determine, are you therefore recommending that we don't install any additional green roofs?
I think we could. We would just want to be careful about adding a maintenance budget once it's completed so that we can have vendors service that roof over time.
Okay, understood. And so I guess the question would be then for you, do you think it's worthwhile to do an assessment when we're in there looking at roofs anyway, as far as roof replacement? Do you think there's value at that time to do an assessment to see if we could convert that to a green roof?
Absolutely. And my expertise, I mean, I think the assessment is appropriate. I think retrofitting an existing building that wasn't built with a green roof to have one, I think that's going to be the more challenging piece of all of this than the maintenance of the roof.
Okay. I guess I'd still like to move forward because what I'm advocating here is just simply an assessment, see if we take a look to see if it is feasible. And then I guess we'd have to make the determination on whether or not we wanted to fund the green roof going forward because it would require maintenance costs. But this at least sees if it's something we want to, if it's an option. Some roofs are not suitable for green roofs.
So move.
Yeah, I think we've got a first and a
Okay.
second on it, and we should assess it on all things we build, and we can. Great. We haven't done very well on the Pip Moyer one, though, I don't think. Okay, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion passes.
Amendment number 40, this amendment changes the project description for the Cedar Park Sidewalks project, as shown capitalized on the screen.
You get a motion on that, please?
move.
Alderman Huntley.
Alderman Savage, this seems like a really good thing. I just ask you the same if, as I have before, if we're doing a complete streets analysis, does that have an additional cost? And if so, what is getting lost as part of this project to do that?
Alderman Savage.
Yeah, it may very well, and that's why I think we already approved the Complete Streets CIP project, separate CIP, to be able to help provide funding to some of these other projects because we don't know if it's going to increase, how much is going to increase costs on a lot of these streets. But I think it's a worthwhile goal and policy to have in place. I know Mr. Lashinsky is working on a citywide policy, and I just wanted to get ahead of that a little bit.
Alderman O'Neill.
I can say because this is a street in my ward and I've been working really closely with the neighbors on it. There's no parking on that side of the street, so there's that part is kind of out of the question anyway. And we're already talking about making that street lane width reduced, and that's the only way that we're going to get the sidewalk in is by doing that. Because otherwise, there's not space that will reduce the speed. So most of this project is already in the works. I would hate to see it slowed by now adding on the complete streets analysis because it's already 2 years behind where residents wanted it to be.
But I would say in government time, going to land speed record, got some sidewalks on a good portion of it.
Yeah.
Alderman Savage.
Yeah, if I certainly not going to follow my sword on this one. If you feel like it's not something worthwhile, since it's in your ward, I'm happy to, at this point, vote against it.
I would just hate for it to slow down.
Yeah.
This analysis to slow it down even further.
Well, she's essentially doing it already. So what's your preference?
We can go ahead.
You want to vote it down? Okay.
No, I'm
let's-
just giving the warning that it better not slow down the project even more than it's already slowed. Because all come
May I maybe suggest a way to bridge the gap? We
Uh-huh.
could just say, we could strike, will include a complete streets analysis too. So it would just say the project will look at, and that gives our directors a little bit more leniency to, they will consider these things, but they might not complete a whole study on them. That would slow it down. Would that be a good middle ground?
Yeah, or even just the project should consider. Instead of will include, should consider.
I'm happy.
You happy with that one? Okay. So
Okay,
can I
great.
make that change?
Yep, we got it. Yep. Okay.
So-
All those in favour say aye.
Opposite statement.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
So it'll read, this project should consider
Yeah.
a complete street analysis. Thank you.
Should not.
Yeah.
Better. Shall or should?
Oh, should. This is the intent. Should. I'm just.
May.
I'm being facetious. Yeah.
May. Kind of.
Amendment 41, this amendment changes the project description for the Farragut Road sidewalk, Howison Road to Rowell Boulevard project.
Can I move with the same change as the last one?
Thank you.
This project should consider, correct?
Correct.
To consider the feasibility.
As a motion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We got a motion and a second on that yet?
No.
Okay, can I get a motion on it?
So moved.
A second and a
Second.
friendly amendment. Got that?
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are flipping the page.
No, don't jinx us. Amendment number 42, this amendment changes the project description for the general sidewalks project as shown capitalized on the screen.
So moved.
Second.
This just man.
Good, or we could just vote on it. Who's against turtles? We love turtles.
It just reflects our turtle amendment, turtle legislation. I want to make sure it doesn't get lost. Thank you.
Thank you for the turtles.
All right. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next, please. Motion passes.
Amendment 43, this amendment adds $100,000 to the Office of the City Manager to support homeowners of the Cars Beach annexation using the reserve for one-time uses. Funding for this effort was approved in 25 using the reserve for one-time uses. However, $23,000 was transferred to cover additional expenses for the federal lobbyist, and $77,000 was not spent.
Thank you. Can you move it, please?
So moved. But
Second.
Second. Alderman Savage, I think, trying to get these guys off septic, right? Just the
Yes,
one?
trying to get them all failing septic. The petition for annexation should hit our desks at the one of our meetings this month. Hopefully the next meeting, but if not, the one after. But they're
This-
ready to go.
For an annexation project, right?
Annexation to take this little block that's county surrounded by city that was left out decades ago.
On Edgewood Road. Yep. Alderman Gay.
The mics are not okay. There we go. I've recently seen the Cars Beach design, that is out for the public, and I have serious questions about that. In particular, they have like kayak racks, etc. Will the kayaks be provided? Because if the intention is to, I mean, again, I want water access for everybody. But there's like boat. I'm seeing like the piers and all of this stuff, and I'm like, well, that's not what the.
Yeah, I think it's definitely not related to this amendment, but I think there's going to be educational stuff there, so it might have been part of that, and we'll get a presentation on that pretty soon on Cars Beach. This is quite removed from the Cars Beach area.
Okay.
This is a piece of land in between Paddington and got the other street. Yeah.
Yeah, Paddington, and yeah, I get it. I would. Yeah, so will we have? Oh, it's not in this CIP, the Cars Beach. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Shannemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So something to keep in mind with the land value study that we just got done is that this would be, if we keep the low density zoning that we have or in that area currently, and by expanding water, sewer, and by expanding water and sewer capacity into that area, we would be expanding infrastructure and debt for the city and liability for the city. So if we are to annex that, in order for that to make revenue sense and us to just not be in taking on an additional liability for the city itself, we would need to add the capacity to upzone. Otherwise, we are just adding on financially negatives, financial costs for the city. Sorry. We would, but it would probably not bring on what it would cost to operate and maintain water and sewer. Because that was the whole point of the land value study. We already know that 77% of our land isn't financially positive. We don't want to make it 78. So I'm not opposed to it. It's just something we need to really keep in mind.
Great. Alderman Savage.
Yeah, just to clarify, a completely valid point, but I think we should have that conversation when we actually get the resolution for annexation before us, because that will be our opportunity to determine and set the future zoning. But that is connecting the dots. That is one of the reasons why I'm pushing for some of these improvements with like the circulator, is to help. And we need to come up with another plan for Edgewood Road as far as traffic, but that's why I'm starting to do these other things. But in any case, just to focus on this is just kind of a contingency, planning ahead. If the annexation passes, I'd like to be able to have money set aside for particularly those, because some of these residents are lower income, some of the original Black families that live there. We need to make sure they have money available to make connections to the sewer, because they don't have the means to do that. And so the intention of this would be to be there for those who need it, to assist them with connecting to making that connection. And that is obviously a water quality benefit from my perspective.
All right. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Next, please.
Amendment number 44. This amendment changes the project description and modifies the changes from prior year section for the Stanton Center renovations project.
So moved.
Second. We get a second? You.
So this one, we're going to slow down again. So my intention with this one is, I've been requesting for a number of weeks now information on what kind of improvements are needed at the Stanton Center. And I'm sorry, this is not the Stanton Center. Which one am I on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, 40. Okay. Yeah. So I've been asking for information and have not received it all. We did receive a report detailing some of the rehabilitation that's needed, identifying $1.4 million worth of work. And so, and I had some concerns about the light up LED court. It's a lot of money. Some of us have been contacted by the state indicating that they want to see the 1.3 million, I believe it was, that they gave us spent. And on one hand, I'm concerned that the LED floor is something that has not been done yet in the States. I'm worried it's going to get delayed further. I think we need to see certain improvements before we even have a conversation about the floor. One of which would be, again, my understanding is that the Stanton Center roof needs to get replaced. So I don't think we should be spending money on a, whatever it is, $2 million light up floor when we have a roof that is potentially leaking and might end up impacting that facility. We also saw pictures during the Rec and Parks presentation of bathrooms that had sewage backup. So again, you know, why would we want to risk having sewage backed up onto this brand new light up court? My point with this is, again, to make sure we get these basics taken care of, and then we can have a conversation about the light up courts. But I want to make sure that the state funding is being used on these projects that are going to be able to be implemented quickly, relatively quickly, that can then lead to demonstrable improvements for the residents in the short term and for the users of that facility. And then we can come back in the future to see if we can get the floor completed.
Would you like the director to give you those answers again? No. Director Johnson? I'll let him answer and then.
Good afternoon. For the record, Rosalind Johnson, Director of Recreation and Parks for the City of Annapolis. So the answer is it's both and. It's not either or. I think as we mentioned last Thursday and at our presentation, we are going to do both. So as we hit that area, we will address that particular area. So it's more prudent to spend the money once versus spending it twice. So as part of the renovations, those restrooms downstairs will be completely renovated. As part of that renovation, the sewage backup will be addressed with that. We've shared that with the consultants and the architects who are designing it. So that will be addressed. All of the items will be ticked off the list. Donovan Harold is the project manager for this project. He's the one who has that list and did the facility assessment. So he's fully aware of those items.
Well, I mean, but to that point, again, I've been asking for that list for 3 weeks now from yourself as well as the city manager. You said Donovan had at the last meeting, why has this still not been provided to me? You're saying there's a list they can tick down. That is, again, what I've asked from day one is that list. I still don't have it. So I don't understand how the ball was dropped there. It's a pretty basic request because I think, you know, as far as doing these things at once, I don't buy it because if you scroll down, there's a lot of money that's being potentially grant funding, but that is not awarded yet, right? That grant funding, how much is it?
600?
1.2 million grant funding, pending, 6 million pending grant funding.
So the project has been divided into 3 sections, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. So we have full funding for phase 1. Phase 1 includes the gym and the restrooms. That initial first floor will be included in phase 1. Again, we're still in the design phase, so I can't give you estimates. I don't have those. This project, Recreation and Parks, does not manage the replacement or repair of facilities. That's Public Works, and now it's Central Services. So Donovan Harold can speak to that. There is no list that you requested that I've seen that is available. There is a facilities assessment that was sent to us that we heard about thanks to you asking about it. And I believe that's what was forwarded to you. Acting City Manager Buckland can probably advise, but she's shaking her head. So I believe that's what was forwarded. So you forwarded what Donovan Harold had. So there is no list check off. That facilities assessment is what they're checking off.
Well, but you're telling me that there are different phases to this project, and that again is not something I've been provided. I've asked for the total cost of this floor, and I have not been given any description about different phases, the price for each phase, what is in each phase, what kind of improvements. So how are we supposed to make our determinations on the money when this is it? Again, we have to get this money used by the state, and we're not getting provided any clear listing of how you are planning to spend that money, so we can ensure, as the overseers of the purse strings, so we can ensure that money is actually getting spent like the state is asking us to. So that's where the gap is. I'm hearing a lot of potential what if up in the air, but I haven't seen anything concrete on this project.
So this project is no different than most capital projects where we have a guesstimate until we put something out for bid and actually get numbers back, it's all, I don't want to say funny money, but it's a guesstimate. So right now we have a guesstimate. The architects are still designing. We've used their guesstimate that they've given us as a placeholder, and that's what we've requested. So until a project is actually put out for bid and we have people respond to it, we don't know the actual numbers. So this is no different than all the rest of the city's projects that we do. We can guess about approximately how much it is, but we have no exact numbers.
Look, I understand. I manage projects in my day job, but what we do is when we talk about the different phases, outline what work is going to happen in which phase, so we know what to get a cost estimate for. I have not even seen what is entailed in phase one, what's entailed in phase two, which of these improvements in the rehabilitation study are actually going to be addressed. We've not seen any of that. We're giving instead a $6 million possible funding when we have a deadline. We need to get this state money used. We need to make sure it is used. And so I'm just not getting the assurance that that money is going to be spent like it needs to. And again, or on what exactly it's going to be spent on the next fiscal year. If we're giving you this money, what exactly is it going to be spent on for next fiscal year?
So the money will be spent on the gym floor, the whole entire gym, turning that into an esports arena. The floor will have to be raised, so there'll be a ramp going to it. We need bleachers. We're looking at knocking out the long walls. We're looking at redoing those restrooms. We may possibly move the kitchen to the front area to a different area. But the $4 million would be spent as long as it can go, as far as it can go. So there's discussion of possibly adding an additional floor. But again, our consultants are designing that, and they're looking at the structural feasibility, whether or not that's a weight-bearing wall. All those other things are in the process now.
Okay. Well, I still have a lot of unknowns on this.
We do too. It's still being designed.
Yeah, again, but you have not provided any of those details. Again, as a project manager, you're going to have this up front as far as, and you're telling me Mr. Donovan has that, but why haven't I heard that since I've been making the request for the past 4 weeks now? I mean, I feel like I'm getting slow rolled, right? Frankly, the only department that's holding back this information.
You're saying Recreation and Parks?
Yeah.
Recreation and Parks doesn't have the information. We are a partner in this, but Donovan Harold with Central Services is the person who's spearheading this and leading this. We've given you all the information that we currently have, so I don't want you to think in any way, shape, or form we're slow rolling you. We don't have the information you're requesting. I'm not an engineer. I don't manage capital projects. I'm involved in capital projects, but I don't manage them.
Okay, well, somebody could have gotten that from me if it's not you.
Let's get Matt up here. Can Matt answer some questions, please?
Yeah, I'll get you the answers, Alderman. To clarify for the record, Public Works is responsible for capital improvement projects, not Central Services. Donovan is a member of my team. He came from Public Works. Let me understand if Public Works is taking that over for him or if he's going to continue leading that project now that he's with Central Services, and we can phase that out and get you that information in very short order.
And sorry to pull you up there, Matt. Burr was here, so I would have had Burr answer this, and you were the only person here on that.
Yeah, happy to help with what I know. I'm trying to understand it myself.
I appreciate it, but it's too late. We're here to vote. That's why I have the amendment. I don't have enough information to support that floor, hence my amendment to make sure we spend it on the basics of the building and make sure we get that state money spent.
Thank you. I'm going to go Alderman Gay, then Alderman Shaunemeyer, then Alderman Huntley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I think to the Alderman's point, I think we all generally agree, particularly I like the roof. I remember when I got here in 2019, then Senator Elfreth was getting us funding for the roof. So I feel like we've had a lot of money as it relates to Stanton Center for at least the last 7 years. And you all are obviously both new. And so it just couldn't have been your fault. I guess my question is if this does pass for phase one, in particular, the floors in the restroom and the roofing,
the kitchen,
and the kitchen. What's the timeline on, like, so if we pass, you'll have the funding in FY26. Will you start that this fall, or are you? Is
So this project has been met with some challenges. The original contractor that we had prior to my arrival stalled out for over a year. They couldn't deliver on what we had been requesting, so we had to seek another consultant. That consultant has just started probably 2 months ago. So they are we're transferring from the old consultant to the new consultant. I'm talking about architects. And so they have taken over. They are fully immersed in the project. They are able to use some of the information from the first consultant, not all of it. They go a little bit more in depth, and I don't think, quite honestly, the first consultant I think they did a disservice to this project. So they are more detailed. They are working on it currently. They've been in touch with the floor company and various different groups. They have an engineer. They have a structural engineer. They've been out multiple times to Stanton, 4 times, at least I can recall, in the last 2 months. So they are working on the design phase of this. We've looked at getting a construction manager at risk for fear of going too far into the details. But I do want to let you know the challenges that we've had. The construction manager at risk, which we've worked with procurement, will be able to kind of fast track this and get it back on a better schedule. So we've looked at all of this so that we can move forward the fastest way possible. So the short answer is yes, we will begin design. The floor has a 6-month lead time. So we're going to be using that time, the lead time, to finish the design and begin to have full construction documents so that we can move forward as quickly as possible.
The floor, are you referring to the EA Sports floor, or are you referring to the restroom?
So the floor that I'm referring to that they've been in touch with the floor company is the EA floor. The restroom, that's pretty much, I don't want to say it's a simple fix. I don't want to oversimplify it, but it's plumbing. It's pulling out those pipes there. It's beyond kind of the interior. We believe it goes to the exterior. That will be determined once they get in and kind of do the pipe work that they're supposed to be doing, and once they do an assessment. So I don't want to pretend like an engineer because I'm not, but they are working on those pieces of it.
And so my question, and I ultimately I think I support the floor. I said I think because I, like you, share the agreement that if you live in a low-income community, that does absolutely not mean that you should not be granted nice things. I don't give a damn what the physical infrastructure around you looks like. You deserve the same investment as every other child. And so that's my thought on that. I am just slightly concerned. Are you able to have the EA Sports floor funding move to fiscal year, let's say 27? So that they fix the physical infrastructure, the floors, the flooding, the kitchen, and then do the EA Sports floor? Or is it your preference to do the floor first and then everything else around it?
So it's both end. It's not either or. As we touch a particular space, those items that need to be addressed in that space will be addressed. Okay. So the restrooms will have to be addressed as part of the floor because we need to redo those restrooms. So when we redo the restrooms, we're not just going to do the surface, we're going to do the subsurface as well and address those sewage backup issues. So it's not either or, it's both end. We're not going to put the gym floor in with a roof that's leaking, so the roof will be repaired prior to the installation of the gym floor. So we're looking at those types of things. On the roof, there's 2 HVAC units. Those HVAC units were purchased and installed in 07 or 08, and they traditionally have a 12-year lifespan. So we're looking at keeping that. So these are all the sorts of conversations that we've had. We're not pulling those out. We're not putting in new HVAC units because we're going to lose 10 years or so of useful life that we can use for those HVAC units. So those are the kind of checks and balances and the moves and the decisions that are being made and that have been made. So they need to be made at the same time so that we're using the best, we have the best use of taxpayers' dollars. So if we redid the bathrooms, okay, that's great, but once we get to the rest of the building, we might have to redo those restrooms again. So why not just do it once as part of that project? So as we touch each room, each area, we will address all those items in that area.
Okay. I just want to make sure that Stanton is taken care of. It's not in my ward, obviously, but I feel like kids there are very similar to the kids in my ward, share, common interests. And so I just feel obligated to look out there. And I just want to make sure that this is done. And I wish that Director Vogel was here, because one thing that does upset me is that how have we managed to build an entire public works facility? We've started the construction on the city dock. We're about to put a new roof on the transportation department, and nothing has been done with Stanton Center. And that's not the two of you's fault standing before me. That is just mind-boggling. And so I hope that something is done very soon. I'm going to vote for this. I'm going to vote against it. Sorry.
We share your same concern. It's been 25 years. The gym floor in the kitchen was moved upstairs, downstairs. That project was occurred. It started in 1998 and it was finished in 2000. So it's been 25 years since they've had any major renovations.
That's sad. I was born in 1997, so the last renovation they had was the year after I was born. So, come on.
Alderman Arnett, then Alderman Poundamaya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually am pleased that I'm getting a surprising amount of input from various constituency on this. And I'd say that the overriding theme that I take is a concern to get the basic structure so that it is sound and is providing a wide array of kinds of services to residents. And there's the worry that the electric floor is kind of glitter, but not necessarily leading to getting the basic infrastructure. When we talked about this at the briefing, and thank you for that briefing, by the way, I mentioned that I was concerned about how you would actually see all the neat things that the floor provides. And I think the answer I heard from you was that we're going to be, when we're doing the basic structure, we're going to be having viewing areas and so forth, so you could actually look down and see the dinosaurs and the periodic chart and all the other fun STEM kinds of things. So I'm grappling with how we deal with this. I understand exactly what you're saying. This is still in the concept phase. And I'm wondering if this couldn't actually be broken into 3 different phases. And we could do the funding for the more exotic things after we've made sure we've gotten the more fundamental things done. And that is nothing to do with you, because this is how we always show our CIP projects. But it does feel to me like we could make everybody feel a lot more comfortable if we sort of had phases here. They're obviously interrelated, but could have the more, what is the whole thing, need and wants and needs, the things we absolutely need versus the things we might want. So, and I don't know what to do with this, because we have to vote today. I mean, is there any, I don't even know if we delayed until next Monday whether we would have any more information. You're still in the concept phase, so it doesn't sound like we have the promise for more information. But I feel like I'd hate to see the baby thrown out with the bathwater, so to speak, that we really do have to get these fundamentally important things done: bathrooms, kitchens, roofs, HVAC, and then maybe get to the luxury. Now, one of the things that I think I construed is from your statements, Director, is these things are interwoven, so you can't really separate it out into separate pieces. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct. So the gymnasium floor is 25 years old. So it's approaching the end of the useful life. And if you ask me, it's already at the end of the useful life when you slide across the floor, and, you know, the way that our staff tries to do a great job of maintaining it. So you'd have to put in some type of gym floor.
Right.
So you're going to be spending money twice then if later on you're like, oh, okay, we'll do the other gym floor now. The same with the restrooms. And the reason why it is all intertwined is because that building was piecemeal, put together. So there's a historic piece of the building, and then the other pieces were added later on. So it's convoluted the way that the HVAC system works, the way that the ducts work. The elevator is not fully ADA accessible because you can't go up to the roof because then there's steps there. So part of the piece that the consultant is looking at too is cleaning that part up because it's wearing on the HVAC system. The ductwork is not a traditional kind of ductwork that would be advised. It was okay because you were adding this piece on, then you connected into it, but the systems are working harder than they should be working. So those are the types of things that the consultant is looking at. That's why I say it's interwoven because of the way the building was piecemealed and put together. So they're trying to clean that up as well. So they're looking at taking the elevator, and these are just conversations. This is what they're looking at, and that's why I'm hard pressed to kind of tell you what pieces, but they're looking at reutilizing, taking that elevator out and putting an elevator in the front part because that'll be more cost effective to put the elevator in the front part once you build up versus keeping it where it is and trying to figure that out. But those are the things that they're weighing. Additionally, it's a small gym. It's an elementary school gym. Parents can't watch their children play basketball or anything. And I mean, this has been over the years.
Yeah.
So we have an opportunity to open it up so we'll be able to have bleachers so people will be able to see. We originally talked about putting bleachers at each end under the basketball nets, but that's the worst seat in the house. So how can we put it so that they could actually see on the side? So those are the types of things that are being designed that we're discussing that are in the works right now.
Boy, I don't want your job. But thank you for that answer.
Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the concern that a lot of folks are having is, especially as construction costs quickly rise with things like tariffs and the unpredictability of the construction market at this time, that we are committing to a very new and high-end resource with the electronic multi-use floor, when hypothetically just multi-use paint and a wooden floor could be sufficient. So I think that's where a lot of the worry is coming from, especially as we do have to make tough choices when it comes to some of our programming. I think everyone here is in agreement. We do need to replace the roof. We do need to replace plumbing, etc. If costs run over on those essentials, what would we look at for the floor replacement? Would we be scaling back the grandiosity of that and do something more traditional, like just a traditional wooden floor? Or would we be going ahead with this big, bold plan of the electronic multi-use floor?
So Senator Henson, then Delegate Henson, was able to secure the first $1.2 million for this project. So we've been in consultation with her. We've presented the idea to her, and so she's in full support of it. So the $1.2 million going to the kind of gymnasium is what she has been in full support of. So it would be conversations that we'd have to have.
And when you say in support of the gymnasium, you mean the project as a whole? So the tearing down the wall, the installation of the bleachers, the new floor as we are presenting it. Is any of that state funding also, and that state funding is also going towards the maintenance of the building and the renovations of the building as well?
It's not going towards the maintenance. Maintenance comes out of operations. So the capital project, the 1.2 would come out of its capital project only, not maintenance.
Yeah, maintenance might have been was the wrong word choice. I meant the renovations of the building. So like the redoing of the roof, the redoing of the plumbing, the redoing of the locker rooms.
Yes, except there aren't any locker rooms there.
Okay. But forgive me if I misunderstood. I thought we were adding some locker rooms for... Nope, I am wrong. Cool. Love being wrong on camera.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Totally my fault. Sorry, I thought we were adding locker rooms. So I guess what it's coming down to is what happens if costs overrun? Do we have the ability to go into a more basic plan without going to the state hat in hand?
Yes, there are plenty of options. We could push part of it back to another phase. We might say, okay, well, we're not going to do that in this phase. Let's defer it. So, I mean, it's what happens with most capital projects. If you're over by 100,000, then you have small decisions to make. If you're over by 2 million, and I'm exaggerating that number, then you have big decisions that you have to make.
Okay. What does the maintenance look like for this new type of floor versus traditional wooden floors?
So the maintenance is actually less than traditional wooden floors. And I say that because we get a 10% overage with glass and LED. The NBA is going to be using this floor, so it has to be repaired within 4 minutes. For us, we're okay with 4 days. Our staff will be trained on it. So the glass floors come in 36 by 36 squares. So that you just pull it up and then you pull out the associated pieces, you put it back down, and you have silicone around it. Our team, along with Julian, will be trained on it to be able to do it. So we've had those discussions. Day-to-day maintenance is a mop and some water, and that's what you use to clean it. Doesn't have to be buffed. A wood floor has to be stripped, and you have to take it down. If someone drops a bowling ball on it, you have to get professional come in and replace it. So that's why I say that it's less maintenance than a wood floor.
Versus in your bowling ball presentation, hypothetical situation, it's just replace a panel versus a. Okay.
Correct. And I'm not saying a bowling ball will crack it, but it's glass, so if you hit it at a certain angle, then
I feel like if you drop a bowling ball on an LED panel, it's gonna break. I think that's the safest. I don't know, man. Weird things happen. What's the lifespan of each? And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to put you on the spot here. I'm just trying to get as much information as I can. I unfortunately was not able to join the presentation that you gave last Monday due to work commitments. But do you have an approximate timeline on the lifespan of the LED floor versus a traditional wooden floor?
I don't, because when you look at recreation and parks industry, the floor that we currently have is 25 years. It's past its lifespan for me. If you look at Pitmore, it's been 15 years, and that is coming up on the end of its lifespan. So, it just kind of depends. There are many factors on how often it's used. I can tell you that the anticipated lifespan will be a minimum of 100,000 hours, is what for the LED floor that they've kind of tested to, and that's using it at 100%. When we visited, we looked at it, and it was 22% was probably the brightest that you would go. 100% was almost blinding. So there are many factors that come into it.
Okay. And goodness, I had one other problem. A concern that was brought forward to me was that visibility of the lines, etc., on the LED floor was less than optimal unless you're at a higher elevation. So unless you're up in the bleachers, like way up high, similar to a NCAA or a NBA tournament. I've never seen one of these in action, so I don't know the accuracy of that statement. Can you provide some commentary on that, or if anybody else has seen one of these types of floors, I welcome your input.
That's not the case at all. That couldn't be further from the truth. We went and actually saw it, and we played on it. Lakeisha and Chucky on our team actually walked through a maze that was on the floor trying to figure it out. So I'm not clear who shared that with you. I would just say that they probably hadn't seen the floor in real life. We went and looked at it. Now, if you're talking about video, sometimes it is better if it's taking up the whole entire floor, but playing on the floor, the NBA has it. They had it for the All-Star game 2 years ago. So there are plenty of examples of it being used, and it's more than adequate. If anything, it's less confusing for people who have autism or people who are easily overstimulated. All those lines are hard to follow. We tend to put volleyball, basketball, tennis, pickleball, all sorts of lines on the court. And so it's hard for people to kind of ignore some lines and look at the other lines. So I would say it's much better in that instance.
So with this new electronic floor, we have a program for one is basketball, then we can switch to indoor tennis, then we can switch to indoor volleyball.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so you don't have those competing lines.
Okay. All right. So I think we have the ability to adjust to a lower cost installation floor if costs run over on those basics, such as the roof renovation, the plumbing renovations, the sewage renovations. I think all of us obviously want to make sure that that gets handled so the Stanton Center's not collapsing, not rotting, not going through those lack of physical structure, fixing problems. We all are in agreement on the floor needing to be replaced one way or the other. But I think this is a really interesting new opportunity. I like that there is some potential to save on maintenance costs brought forward on this, and I am willing to give it a try. Now, if costs do run over, we do need to put in the cheaper floor. That's just how it's got to be. We can't go into the grandiose things, because if it's coming down to paying for the roof and not paying for a new floor, well, we're all adults. We got to make those hard choices. But I do appreciate your answering of my questions and helping me kind of puzzle all this out in real time. So thank you.
You, Alderman Neal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the added information that you've provided today. When we had our work session last week, I was concerned because I kept hearing that phase 2 and phase 3 were the roof and the bathroom. So in hearing that those are included, I too have been bombarded by people in the community, both very much for and very much against the electric floor. But I am happy to hear that we can take a look at it, and phase 1 can include the restrooms and the sewer issue, and the floor and the ceiling. I worry that the funding, I have a note that the flooring, the new floor is 1.9, which was negotiated down from a 2.3 or 2.4. We currently have in this year's budget a little over $4 million budgeted for the project, and I worry that $2 million for all of the infrastructure is not enough, and that we're basing on grants on $6 million in 2027. Do we have an idea of those actual grants, or are they hopefuls?
So those grants, we had the opportunity to submit earmarks. So we did the other 2 phases, and I think this is where the confusion came in with rooftop. That's for the rooftop playground, was $3 million. We have no estimates on that, but that's, kind of building up. We'll use the $4 million to get as far as we can. Donovan seems to think we'll be able to build up within that $4 million. I'm a little questionable about it, but he's an engineer. He's a subject matter expert. So we put in an earmark for that piece, and then we put in an earmark for the rest of the facility, because it's not just the gym and esports floor. There are other pieces to the facility and to the building. As the mayor mentioned, we'd love to do a full Stanton presentation. I believe you had the full Stanton presentation. So those are the other pieces to it. So it's the gym floor is one phase, the rooftop playground along with the community garden, because again, the Stanton community, the Clay Street community has a green space deficit. They are flanked by 2 cemeteries on both sides. There's no other green space in the community. There's no playground. They use the basketball court at Annapolis Elementary, which is what they walk down to. So those pieces are sorely missing in the community. We've talked to parents also who don't let their children play outside for fear that they could get hit by a stray bullet, which gave us the idea to build up, because it's hard to get much harder to get hit by a stray bullet when you're playing on the rooftop. Many children aren't allowed to go outside and play. And what a disservice that we're doing to that community, where you can't go outside and play with fear of something awful happening. So this will be their outdoor oasis. We're designing for a sensory playground, a community gardens, and a rooftop playground on top. The rest of the facility is the phase 2 or 3. They'll be interchangeable, which one we'll be able to do first. So the grants are earmarks, federal earmarks that we've requested because we had a deadline to do it, and so we got the information in. Whether or not we receive those, we don't know. We did receive earmarks in the previous continuing resolution, but all the earmarks were wiped out. All 8,000 earmarks totaling $50 billion were wiped out. So we didn't get any of that funding.
Which is the scariest part. I mean, I thank you. And I will say, you know, I appreciate what Alderman Schnellmeyer talked about, and I really think that going forward, the emphasis really needs to be on the infrastructure. As I said last week, the children just want to play. They want a place to play. They want a place where they can get in and play. And the sooner we can do that with the updating the project and having it open as often as possible is really where my vote lies. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Savage and Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just some follow-up questions. Where is this might be a question for finance, I'm not sure, but where is the 1.2, 1.3 million of state money? Where's that shown in the CIP sheet here?
Grants approved is the 1.2. So it was two $600,000 grants.
And so that has not been expended at all, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So what exactly is that going towards? How is that going to get spent in the next fiscal year?
So because we have a timeline for that, and I believe we have maybe 3 to 4 more years before that expires, that will be spent first. So probably I would say it will be spent on the floor. I say that because I'm not the person who's, you know, doing the purchasing and procurement. Donovan does that. So I don't want to speak for him.
Because when I spoke with Senator Henson, she did not express any kind of, blanket support for the floor. What she did express is that she wants us to spend that money, ASAP, ideally before the next session, if we could. But she expressed concern about making sure that money gets spent on something that we are absolutely sure the residents will benefit from. And so I'm still not entirely sure if we can guarantee that with the floor. And I think that is where we need to leave. I think we have a known $1.4 million of rehabilitation that needs to get done on that building. You've given us some things such as the kitchen, the bathrooms, the roof. So I suppose, if my colleagues want to keep the floor in the picture, can you scroll down a little or up a little bit? I suppose one potential compromise would be to say, instead of this project shall not include or fund an esports arena, we could say instead that phase 1 of this project shall include spending the state grant money on facility improvements identified in the 2021 rehabilitation plan or associated basic facility improvements. Because I think that would give us, at least personally, me, assurances that this money is going to get spent on the rehabilitation aspects that we've known since 2021. I think it would give assurances to the state that money is going to be spent, and that make clear from our perspective that, and again, I don't know if all of us agree or not, but that we would like to see phase 1 prioritize some of these basic facility improvements.
If I may, that's how we got to this point. When I first got here, we were doing, for lack of a better term, lipstick on a pig, where we were just addressing those pieces. And then we started with the whole kind of renovation of the facility. So, I mean, we can do the floor and repair the floor and pull it up. But with the renovations, the restrooms are going to unisex restrooms. They're not going to be male and female restrooms. They'll be family restrooms. So that's why I say it's not that easy to say just do the facility upgrades, because it's going to be very different. And we're touching the rooms, and the rooms will be very different. That's the historic part will kind of remain the same. The one room we're not touching is a historic classroom, but that facility was designed in the 70s. And so that 70s design is somewhat outdated now. So we will have family restrooms. So we could redo the sewage in the restroom, but that's the floor part. That's not the stalls. That's not the restrooms. That's not pulling them out. It's not redesigning it. It's very different.
Well, I mean, one of the things I do when I manage my own projects, you think about the order of operations, and that's, again, I think if the floor is something we decide to fund in the future, so be it. Although I also have received a number of concerns about it. But I do think we need to think about if we know this facility has to get a new roof, we know the bathroom has to get improved, and you are saying that it's not an either or, you're going to do that work. But it's kind of similar to what we've done with Main Street. We've postponed the rebricking of Main Street for many years because we know we're going to do work and have heavy trucks running up and down that road. On a similar vein, the timing needs to get worked out. That floor most likely does not make sense to put in before all these other improvements, because you're going to have workers coming in to do the bathroom, workers coming in to do the roof. Why would we risk a $2.some million floor when we know this other work needs to get done? And that's where it's hard to have this answer without having Mr. Donovan here, but it really seems to me we need to make sure that we are prioritizing that work first. And if that gets done, then we do the extras I think it was Alderman Shandemeyer or Arnett who said, then we get the extras done.
We agree with you wholeheartedly. We would not bring in a gym floor and install a gym floor when you're going to pull out the kitchen or when you're going to have to redo the restrooms. So that's why the floor will be on order, because it's a 6-month lead time. And then the other pieces will be worked on. So we haven't ordered the floor yet, but there is an order of operations. And maybe I'm not being clear in explaining it. There is no way we would install a floor when the roof hasn't been done, when the kitchen has to be pulled out, or when the walls have to be redone. That is not at all what I've been trying to say. I'm saying that there is going to be an order of operations. As we touch the spaces, we will make those needed repairs, but we're also going to be knocking out some walls and redoing some things. And so it will be a complete order. We would not in any way, shape, or form install an LED floor with a roof that's leaking water. That's not something that we would do at all. So I hear you, and that's not what we would do.
I mean, I appreciate you telling me that, but again, we've not seen that in writing anywhere. And that's what I'm trying to get put into this CIP, so we can go to the community and say, look, we hear you. We can go to our state reps and say, we hear you. We're making sure this money is going to get spent in the short term. We're making sure the needs of the residents are getting met by implementing and acting on this rehabilitation facility assessment. So I don't know. I mean, I'm open to rewording this if my colleagues think at least inserting some kind of language about phase one, including making sure these expressly stating that phase one will include addressing the deficiencies identified in the facility condition assessment from 2021.
I mean, we have professional people that work here, Alderman Savage. Do you think that our public works would not consider those things?
Well, I mean,
who would install something without fixing the roof first? Who would knock a wall down and put an electronic floor in before you knock a wall down? Of course, all those things are going to be done. But Alderman Gay was next, but you still have the floor, Alderman Savage. So. No.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, if that's the case, then it should be no problem putting that in there.
Alderman Gay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have two quick questions, but a point before that is, I can't believe I've never, ever, until they mentioned this EA Sports floor, I don't believe anybody from the general public has ever said to me, oh, you all should really go fix up Stanton Center, or oh, we really need to get Stanton Center up and going, or oh, why are there no amendments to Stanton Center? This floor has exposed some disgusting I don't want to use the R word because it's not that bad, but close enough to it. And the fact that people are pissed off because kids are getting a floor that we're not even paying for. The state is paying for it. Can we use the $600,000, the $1.2 million this year for other stuff and then reallocate $1.6 million in FY27 from the city? So that way they take care of all the other stuff and we stick to our word and we give them $1.7 million in the later fiscal year. That way everything could be done. I know that's not what you all had proposed, but I'm just curious if we could get off of this without killing it, because that's where I think we're headed to. I think this is going to fail, and I don't think they're going to have the Stanton Center update or the direction necessary for this floor. So I'm wondering if we could do that. And then my second question is with the contracts. Once this is actually done and out, it still would take, because it has to go out for bid. Everything is above $50,000. And what is the typical process on to the
So a couple of things. So the process, we would look at a construction manager at risk. So that's a little bit of a different process, but that would get us through this process a lot quicker. We are looking at having the least impact on the Clay Street community. The alderwoman shared that she would not like the facility to be shut down for a long length of time, which is why we have these together. So when you're talking about bifurcating it and doing part and the other part, we wouldn't be able to open the facility, because you're going to have construction zones in various areas throughout the facility. This way, we were phasing it so that we could still have the facility open. So while the gym is closed and certain parts are closed, and of course it depends on, you know, what we're going to do in the final outlook, but our goal was to have the second floor open so that we could have an after-school program up on the second floor while the first floor is under construction. So if you're talking about bifurcating it, then you're talking about the facility being shut down for a much longer point of time, which kind of defeats the alderwoman's desires.
I don't know what the other, unless you just lose the money for the floor in its entirety.
Got Alderman Arnett next, and then Alderman Neal, unless you have an answer for that. Did you?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually feel that we're all, in one way or another, saying pretty much the same thing, the director and members of the council. We do need to get the infrastructure, and I think Alderman Gay is correct. I think it is the floor that is drawing a lot of attention, and I think that the floor is not just being in competition with the Stanton Center, but in competition with playing fields and the status of playing fields and so forth. So this has really gotten kind of an octopus going a bunch of different directions. But really what's in front of us is two sets of words. And the one set in the top section is the one that says will not include any funding for the esports arena. And that's obviously a sensitive issue. And then when you get down to this bottom section, it sort of talks about directing the money. I don't know that either of these sets of words get to what I've been hearing here. I haven't heard anyone say, don't do the E-floor. What I've heard them say is make sure we can do the building, and the E-floor can follow the structure. And so if we're not going to vote for the wording that's here, it seems to me we need to take the time to put in the wording that is collectively satisfying to the director who has to make this happen and to the council that are responsible for the funding. I don't think this wording is there yet. I don't know how much time we have to do wordsmithing. And there's the next project is kind of important to me. I'm anxious to get to it because I have to go to the men's room.
This text amendment. So I do have to go to Alderman Finlayson. Sorry, I passed you 2 times, Alderman Finlayson. I was going to have a break, but I'm going to have a break in the middle of this. I'm going to force you to vote on it before we can go to the bathroom. We'll take a 10-minute break after this. Alderman Finlayson.
So we're going to finish this discussion before we have another break. Is that
I'm
what
trying to
you're saying?
motivate you.
I'm kind of just bewildered. You know, we're talking program, and that's not our responsibility. Okay, we have hired the most proficient directors all across the board for their skills and their level of professionalism. Our Rexton Park director presented to us one day last week and gave us a very good, I thought, a very good picture of what the project includes. Now, granted, she didn't go through her entire presentation because we were out of time, but her presentation clearly delineated what we're talking about here. You know, we're not talking about a basketball floor, and we should stop calling it that. It's a computer lab. It's a science lab. It's has all kinds of recreational amenities.
Pickleball.
And pickleball. It's got everything. And most important to me is the fact that the young people on Clay Street and the old folks on Clay Street deserve a facility that provides above and beyond amenity. Because for the number of years that they have been denied opportunities for excellent amenity. And many, and I'm talking 30, 40 years. And now we have an opportunity to do something phenomenal for this community. Phenomenal. So why would we even hesitate? And why would we think that we would tell the director what's best in her profession? I'm just bewildered by that. But I would say, we hired the best, and we should trust the best to do their job. And our job is to support them. And when we find something that is out of line with the job description or the mission that we have set as the city, then we step in and we stop it. But until that happens, we should not step in and interfere. Let the professionals advise us, and their advice is through the CIP that we have. So I would ask you to defeat this amendment, thus approving the original CIP. Thank you. Now we can take a break.
Sorry, Alderman O'Neill.
Thank you. Two things. One, you said that it wasn't our money, and it actually is bond money, so it is resident constituent money. I want to make that one point clear. There is state money. Second of all, I don't think asking questions is out of line for our job, because our job is actually to represent our constituents, and questions are coming from our constituents. So I do say our job is to ask questions. All along, as I said, I appreciate the added information that you provided today, because I left on Thursday thinking that bathrooms were phase 3 or 2, maybe. I appreciate you coming back. Nobody is questioning the validity of this. I can't even talk. I'm tired. Nobody is questioning that people are undeserving of this. I believe that the questions, at least from my point of view, and I am going to speak for Alderman Savage because we've talked at length about this, the questions are just basic understanding of exactly what's going on, and to have the assurance that the infrastructure, the facilities piece that was put out in 2021 is noted and maintained. It worried me when you said to us, Director Johnson, last week, that that was the first you had seen of it the week before. Something that is so important to the viability of this building. I do believe that we should move forward, and I do believe that we need to take that facilities assessment into play. And it sounds like that is what the plan is, with the project manager into putting all of those together. So however it's worded, I believe that addressing the infrastructure of the building is important. People have come up to me and said, I keep saying it, we just want to play. We just want to play. And the way that we can do the project in the quickest manner, the most efficient manner that keeps the building as used as possible is the best way forward. I'm not asking to remove funding. I'm asking for clarification on where the funding is going. I'm actually worried that we don't have enough funding in it for the phase 1 before we even get to the phase 3, which is the rooftop playground and the community garden and the sensory room and the extension and all of those things. I'm worried that we don't have enough funding as it is.
That's to my question then, really quick. So we go through phase 1, and let's say it costs more, and they have to spend the $600,000 or the $1.2 million that was allocated from the state. Then there's still money from the rest of the project. They could just use that money for the floor, right? So I'm confused on why we would need to cut any of that out at all.
But Alderman Savage had his hand up.
Unless I'm not.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first of all, I mean, I do think we do program work. I mean, the Adopt a Community is a program, right? Annapolis United is a program. We do program work. But what I want to focus on is kind of what I want to. This is again not my ward, but I want to look largely to the Alderwoman from Ward 2. We could just drop all changes except adopt the red to help provide some clarity for the department and for constituents in state. Or do you want to just adopt what was originally proposed? Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want to amend it to that?
You're okay with that? Just removing all changes except for the red. So removing all the strikeouts, all the caps, and just keeping the red. Okay.
So you're directing us to spend the state grant funding on the improvements? Is that what this is saying?
Pretty general.
This reads as phase 1 should include spending state grant funding, improvements identified in the facility condition assessment, which is the floors, the restroom, the roof.
It doesn't change the way you suggest, Director, the plan. It's just directing that 1.2 million needs to take into account the facility improvement, which you said today you plan to do.
Okay, and I just want
to do that. Yeah,
I want to go on record as saying that wasn't my conversation with Senator Henson, so I don't want it to be misconstrued.
But we'll spend down the state money, everybody. That's really, and I think you did say that as well, and I'm assuming that makes perfect sense. A couple of hands I went over here, but Alderman Pindell Charles has not spoken yet, so I'm going to go to her before Alderman Huntley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure I'm clear because we've got an amendment, then I think we've got an amendment to an amendment, but is this a separate amendment? I just want to, because what the amendment says, like Alderman Gay read, amendment to be only. Phase 1 should include spending state grant funds, which is the 1.2 million improvements identified in the facility condition assessment. This, my understanding of this means that we will do the improvements that we know are necessary for now. If at some point we move on to phase 2, fine. Move on to phase 3, fine. I just want to make sure we're clear. I'm good with what I read on the screen. Please verify if I am correct or not.
Takes out all the caps.
From the
Takes out
director.
all the what, Alderman Gay? I mean, Alderman Arnett?
Takes out all the caps.
Takes out in fiscal year 20, the word priorities for bleach will include addressing the 1.4 and identified needing work in the stamp facility condition assessment, including the.
You're taking out the other
May
text
I?
as well, right?
So the amendment that has been proposed, the
I'm reading on
amendment to
here.
the amendment
This
is going to
capitalized,
be
okay. So we're taking out, this project shall not include or fund any esports arena will prioritize addressing deficiencies identified in the facility condition assessment. Is that correct? That comes out, but the new amendment in there comes in. I just want to make sure
Everything highlighted in yellow
Yes.
is coming out.
Okay.
And the only change is going to be what's in red here.
Okay.
So that's going to be added to the project description.
Okay, I'm good with that. I think that seems to be the consensus mainly around the room. Okay, thank you.
Alderman Huntley.
Apologies. I know I'm workshopping words here. I am fine with the text in red replacing the text in yellow at the top, but I would suggest that we keep the text that's currently in yellow over on the right-hand side there. I think that is saying the same thing, but a little bit more clearly even than what's in the red. It's saying that the work that will be prioritized in FY26 will be the facility condition, what was identified in the facility condition assessment. So if Alderman Savage is okay with it, I really like that language. I think that says what we're all trying to get at as clearly as I've seen it said.
Alderman Gay, then
Thank you.
Alderman Finlayson.
This is it for me because I feel like this. So, but I just want to make sure you have the money that you need because as I'm reading this, they are saying something else, but as I understand it, this $1.2 million you can't use on the floor. You have to handle the phase one, bathroom and stuff first, and then you can do the floor. And so for the finance team, the $2.5 million that's already appropriated, of that, 1.2 million could be used for the EA Sports Floor. Because they're putting in the 1.2 million in grants that have to be spent in this fiscal year.
You're asking of the 2.5 construction, the 1.2 is the grant funds.
No, yeah. So I'm saying once they spend those grant funds on the bathrooms, let's say, they can go to the $2.5 million and pull 1.2 for the floor because that's construction money. So it doesn't.
Correct. It's the amendment. The only thing that it would change is that it would set aside that 1.2 million that was in grants for a specific purpose. It doesn't change that the bonds can be used however which way.
Okay. The floor, as long as the floor will get done, the floor will get done, whether it be from the 1.2 or be from the previously appropriated funds from the city.
Correct.
Thank you.
And so the phase one, we could spend on state grant funding and the rest of we could spend on the facility improvements and the rest of the phase one. Is that what I'm reading correctly? Okay, so it's both then. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trudeau, thank you so much for that.
Yes, ma'am. So I think Alderman Huntley made a change. I want to make sure we're all on the same page here. So all I'm changing now is just what's highlighted and replacing what's in red.
And I'm just going to summarize by saying that the first phase, phase one, will address the bathrooms, of course, the roof. The early assessments didn't allow us for bleachers. And that's an amazing new addition to that thing because if any of us have gone to watch our kids play there, there's nowhere to watch them. You're jammed against the wall. So all those critical things will get done in the $4 million that we proposed. And let's be honest here. Who has been able to crack the code of the Stanton Center? This could be the council that really puts the Stanton Center on the map and makes it the envy of the region. And so I've never seen one of these things, but I can't wait to see it, right? And I think it's going to have a regional reach, and more people are going to come and ask us, where's the Stanton Center? Because a lot of people don't know where that is, and a lot of people haven't done. And I would suggest that some people that are not supportive of it might not have been there very often. Alderman Finlayson?
I just want to be clear, and Alderman Gay, I think, got to the root of it. So we use the 1.3 for facilities, meaning the roof, the restrooms, the like, and then we will be able to access the 2.5 for the floor and the amenities, the arena, whatever we want to call it. But that funding is still available for that purpose. Is that correct? Okay.
Alderman Pendle Charles.
Thank you.
I'm gonna punch a hole in all of this. I'm
Please
still
don't.
concerned about the recreational fields, and I want to put that on the record. Just when we're talking about recreational park, I just want to throw that out there.
Right. This is
Just I know
There's 20 fields in one building.
I'm just saying. I want to make that clear.
You can play with the diamond.
Okay. You're gonna get it cleared off can you clear that off so we can know what the yellow's gonna come out, everybody, right?
Yeah, we're going to take off the yellow, replace it with what's in the red.
Everybody good with that? We're gonna go ahead and vote now. All those in favor of the Savage Amendment, the 45-minute Savage Amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. I think we're going to take a 15-minute recess now. We will start at 5, and then I'll try to get us out to dinner at 6 or something for a quick. No? No? I mean, let's see how you're feeling about dinner, okay? Yeah.
I got a couple bombs.
Let's go 15 minutes.
Yeah, we all knew you were jinxing it.
Meeting adjourned. The special meeting of the Annapolis City Council on Monday, June 2nd, 2025 will be reconvened at 5:12. We are now at, I believe, Amendment 44?
46.
45?
45?
45.
I thought we voted on that.
No, you voted on 44 for 45 minutes.
That was it.
That's how you
44 or
confused.
fight?
44 for 45.
So moved.
That's what happened.
Right.
I didn't hear.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Just did that to wake you all up. Sorry. Didn't want that. You missed out. Next.
Yeah. I'm sorry. No, nay.
Okay.
You ready for me?
Yep.
Okay, amendment number 45. This amendment adds $100,000 to the Transportation Department to fund a study with the county to perform a transit analysis to determine short-range and long-range goals and potential transit improvements to increase ridership and reduce car reliance along the Forest Drive corridor using the reserve for one-time uses.
Thought we did. As I told him, we did it.
Got a motion in a second. I thought we already
We
introduced
already
it without
voted
the
on 45.
introduction.
Before you said it.
I felt like we voted on it, but
Yeah, it was moved and seconded. It was
Yeah,
already voted on.
we already finished 45. Like this. Like this. You didn't even read it.
we've got much more important ones like the next amendment. Let's move on to 46.
46.
It's yours.
They voted on it while they were talking.
They'll teach you guys to be talking.
Which
Come
one are we
under
on?
46.
45?
Who
We're on 46.
Who made point of order?
So you did.
No, point of order. Yeah.
Who made the motion?
Savage made the motion. Arnett did.
Actually, Brooks did it.
Oh, bro, I heard.
I'd like a roll call vote.
Did you offer an
Okay, you got.
I don't think roll call.
You all voted yes. So let's do a roll call.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley.
Yes.
Alderman Finlayson.
Aye.
Alderman Chandelmeyer.
Aye.
Alderman Gay.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
You get
Aye.
Alderman Arnett.
Aye.
Alderman Huntley.
Nay.
You said what?
Nay.
Okay. Alderman O'Neill.
Insensibly.
And Alderman Pendel Charles.
Aye.
It passed 8-1. 8-1.
45, 46.
Eric doesn't
amendment
like
number-
transportation.
46. This amendment adds a new project funded by a decrease in the cost. I'm sorry.
So
Before I
moved.
read it. Amend your amendment.
Yes. So you all took all of my money away for this. So I am, first of all, according to the director of Public Works, this project is actually $525,000, not $300,000. And I believe he's the professional, thinks that's what we need. But there is now no money for that. So I propose that the 525 be funded from the Capital Reserve Fund.
Second.
So are you saying
Bonds. Alderman Arnett, bonds.
Bonds.
Pardon me?
Bonds.
Bond. Oh, from bonds. All right. From bonds.
And I think everybody in this council agrees that, you know, when we do change direction of traffic on Main Street, when the sidewalks are wider, when it's pedestrian friendly, it's greener, we're all going to be very proud of that work that we started here today under Alderman Arnett. Alderman Gay?
Thank you so much. So this is being bonded, which means it will collect interest. So this will, a project that was $300,000 is now $525,000. Could be.
The true cost of the project is $525,000 per the
The
director.
300 was in error.
So just to clarify, the original,
I'm sorry.
it's for the design.
Mhm.
And when the amendment was brought forward, it was reduced to 300 because that was the funding that Alderman Arnett could find available for in a revenue source. But the actual design, unless you change the scope of the design, is $525,000.
Okay. And no idea how interest will impact that. until it's actually bonded out, right?
I guess I don't understand the question. Interest,
Are you asking what the true cost of the project would be since
Yeah.
we're using bond funding? and
Yes,
the
as
interest on
opposed
top.
to, yeah.
So this is design and implementation.
no,
I
this
think
is just design.
This is to engineer to get architecture to buildable drawing. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
That will take, some modifications of the circle, the lights, bollards that come in and up and out of the ground so we can close it off for events, widening of the sidewalks, utility work.
Bicycle lane.
Was going to say bike lane, but I didn't want to seem like one track. All right. Anybody, other questions? The Buckley Bike Lane Amendment 46. All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you do your fast vote thing that you were just doing?
All right. Next.
Amendment number 47. This amendment reallocates and adds $1,000 to community grants using the reserve for one-time uses, adding $10,000 for GVO back to school drive support, decreasing We Care and Friends by $3,000, decreasing Community Action Agency by $5,000, and decreasing Maryland Ballet Theater by $1,000.
A motion on that, please.
So move. Second.
Alderman Gay.
Thank you. Is reallocating funding in the community grants to support back to school drive that we do every year at Pitt Moyer. It likely will not be at Pitt Moyer this year because there's insurance issues for moon bounces, et cetera, and all of that. But what we do every year, we give away 1,000 uniforms, tops, bottoms, and somebody sponsors the book bags. The cost of clothes is usually like $5,000, and then the event, food, we do moon bounces. We've had animals before, like a petting zoo. All of that stuff costs as well. So this is just rolled into one funding source.
Right. $1,000. Go on. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
How many is that? Sorry. 2 nays. It's $1,000. I think it's passed. Thank you. Motion passes. Next.
Amendment number 48. This amendment adds $2,000 to community grants for Superior Future using the reserve for one-time uses.
So move. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just am adding this small amount because they needed the additional funding for programming, which they could not complete in its entirety last year. Superior Future does a really good job, not just in my ward. They primarily work in Admiral Oaks and Annapolis Gardens. They do summer programming there, run by 2 fantastic individuals, in Harold Moloid and Keanu Smith-Brown. And so would just ask for your support in extending the $2,000 so they can run the full program.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anybody? Okay. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes.
Amendment number 49. This amendment adds $250,000 to the Department of Planning and Zoning to establish the City of Annapolis Homeownership Assistance Program using the reserve for one-time uses.
So move. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. Did you want me to?
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Added the $250,000 in one-time funds because in a program like this, we wouldn't need to make this a recurring expense to add $250,000 every year. But I have spoke with Planning and Zoning, Ms. Ruffin, who is currently in the Office of Community Development, and I've spoken to several of my colleagues. We've done a really good job of tackling rental assistance, BGN assistance. We've got all of that flowing. By the way, they've given out $13,000 since we've just last reallocated money to them a month ago. But we don't have home ownership programs within the city of Annapolis. The county has home ownership programs that Annapolis residents can apply to through ACDS. And they receive, I think, $10,000 or $10,000 or $15,000 in towards their closing costs. And I think it's important that the city offer funding so that the closing cost can be doubled and help people just actually get home ownership. The programs that they have both through ACDS and through Community Action Agency requires them to go through financial literacy. They create goals. They're set up with counselors. And then they go through workshops to cover topics including identifying the house, negotiating sale, obtaining financing, preparing for settlement, and taking ownership. I just think all things that we've talked about, but the funding is not there to assist residents in the city, and particularly because the cost of housing, if you wish to live within the city of Annapolis, is much higher than that of Anne Arundel. So I think this could be of great assistance to families or young families trying to make Annapolis their home.
I think Alderman Arnett had his hand up first from Chandler, Alderman O'Neill.
So when I bought my first house, I had a $2,000 gift letter from my wife's parents. So I understand what it means to have something like this, but I don't feel there's substance here. This is $250,000, and I'm not really sure what the program looks like. Shouldn't there be some attachment that defines the program? Like I would think helping to pay transfer taxes or real things that are expenses when you're buying a home. But I don't know what this means. What is it for?
If I could just respond to the alderman, I think it's important that the staff create programming, just as I've done in all programs, allow them to create policy, working with the director and with the Office of Law. It would be a mistake, as we've seen today, for me to load this financial amendment with descriptions on a program that could change. I think adding more language could hinder, the flexibility of that the office could have in establishing a program. And again, I think the reason that I chose the amount is because this is a one-time use. This is not something that will be a recurring expense.
Is it I hope it's your anticipation that in fiscal 27, we will establish an ongoing program that will not be funded by one-time alderman?
That's not my goal to add funding for FY27 at all. I think $250,000 is a great base to start homeownership in the city of Annapolis. If the program is widely successful and the $250,000 is used, at that point, I would think about going to the state, just as I've done with the rental assistance funding and BGE assistance, to help alleviate costs. I don't think I would continue to use one-time funding of $250,000.
So is there a limit per family? Like, does this do 25 families? Does it do 100 families?
I think once we figure out, as I mentioned, the county does, I think 15 or 20. And if we match that, then we just use it until it's done.
So if it was 25 families, it would be $10,000. So it's 15, more like 15,000, 12,000, 15,000. I'm just.
What would you like to know? I mean, is there a set number of people you'd like to buy homes? And by the way, I'm glad that your parents or your wife's parents were able to give you $2,000 to afford a house.
Because in 1968 dollars.
Okay, well, we're in
that's like
2025. So
no, I've been the benefactor of this, but I'm thinking about the rigor that we just made the Rex and Park director go through, and I don't see any rigor here. This is sort of like a pig in the poke kind of.
If that's how you feel, then vote against it.
All right.
I mean, I'm not going to feel any type of way. I think the home ownership is critically important. I am not going to lay out a program for you that could change. I think it's important to let the staff do that, as they've done in the past.
And I would just make a point, Alderman Gay's money that he programmed for maintenance and repairs. Our director managed to repurpose that for a very worthwhile cause. So I understand what you're saying, right? We trust our director to
And that
to
was
create
done
something there.
exactly in the exact same way.
Yeah. Alderman Shannon, then Roman O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Alderman Gay, you intend for this fund to be used as closing cost assistance, down payment assistance, all the above? Just
yes,
part
sir.
of the general process?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, to all of the above?
All of the above.
Okay, cool. So I have mixed feelings on down payment assistance. It does tend to just throw a lot of subsidy at a problem that's caused by a shortage, which can overinflate the issue. But something that does need to be stated is it is very life-changing for the people who are able to get their hands on it. In regards to closing costs, during my own home buying journey, when I was presented with over $10,000 at closing costs, I had a small moment of panic and the thought of, oh God, we're not going to be able to do this after we had already had the savings for the down payment itself. And the only reason we were able to afford that was they were gracious enough to let us roll it into our mortgage overall. So these programs, especially closing cost assistance, can be life-changing in getting people into homes. I do trust our directors to come up with these programs and the details on it. Our rental assistance program has been very beneficial, very successful for the families that have been able to receive it. So this is something I'm willing to try.
You, Alderman O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to clarify a couple of things, Alderman Gay. You said you were looking to double what the county is. So is that meaning that you would look to springboard off of the people that the county is funding and double their down payment?
Well, I'd like it. Obviously, the requirement you would have to be a city resident. So I wouldn't want to support, our city dollars going to any county residents that they already have that. But what I'd envision is similar to what we're doing now with the money that I gave to in the Inclusive Ventures program. We found a program that operates very well in the county that city residents either.
Can you repeat that program? There was sneezing.
I'm sorry, Inclusive Ventures, IVP. We found a program that works in the county that city residents were not being able to fully take advantage of. And we added money to it and set aside special requirements so that Annapolis residents could take advantage of the program in their own cohorts. Not to say that this would be the exact same program, but I could envision it in a way where ACDS, Community Action Agency, or another third-party organization has the existing framework, and we're allowing our residents to go through their programming, get the financial counseling that they need, and we're literally just signing the check. And I think that if the county is doing 10, we should do 10. The county is doing 20, we should do 20. But I don't think we should go over 25 per family. I just think that would be careless spending.
Thank you.
Alderman Savage next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I do absolutely think this is a worthwhile program. And, I think it's appropriate use of one-time reserves. My only question for you would be staffing. So would plan and zoning be administering this themselves? Do they have the capacity? Or is there kind of like what we're doing with the leaf blower rebate money? Is there an outside organization that could administer this to make up for any kind of staff impacts?
Yes, sir. That's my intention. Okay. And they haven't given me anything for on the record, but I have spoke with the organizations that would be interested in carrying out our home ownership. And I have spoken with the staff. Again, there's only one person there, and so I really don't want to overburden Ms. Ruffin, but we've talked about the need for home ownership assistance, especially because she's been doing a really, really good job of managing the MPDU program. I mean, she sees the need on a daily basis, the number of people that are applying to purchase homes. They just don't have access to the funding necessary to help them with that. And so, yeah, I don't think that we have the capacity to do so. It would have to be a third-party organization.
Alderman Annette.
I thought Harry was next.
Your hand up, Harry.
Yeah, I just am skeptical that this is going to be big enough to make a difference in the scale of housing, right? Like, I know our wards differ, but in my ward, no way you're getting any house for under $500,000. And so, like, this is the cost of less than half of a house. I know you're not putting it all towards one house, but I don't see a solution where the city is able to make enough of an impact on the cost of housing that we can actually make a difference for folks. We gotta increase supply to drive down market prices. I'm just not sure that's really going to make any meaningful difference.
All those studios we're building at Cars Beach, they're going to be affordable.
And I would have loved to have we could have had very nice condos for sale at a very low price at the gas station. We have ample opportunity to create home ownership opportunities. We just have to, stick to our guns when those opportunities come before us. I would have liked to put $1.5 million aside, honestly, but it's just not realistic. And so that's why I started here. And maybe you're right in the grand scheme of things. Only 10 families apply for this. But that could be 10 families that now have some sort of connection to a generational wealth that they've never had before. And so I think you make a very valid point. I don't think I'm doing enough to cure the housing issues that we have here, but I hope that this will just, kind of spark interest in home ownership in the city, and then open up other paths and opportunities. And really, I hope that Jake Day would give us money to make the program better.
Thank you, Alderman Annette.
Yes, so I firmly believe for most of us, home ownership is the only road to wealth, where there's no 1%ers in this room. But do you think there will be income requirements? Like, I would kind of like to see this go to lower income people as a matter of qualification, because they have even less chance to get on that road to wealth than the average person.
Mr.
Gay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There are no income requirements actually for ACDS. There are only income requirements for the mortgage assistance program. So difference in home ownership assistance and mortgage assistance.
Okay, so there could be new residents in wards 1 and 8 and 2, the expensive.
You would trust our director, Jakubiak, to work that out. You think he would make sure that it goes where it's
I am
most
disappointed
needed?
that we're not thinking about this as a more permanent program, because I think we will have people every year wanting to buy.
I don't know where to get
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Thank you. Motion passes. Next, please.
Amendment number 50. This amendment decreases the total cost for the Annapolis Walk project by $600,000 in FY26 and $100,000 in FY27. It also increases the cost of the general roadways project by $400,000 in FY26 and general sidewalks project by $100,000 in FY27.
Second.
Thank you. Alderman Huntley.
So I'd like to explain this, and hopefully, I do hope we don't spend too much time debating it, because I think Alderwoman Finlayson and I have beaten this horse about as dead as it can get. But my logic on this is that what we have before us is a total of $700,000, 626 and 127 for what amounts to a net of 39 parking spots. And I don't doubt that those residents of that community want parking. But when we look at the per space cost, it's just astronomical. It's much higher than we would expect for any other kind of similar project. And I don't think that it is in the city's best interest to be spending that money. I think there are better uses for that money, like the general roadways. And one of the things we talked about when we discussed something like this in finance was where money is going and making sure that we are equitably allocating funding. And that was why it was very intentional, and that this is not cutting from one ward to go to downtown where we have a lot of investments. This is saying that, look, one of the real needs in the city is making sure that our roads are up to snuff, and that adding additional parking spaces that are very costly on a per unit basis, it's really not in line with our comprehensive plan. It's not really the city's responsibility, and would be much better served by some other project. And I think roadways is a good one, but I'd certainly be open to other places to reallocate this funding towards. The bottom line is, I don't think we should be spending over $18,000 per parking space.
You, Alderman Finlayson, then Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not sure of the order because I do have what I thought was a friendly amendment, but I'd like to give a little bit of background because I live in Annapolis Walk. That community was built about 25 years ago, and when it was constructed, it was poorly constructed, and I'm being very generous in my compliments about that. Property lines went through people's homes. The streets are less than passable. There's no on-street parking. In many cases, there's no sidewalks, but rather dotted lines to suggest where people should walk in the street. It took a number of years after I got on the council to try to bring certain things up to standard. We finally got the city streets turned over to the city. But the residents and their homeowners do not have additional parking. I have a driveway and a garage, so I have 2 spaces. Other residents who don't have driveways have 2 spaces. In the middle of the community is the Annapolis Walk Community Center. And the property around the Annapolis Walk park is city parking, and it's parallel parking. The parking is less than adequate, I'll just say. Residents in my community park 2 or 3 blocks away on a daily basis, out on Bywater Road and Greenbrier Lane, and as far away as Safeway. We have been trying to figure out for a number of years how to address the lack of parking in the community. About 5 years ago, we had a Public Works Director, Mr. Johnson, who walked the community with me on a number of occasions. And one time we decided to remove parking spaces that were close to intersections because they were public safety issues. So we painted more red curves. There were a couple of areas where we were able to add 2 or 3 parking spaces, and I think we may have gotten 6 out of it. But his real brainchild was to turn the parking, which is parallel parking around this park area, into pull-in parking, taking 3 feet from the park on 2 sides, which would not impact any of the activities going on in the park. Still full length for soccer games and football games and other things. And so there was a CIP created at least 4 years ago, if not longer, that would change the parking in the park. And so there's been confusion about whether this CIP is about the park or about parking. And it really is about parking. in order for the change to be made, current sidewalks, current curbs, current streetways have to be removed and moved 3 feet in, which meant then new sidewalks, new curbs, new roadways, and additional stormwater treatment. Considerably more. And because we changed the amount of stormwater necessary, they also have to use pervious surfaces. And pervious surfaces are those surfaces that allow water and stormwater to run through. And of course, as you would imagine, that's 2 or 3 times more expensive than impervious surface. So the cost is, it's not cheap, but it is a quality of life issue for my community. The residents have been waiting for this for well over 20 years. And the opportunity for us to move forward, actually, if you look at the previous CIPs, this should have been completed in 2024. And here we're in 2025, 2026, and still, now we're fighting over the funding. So I will ask you to defeat this amendment, to not strip the $600,000 from the Annapolis Walk community. And my amendment, if needed, would be, I met with the Public Works Director, I met with the city manager, and the Public Works Director's staff, the engineers who are working on this, and we came up with a mechanism, a way to take $300,000 out of the project, and what would be left would still be sufficient funding for the parking. Our park, and if you're thinking we're stripping money from the park, we are, but we have a brand new playground. We have a brand new basketball court that the community waited 2.5 years for. So we already have amenities. We could always use more amenities, but we can wait on the amenities, but we can't wait on the parking. So I'm asking you to defeat this amendment. And my amendment would be to reduce only $300,000 from the project, thus leaving adequate funding for the park. And I had passed out, and I'm sorry, and I don't know why you didn't get the updated CIP chart. This clearly depicts what the project is about. The picture from the original doesn't show anything about parking, and that's what we're talking about. But the picture on the diagram that you just received is an accurate depiction of what this project is about. And it's not in there. I checked, so
There it is.
I should have known Mr. Trudeau would have it. So thank you.
Alderman Neal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I believe that I said this in a finance committee meeting, but in case other people didn't hear, I and other volunteers are directly affected by the lack of parking in this neighborhood when we deliver boxes on Food Fridays. There have been many times where I have been forced to double park because there is no parking in order to get out of my car and deliver boxes. I fully support this project because I truly believe, as much as some of our council members don't believe that we need to really have a lot of parking in our new developments, parking is a way of life, and cars are a way of life, and it does not matter where you live. If you can't park close to your house, it's a stretch. It's an inconvenience, more than an inconvenience. Sometimes it's a safety hazard. You're having to carry groceries for 3 or 4 blocks at 9 or 10 o'clock at night. That's not fair. I think that this project should not be touched. It has been a project that the neighborhood has waited for several years. As Alderwoman Finlayson said, it should have been completed last year. I'm not sure why it was not, but we we need to complete this project, and adding the parking will add to the safety and security of all the residents. I myself witnessed an argument that almost came to blows between two people fighting over parking, and this would help alleviate those.
Thank you, Alderman Gay, then Alderman Arnett and Alderman Cantlemeyer.
Thank you. I appreciate the alderman for introducing this, and I appreciate the alderwoman for defending, her ward. This is unfortunate because I think this is. I agree with the alderman that it makes me upset that we're spending so much money for parking spots. I mean, it just seems unbelievable. But to the alderwoman from Ward 4's point, it's a desperate need. Have you ever tried to drive through Annapolis Walk? I mean, it's like this. And so I think it's unfortunate. My only question is that have you eliminated recreational space to accommodate the parking?
None.
Okay, I just want to be sure. And what I remember the chess pieces and the basketball, has that all been completed or?
We had a vision, and the mayor and I went to the community and wanted to put a stage out there that could be utilized for any number of different activities, and the community didn't embrace the idea. And they didn't embrace the idea. And I was thinking about what was going on in Ward 3 with the concerts on Fridays and the community, and it was both Ward 4 and Ward 3. They opposed it because they didn't want any more people coming into their community trying to find a parking space with where they live. So it really was about the lack of parking that discouraged them from wanting to bring additional amenities in. Now, we have kids that come from all over to play on our beautiful basketball court. And when we have meetings, Ward 3 and Ward 4 are participants. They all came to a meeting I had a few nights ago. But anyway, we haven't lost any recreational space. We made sure that even with taking the 3 feet away on each side, there's still adequate space for a complete football field, as well as soccer and almost anything else, I assume, that you could play out.
I mean, yeah, because the space is so large that I could easily see, and that's what I was under the impression that this top half away from the rec facility that you could rent, I was under the impression that you were taking this away to add more parking there.
That doesn't seem to be needed. It might be something that's added later on, but it's not.
And then my last question, just as it relates to Annapolis Walk, we own that rec center, correct?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this truly is a case of the sins of the father coming to visit us now. There was a whole glut of housing that was built that was allowed to have substandard streets and substandard amenities, parking being one of them. And now we are going to have to pay the piper. This substandard construction has actually had other impacts, like Rocky Gorge, where we really had to worry about how people were going to get out of that development instead of running them through Oxford Landing, with again, very crowded streets and substandard widths and so forth. So I think we have to really do this. I also think we need to keep this in mind when we think about building our affordable housing community. Because if you're not going to give the parking, you are, as Alderman Savage says, going to have to give them very good public transportation. You can't stint on one without providing the other. And we have got to have a good public transportation plan for our affordable housing, which I do subscribe to and is really laid out in our comp plan, unless we plan for that transportation or provide the parking. People have to get to work, they have to get to the doctors, they have to pick up their kids at school and those sorts of things. And that's not going to be done on public transportation as we have it now. No offense to the public transportation we have now, but we have got to make it much better. But this is because we made bad planning decisions a long time ago, and now we need to make recommendations.
You on Shanamai?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is $20,000 for a parking space.
15,000 below the average.
$20,000 for each parking space. We want to talk about, oh, we need this for affordable housing. Well, adequate parking, add $20,000 to each of those units and still call them affordable. It can't be done. These land costs are not compatible with making everything concerned about parking. You know it's not a way of life unless we acquiesce to it. You know that. And the two people getting into a fight over it, it's because they are feeling entitled to it. These things happen because we keep going, this is the most important thing. We will give everybody a free spot to store their car at the city's expense. And all it's going to cost the city is $20,000 per space. That's not getting into the maintenance, which is going to cost us even more. And at a time where we know that 77% of our land can't afford to build it, maintain its own infrastructure, we're doubling down on the thing that makes it so? That doesn't make financial sense. It's not sustainable to keep doing this. I get the frustration, but walking 2 blocks isn't something that is life-changing. It's inconvenient. There are other ways to manage parking issues. There's permits that increase in cost for more cars. That's how you actually convince people to not have more cars. There's better management and ticketing so people don't leave their car sitting for a week on end and just think that they can treat the city spaces as free public storage. We can do that without, again, dumping $20,000 per parking space. And when I hear that we are cutting down on amenities in a park to put in car storage, that pains me so much.
Alderman Gay?
Excuse me. Where did you get the calculation that it would be $20,000 per parking?
18,020.
Huh?
Total cost of
Divided
the
by the
project
amount.
being $797,500 divided by 39.
Where do you see the 39 slots or spots?
That was in conversations for the finance committee. Is that correct? We're building 39 new spots with this project?
Alderman Huntley?
I'll just say the figure is a net of 39 spots. They're creating 66 and removing 27. So it's a net of 39 spots. That's the numbers I was given by the Department of Public Works.
I agree with you, though, to your point. I mean, but again, this is the reality. This is the now. People drive. People get. I get it.
We
Alderman
plan-
Shannon, I get it. But do we? Are we fixing the buses? Are we improving the micromobility? All of those things are in the works. And what we've seen the best transit systems in the world, really, up close and personal. And I get you. I want us to have the most effective transit. But what do we do now? Do we just say, okay, well, you all don't have the parking, wait like 4 years and we'll have a good transportation system?
Do we get a better transportation system by dumping almost $800,000 into building parking spots?
But we just passed the transportation study. I mean, all of this, can we walk and chew gum at the same time?
No.
Okay.
This is one of those things where it is a zero-sum game.
Alderman Huntley is next, please. And then Alderman Pendle Charles.
I want to just take a minute to say I really do understand. I hear the concerns that I'm hearing from Alderwoman O'Neill, from Alderwoman Finlay. So I don't doubt that people are frustrated. But our job up here when we're stewarding taxpayer money is to make good investments. It's to think about, for each dollar we're spending, how are we going to do the most to alleviate people's concerns, to improve their quality of life. And this just, to me, is a bad investment in that. It's not about who the people are. It's not about there being a need. It's just, for the dollars that we're spending, we're not getting a lot of return. We're talking about, I've been saying $18,000 per parking spot. That's not a great return. How much is that going to increase somebody's quality of life? When we're talking about 39 parking spots, just shy of 40, we're talking about the number Alderwoman Felicia gave me was 185 homes here. We're talking about an increase of 0.2 spots per home. That's, again, is that really a huge quality of life boost? I am skeptical that it is the best thing we could do with that money. And again, that's not even to get into what Alderman Schnellmeyer started to bring up of we're incurring increased maintenance costs that are not reflected in here, because it takes more to maintain parking spots than it does to maintain the grass that's there right now. So it's not about this not being a problem. It's not about where we're investing the money. It's about we need to be making the smartest investments we can with taxpayer dollars. And this, to me, doesn't meet that bar.
Alderwoman Pendle Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
What it is.
Look around the dais. Life-changing, inconvenient, not a great return, quality of life, taxpayer money. How much do we put on a price of a person who needs a box on Friday? Do they count? Life-changing. It's inconvenient. It's not a great return. People pay taxes like everybody else. They deserve a parking space if they need one. Just look around the dais at the arguments we're making and who's making them. I think we need to step back and look at who we are. Where do we live? What problems do we have? Do we have a garage? Do we all have a parking space? Do we all need a box on Fridays? How do we live? How do we live? Do we care about the persons who don't have these amenities? Can we afford to spend $20,000 on a person who's lived here all their lives, worked here all their lives, family's been here all their lives, paid taxes all their lives? Think about it, people. What are we saying to the 41,000 people who live in our city? What are we saying to them? They don't matter. They don't care. The heck with them.
I think Alderman Huntley had his hand up first, then Alderman Schnellmeyer, then Alderman Gay.
I want to respond to that because I've heard this argument.
We are continuing to argue the same thing here. I would say that.
But I do want to introduce a new part because I think this argument about folks do pay taxes, right? That's a reasonable argument. Except that your taxes don't buy you your water. Your taxes don't buy you your trash. Your taxes don't buy you your sewer. There are things that we say are best to fund out of our general tax obligation. In fact, this is actually borrowing money so our general bond obligations. And there are things that we say that it is best to fund that are more targeted towards who is using them. And that's why we have a parking fund. And so my argument is that if we want to improve this situation, then the way to do it would be out of an enterprise fund, out of the parking fund, and then introduce the way that it can be revenue neutral or less of a big city expense. So I think the argument to me that folks pay taxes doesn't hold water because there are things that we still acknowledge you have to pay for based off of how much you're using, even if you pay taxes.
Thank you, Alderman Schnellmeyer, then Alderman Gay.
My question is, for that to heck with them, we know that this costs us money to maintain. And that means we have to pay for it to keep all our city services going. How much are we willing to raise taxes to fund all that free parking? Unless you are saying that the land value study is irrelevant and does not have accurate information. How much are we willing to tear down to put in those parking spaces, which take up space for car storage? We had a whole community that was literally torn down to put up a bunch of parking spaces. This obsession with everybody deserves a free parking space as our role as city government and acting like I don't care about our constituents because of that. Come on, man. Come on.
Let me go. And then Alderman Finlayson, and maybe we can wrap it up.
I was gonna. All right, look. Yeah, I was gonna go. I'll let you have the last word. The bottom line is, we spend money on things that benefits, certain people all the time. Just let this go. Are we not? The city dock rebricking. The Main Street rebricking. That's in your ward. That's getting funding. So I'm just saying. Look at things from the ward's perspective. Everybody has something important. You getting $30 million for a new dock, or $50 million for a new dock.
Everyone.
Okay, but it's in downtown. You getting the sidewalks. You're getting Main Street, and so.
Alderman
Yes.
Finlayson.
Thank you. Just for clarification, we're talking about increasing from 36 to 64 spaces. We're talking about adding ADA compliant sidewalks and curbs. And the maintenance will be no different than the maintenance that's maintained now by Rex and Park. And they do an excellent job with that. This is a quality of life issue. And so I will remind you, everybody doesn't live in the same ward, and we all have our priorities in our ward. This is a priority for Ward 4. So, thank you.
Right. So I'm going to vote to defeat it. If you'll call it what it is, the head-in parking was definitely not part of the original design. It had nothing to do with the previous public works director. We added that, right? So that came in afterwards, and that's what caused the delay. Okay. All right. So I think we'll have to do a roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yep.
Alderman
Alderman Huntley.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, the Finance Committee, wasn't it?
No.
No. Sorry.
Mayor Buckley.
No.
Alderman Finlayson. Alderman Shannon. Alderman Gay.
I am actually going to abstain.
Ooh.
Alderman Savage.
Ooh.
You changed it to no?
You're changing it to no?
It's a tough one.
Alderman Savage.
It's a tough one. No.
Alderman Arnett.
No.
Alderman Hunt.
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
No.
Alderman Pendle Charles.
No.
It is.
Motion was defeated. Next.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, you're good. I was gonna give you the courtesy before I read. Okay, let me catch up. All right, number 51. This amendment adds a new project. This project is funded by decreasing the total project cost from FY26 through FY31 for the general sidewalks project by $2 million, and increasing the cost of general sidewalks brick project by $2 million. So it's moving funding from the general sidewalks project to a new project, which is brick.
Can someone move that, please?
Motion.
And a second. And Alderman Huntley
Sure. So the logic on this is just, it's not really adding new funding. It is just splitting the existing sidewalk repair CIP into regular into general and brick. And the reason for this is we know that our brick sidewalks are more than 3 times as expensive. We know that they are also much more dangerous for our seniors, for folks who are tripping over them all the time. I mean, just out in front of City Hall, I've had people trip and be bleeding out. And the real reason for this, though, is it's about management. It's saying that we recognize that if we were to just set our performance metrics based on sidewalks broadly, then the brick sidewalks are always going to get short shrift because they're more expensive. And so what this will ultimately allow us to do, again, it's not adding new funding, it's just being more specific about how funding is getting spent so that we can manage it better and have our performance goals lined up so that instead of saying, oh, we're just going to do, I forget the exact number off the top of my head, but we're going to do 25,000 square feet total of sidewalk, we can say we're going to do 20,000 of general sidewalk and 5,000 of brick and actually manage to that rather than worrying about if we put them together, you're always going to choose concrete because it's a lot cheaper. So this is just to split the existing sidewalk CIP into general and bricks, and you'll see it's around half. It's a little less than half in year 1, a smidge over half in year 2, and then exactly half going forward.
Thank you. Over this side, Alderman Gay had his hand up first, I think. Then
I'm
Alderman
going to be
Arnett.
added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. Alderman Annette, then Alderman Pendell Charles.
Now, first, let me make sure I understand, because I'm seeing a number here of $2 million. I thought we only had 600,000
For the total
going
life of the
into
project,
brick.
it's $2 million.
Pardon me?
For the total life of the project, or sorry, what you see in FY26 through FY31 is $2 million. So let me show you on the
Is this
page.
5 years of sidewalk?
I think 6.
6.
So what am I looking?
So let me walk you through each page. This is the new page for the existing project. It decreases it from 600,000 every year to what's shown on the screen.
Oh, hey, may I, Mr. Mayor, though, because that's not right anymore.
Yeah, I was going to see.
May I?
Yes, please.
So, but we've now added money earlier today to the sidewalk, to the general sidewalk CIP. So that number, if this is passed, will actually be much higher. Right? I understand it's a little confusing to show, but
I understand. I was getting there. But
Okay.
go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just jumped in. Sorry, Mr. Trudeau. Just sticker shock, right?
That's
correct.
So on that, I thought every year we were spending $600,000.
That's correct.
Jake is working your way to that, right?
Yep.
Let's let Jake finish, please.
So what this amendment is doing is, from first glance, we're taking the funding that is in FY26 through FY31 and moving it to a new project, which is general sidewalks brick. So the difference between the 504 and the 96 is the 600,000 that you are used to seeing in that project. As Alderman Huntley mentioned, you guys have approved amendments earlier today that adds funding to this project. So 96, if you approve this amendment, will not be the balance. If memory serves, it'll be more like 396, I believe.
Yeah, something like that.
Correct, for the existing general sidewalks project.
I'm still very confused. My recollection every year was we spent $200,000. I mean, yeah,
Every year you spent
$2 million on roads, or $3 million, and $600,000 on sidewalks.
$3 million on roads, which is split 50-50, 1.5 bonds, 1.5 capital reserve, the same allocation split for sidewalks, 600,000, 300 of that is bonds, 300 is capital reserve. What this project is doing, what this amendment is doing, is moving 504,000 in FY26 to the new brick sidewalk. So your total funding for sidewalks is still 600,000. It's splitting it between general, which would be concrete sidewalks, correct? And brick, which is, my understanding, much more expensive.
So I understand that bricks are 3 times more expensive, but 1/8 of the city gets the lion's share of all of the sidewalk money?
No.
These numbers aren't
I'm going to
making
let
sense.
Alderman Hundley walk us through his intention here.
So these numbers look very misleading because we've added more to the sidewalk fund, right? So what's actually happening is that less than half is going to the new brick sidewalk fund, right? So
Less than half of the new money or
less than half of the total sidewalk money after our amendments today, right? Our amendments today added $500,000 to the sidewalk fund. So you can almost think of it like, yeah. So we're taking the $600,000. Walk with me here. Ready? We're taking the $600,000. We then added $500,000 to that earlier today. So we, at this moment, have $1.1 million allocated for sidewalks in FY26. And then what this amendment would do is split that up into keeping about $600,000 in the general sidewalk fund and putting about, I think, about 500,000 into the brick sidewalk fund. Does that make sense now?
And then we divide that brick by 3 to make it equivalent to a concrete sidewalk. So, but it's still more than 1/8 city. On the other hand, you have to add in is the downtown commercial area, and it's part of the branding of the city.
And I would add, really, actually, even more importantly than that, Alderman Arnett, is that the brick sidewalks are more dangerous. I say the brick sidewalks tend to be more dangerous. That's why I
think some of my residents would argue that's not true.
Well, I think you've just got more places to trip, right? You've only got
More of a liability.
So that's why, yes, you're right. It is not exactly 1/8, but I would argue that because we want to think about in terms of the ultimate impact and the safety of it, I think this is a reasonable split.
Just wish it was clearer in the number.
Alderman Pindell Charles is going to make a point.
Yes, I'm just going to make a point of levity here. I'm all for the improved quality of life for seniors who sometimes need a car and a parking space when they aren't walking on brick sidewalks. Thank you.
Alderman Savage.
All right. So, can I get some? So, with the amendment we approved earlier, it's a total of 1.1 million towards sidewalks. You're proposing to keep 600,000 of that in general sidewalks. So the total in general would be what, 600 total period, 600,000. So what? Well, I guess I need clarification. That's annually. That's $600,000 annually.
As of now, this is just in FY26. It would revert. It would revert back in other years, and would have the same percentage split.
But it looks like if you're looking at general, and this is looking at how it would revert, looking for the sake of ease, FY28 is 150,000 in bonds, 150,000 in capital reserve for general. And then for brick, it would be same thing, 150K in bonds, 150K in capital reserve.
Correct.
So I'm not clear on that. I support where you're going, but I have some concerns about the split, because that would essentially end up being a 50-50 split. And like you were asking earlier, how is that going to impact our ability to get sidewalk improvements done? Because I know we're giving it a boost this fiscal year, but in the future, we're going to be reducing. It's going to be a reduction in our general sidewalk fund. We're concentrating downtown. I'm worried that's going to impact all the rest of us by reducing the amount of sidewalks we can get repaired. And I do have the Alderman's point, and I get your points. Bricks tend to be a bit more dangerous, but I've got plenty of area where trees are sticking up, sidewalk that we have to fix. So I'd be more comfortable if it was a less amount.
I understand where you're coming from, Alderman Savage. What I can tell you is, well, two things. One was that the previous amendment would have bumped up the general sidewalks fund in FY27. Doesn't do much good for 28, but it would have. That was part of the reason I wanted it. But what I can tell you is you have my word that come next budget season, I will more than happily work with you on increasing the sidewalks funding generally.
Alderman Gay. Like it. Nice.
Yeah, think it's
Get a second on that, please.
great amendment.
Second.
Right, all those in favour of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Right. So, can we go back to the amendment? Sorry. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm voting on here. Supporting you here, Harry. All right.
Did you approve the call to question?
Yeah, we all voted on the call the question, so we can do a roll call, I think.
Sure. Mayor Buckley?
Aye.
Alderman Finlayson? Abstain. Alderman Shannemeyer?
Aye.
Alderman Gay?
Aye.
Alderman Savage?
Oh. I'm going to hold you.
You hold me to it.
Your word.
Alderman Arnett?
Okay.
Aye.
Poker face.
I really do think it's important. In Ward 1 and the cost of bricks is higher, and we really got to do something about it.
And the liability for it.
Alderman Huntley?
Aye.
What is this like?
Alderwoman O'Neill?
Aye.
Nothing.
Alderwoman Kendall Charles?
Aye.
That passes.
Okay, motion passes. Next.
Amendment number 52. This amendment adds $5,000 to the Department of Planning and Zoning for Annapolis and Bloom and $5,000 to the Office of City Manager for downtown holiday decorations for beautifying downtown Annapolis using contingency.
Second. Yeah, if I can just briefly explain this.
Where are we?
The only thing I'll say is that briefly, the reason for these increases are just to keep up with inflation. Both of these programs to beautify downtown have had the same amount of funding appropriated for a while, and so they've had to scale back what they're doing. And also, I'd say generally taking money out of contingency is not a good idea, but in this case, I support doing it because we previously removed some money from the mayor's office and put that into contingency. So I don't think worrying about taking out a contingency needs to be a worry here.
Okay. All right. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Uh-huh.
Next, please.
Amendment number 52. This amendment reallocates $73,000 for a federal lobbyist and $50,000 for a state lobbyist from the Office of the City Manager to the Mayor's office.
I thought that was the mayor.
Okay. Now Sheila wants people in my
So-
office.
So moved.
Do I need to move it? Thank you.
Yeah, second.
And a second. Thank you. I think Alderman Guy had his hand up
I'm
first.
just
Come on.
curious, where are you going to get a lobbyist for $73,000 or 50 in Annapolis? That can't even get us in.
So may I explain the
Yeah,
amendment?
Alderman Huntley.
So both of these funds are already in the budget, and they are currently under the city manager's office in the mayor's proposed budget. My suggestion is that they be under the mayor's office. I understand people disagree about this, but I think it's a good function of the mayor to be in the weeds of politics, right? And I've talked with the mayor's office about it. I've talked with the city manager's office. Both of them have said they don't have a terribly strong preference. But my argument is the mayor is a political position. Let's let him do the political glad handing. That's not what the city manager is going to be best.
I completely agree with you. I'm going to vote to support this. I think we'll get to the point of how do they work effectively with the council later on. I think that'll be the only concern, is that if the lobbyists are at the will or the pleasure, serve at the pleasure of the mayor, what about the council and some of our concerns? But I will support this. Thank you.
I will be available for the lobbying position in
Gonna
November.
say, add these two together. Gavin, add these two together, it's more than you're making now.
I do it for that. Alderman Finlayson, I think. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you tell me, Mr. Trudeau and Ms. Brittany, what we're paying our federal lobbyists today?
It's that same cost. It's a
73,000?
Yeah, it's flat for 26.
Okay, thank you. We were able to pay a local lobbyist in years past considerably less, since it's not necessarily a year-long job. So I don't think the amounts are out of line. I do feel strongly that they, even though their functions are political, they should not be politicized, which means they shouldn't work for us at the pleasure of whomever might be seated in the mayor's office. They should be committed to the city as a whole. And so for that reason, I believe they should stay in the city manager's office. Thank you.
I'm just checking with Chris Beriano to see how.
Love those. Yeah, he was.
We got to get his side violation straight.
Anyone else? Alderman Savage.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure which way to go on this one. I'm not even entirely sure we need a state lobbyist, but that's, I guess, besides the point with this amendment.
May I
pose
a question?
You feel strongly as far as
So-
why it needs to go to mayor's office.
Here's how I think of it. When we the city need somebody to testify on a bill that's going to affect us, when we need somebody to show up at a cocktail party and shake hands with the right guy, do we want it to be the mayor? Do we want it to be the city manager? And my take is that the mayor in general is going to have the qualities that are best suited for that, more so than the city manager is. Seems like a distraction for the city manager.
Well, so can I just not counter that, but respond would be, I mean, we're fortunate where we have a mayor and the council that are largely in line with our political goals. But if that's not the case, I could see that getting to be a bit controversial, having it be in the mayor's office.
If they are reporting to the city manager, then they are still ultimately reporting to the mayor. And we're just adding additional layer of bureaucracy.
Yeah, it's just less likely, but okay.
Alderman Nett and Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the mayor has 4 basic functions: chief executive officer, the leader of the policymaking group, which is us, and representative of this jurisdiction to all of the other jurisdictions. And I think the mayor also has a broad purview of the needs of the city. But it is the case, even if we make this change, the mayor can choose to delegate interaction between the city manager and the lobbyist. So I'm not sure it really is making it entirely go from one place to the other. But I do think it's more appropriate to be with the mayor. And I do think it's political. I think that it does represent the city in a very political, policy-making, advocacy position.
Finlayson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have had mayors who have been more politically engaged and who do lobby, as our current mayor does. And we've had other mayors who have not. I can't remember the total number, but our legislature addressed well over 2,000 pieces of legislation this past term. And that's about the norm in a legislative session. A local lobbyist would have his or her finger on the pulse of all of that legislation, because that's the job. And while the mayor may be able to keep up with some of that, the likelihood of he or she keeping up with all of that is not very great, to be honest. And we have directors who are called on from the state to testify on legislation that we're not remotely aware of. And the mayor may be or he may not be. But we need someone who really keeps his or her finger on the pulse of everything going through that state house. And because you never know what's going to impact us and what's not. So I think, it's a definite, it's important. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Got to get a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you. All right. Can I do a roll call, please? Yeah, let's call the question. Call the question passed. We're going to do the vote now.
Mayor Buck?
Aye. For the next guy?
Nay.
Alderman Finlayson?
Nay.
Nay. Alderman Shannon Meyer?
Channel Mar. Yeah, sure.
You thought you were going to call him savage. That's what he was ready to correct you.
Yes.
Alderman Gay?
Yes, even though you made very good points.
Alderman Savage?
No.
Alderman Arnett?
Aye.
Alderman Huntley?
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
Nay.
Alderman Pendle Charles?
Aye.
It
You're
passes.
not abstaining
1,
there?
2.
You click on it today.
6-3.
All right, next, please. Motion passes.
Amendment number 54. This amendment adds $7,500 to the Department of Recreation and Parks Stanton Center Division to extend the hours of operation using the reserve for one-time uses.
So move.
Alderman Gay?
My only question to the Alderwoman: would you take 10,000 more? I always ask seriously. I email or text Ross every single time there's a holiday or a shift in schedule. I'm like, why is Stanton closed but PIP is open? It doesn't make sense, and particularly because Stanton Center is dead smack downtown in the middle of some of our most vulnerable communities. If you take more money, maybe we could. I'd love to see it open on the holidays, weekends, a Saturday morning. Stanton Center would be nice.
I agree with you, and I would love to take any more money. I wanted a starting place. In talking with the director, I realized that there are some challenges with staffing. This would hopefully add 2 hours on some select Friday nights so that we could remain open later Friday nights. And hopefully, once we've had an opportunity to see how that goes, that we could then fund a position that kept it open longer and for kind of a pilot program to see if will work.
Yes, add pilot to that so we can use one time to extend it next year.
Alderman Huntley?
Alderwoman O'Neill, would you be open to a friendly amendment on this and the latter? Because I do think there are things we would like to be able to continue that instead of coming out of the reserve for runtime uses, they come out of the contingency and those funds that we removed from the mayor's office previously.
I would accept that.
Is there any problem with that, Mr. Trudeau?
Director?
What, just for the 75?
I was suggesting for both the 7,500 and the 10,000, because I believe we previously
Yes.
cut about 30-some thousand out of that.
Yep, we have about 28 left, so 17 will.
Is that okay, everybody? Amendment's done? Yep.
We have
Okay.
to vote on the amendment?
I
Mhm.
think so. No. So it's just went up. Thank you. Yeah. So for the first amendment here, let's all vote on that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Then we'll move the second amendment with the suggestions too.
Second.
Stop. All right. So I will read this as written and then I will read it as amended. So this amendment adds $10,000 to the Office of Community Services for a summer reach program focusing on teens 13 to 18 years old in the Clay Street area using the reserve for one-time uses. The amended version of this is going to use contingency instead of one-time uses.
Everyone okay with that? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment passes. Next, please.
So move. Oh, well, you read it. We getting close.
Amendment number 56. This amendment adds $1,000 to the Office of Community Services for magnetic screens at Morris Blum, using the reserve for one-time uses.
So moved.
Second.
Can I get a motion on that, please?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Shannemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is a magnetic screen?
The little thing.
Didn't we stick?
We've had a few explanations.
Can
but,
I answer that?
Can I answer it? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. In the process of renovating Morris Blum, there are apartments that have balconies with doors, and those balconies with doors do not have any screens on them. And so that we would not ruin any framing or infrastructure, the magnetic screens that you can purchase to put around the door frame would allow the residents to keep their doors open when the weather was nice.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen those. Cool.
It
Thank you.
was something that 5 residents have asked me for or commented on.
I have seen
the
those
research
before. I
shows
just-
that they're about $45. So
Yeah, I've seen those. I just didn't know they had a special name.
we're working on that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next.
Amendment number 57. This amendment changes the project description for the traffic safety improvement projects as shown on the screen. It includes language to include the implementation of a traffic calming project on Tyler Avenue.
So moved.
Second.
Didn't we do something similar?
Alderman
This.
Gay and then Alderman Huntley. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The original funding that I requested for this has been removed. It was $175,000 because Alderman Savage was kind enough to allow me to add this program to which one was it? It was the
Traffic safety improvement.
traffic safety. I forget what amendment it was, but he's allowed me to add it to his amendment using that funding. Yeah. So this is no fiscal impact.
Alderman Huntley.
Alderman Guy, I'm completely supportive of traffic safety improvements, and I know how important it is on Tyler Avenue specifically. But the idea that we should add a $175,000 project as an earmark to a $120,000 pot of money doesn't make any sense to me. Do you want to explain it?
Yeah, the project was never that was just a figure that I put out because when I emailed the staff to get it back, we were in delayed communications.
Okay.
And so I don't believe it'll be that much. I've actually just talked to our P&Z staff last Wednesday or Tuesday, and we were talking about the program designs for this, very similar to Hilltop, and they think it'll be much, much cheaper, like 50 or 60. So that's where I think we are. Is that?
Yeah, that answers my question. I come back to the same question I asked with Alderman Savage's amendment of what's not getting done because of this. I don't really like us sticking these earmarks in and asking and taking away the ability of our staff to prioritize, especially when we don't even know what we're taking away. But I have a feeling it's a battle I'm going to lose.
I thought or at least the city manager had sent to me the list for the streets and the traffic calming and all that stuff. And one of the things that we had discussed was that there was no equity within the list. Everything is either downtown or Ward 8 or whatever.
I think a lot of it was Ward 7, but
yeah, Ward 7 a lot as well. And so I completely get it. There are projects that have been in line, but Tyler was redone with no traffic calming. And it's just, it's a mad mess right now. Every man for himself there. And I think at minimum, the pilot traffic calming infrastructure should just be placed up in August. That's my only ask. We don't have to go through physical infrastructure improvement this year.
Any other questions on that? Very keen to get something done there. We know how bad that is, so I'd love to get a pilot out there. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Next, please.
Amendment number 58. This amendment adds $7,500 to the Department of Recreation and Parks Division for a sign and bench at Annapolis Street Park using the reserve for one-time uses.
So move.
Second.
I think we just voted on it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Alderman Gay.
I have one friendly amendment to add to the floor that I discussed with some of my colleagues.
Julius?
No, it's a separate one from hers.
Budget amendment, not.
Yeah.
Which amendment would you like to reconsider? Or, sorry, can you?
No, what I wanted to do was add $50,000 and a new amendment for children and family success. So it'd be Amendment 59. Why is that not allowed when I have here the budgets from fiscal year 23 and 24, where we added amendments on the floor?
The opinion from the city attorney is we've approved the agenda without that in it, but
He didn't make us do it last year, where I have here the sheets of our amendments with amendments that we added on the floor. I keep all of this. These are amendments that passed with ones that we added on the floor at the end of the meeting.
Regardless, it still needs a second for any kind of discussion, right?
I'll second this. I think it's important. We can vote on if we want to actually bring it up to the floor, but this has been a pretty important amendment that he discussed with us.
okay, it's been seconded, so it's on the floor. The city attorney is saying that you can bring it on the 9th. You saying that? Or
No.
If you wanted to. No, you're not saying that.
Because when we did that, when the Director Dickinson was here and we waited until the Monday after the amendments, we had to pause for like 45 minutes in the middle of the meeting so they could go back and recalculate. And I think the reason that we added the amendments at the end of this meeting was so that that would not happen again.
I'm going to go to the director and
Yes, that cannot be brought forward on the 9th. We have to have a balancing amendment in order to pass the budget.
That's why I brought it forward today so that any work could be done before the 9th.
I'll defer to the Office of Law whether they can do that.
What is the amendment again, and where's the source?
The amendment was seconded. It was to add $50,000 to support the Children and Family Success Grant. We just had Play Annapolis before our committee. All they talked about was the desperate need for childcare within the city, and particularly during the summer and fall months. We've done this previously. We've identified the childcare programs that host after school programming, summer programming. There's even one, I think it was Miss T's Helping Hands. They did toddler care, like if parents had toddlers or infants. And so
and who's administered? Where is
this
it?
was out of OCS,
Where?
Office of Community Services. And I have the grant reports from the last time if we need them. Yeah.
Anybody else? Alderman Finlayson. It's been seconded. This amendment's been seconded, so it's still on the floor. We got to vote on it. Thank you. And I think I have to introduce that. Alderman Savage.
Well, so the first question we're going to have to deal with is if we're going to be allowing any new amendments on the floor. And so I don't know how to handle the procedural issue. However, it also may just come down to a vote of ours if we want to allow a new amendment or not. The second question would be, this is $50,000 from one-time use. I think we have enough left in there right now, theoretically. I know it's close, but for my count, anyway. But I guess that's one question we need to know regardless for tonight is how much one-time use do we have? Maybe I'm trying to rephrase this. Do we have a surplus of one-time use?
There
Given
is
what we-
$180,000 left in one time to utilize the entire reserve
given
available.
what we voted
Correct.
on today.
So I don't know the legal process behind it, but I don't know if you need to hear all of the amendments that are going to be added or you're voting one at a time. But
Yeah, well,
and
that's
then
that's the
is
problem.
it first
with-
come first serve because there's
Right.
180 left on the
Yeah,
table.
that's why we do try to have no new amendments. But
The council already approved an agenda that did not include additional amendments. Now, as I thought about it, I think the best approach would be for the council to decide, do you want to have amendments brought today? That's a vote. And then all the amendments come as they come. And you decide you're going to stay here till 12 to get all that done and have finance have an opportunity to go back to do the calculations and then come back and take care of that today. And then all the amendments get to come forward. Everybody's got an amendment, I'm sure, and they could add them. So that might be the best approach to do it in an orderly fashion, to move one, to adjust the agenda, to open it up for amendments today. Have a beginning and a start, a beginning and an end time for that, especially an opportunity for finance to do what it needs to do. Consider all the amendments, put them on a number, and deal with them one by one.
yeah,
We will, sorry if I may, we will ask June 9th, we would just like to come before you with a balancing amendment. Our goal is to balance the budget on that day. We have to get all of this legislation over to the county as soon as possible so they can enforce their tax rate as well.
yeah, I don't think we should put you in a tough position. I think we need to decide today. I'm personally, I'm inclined to say no to any new amendments because we have put forward a lot of effort to get the information we have. We've spent 3-4 weeks, I think, getting these amendments refined that we've known about. It's a different question if somebody wants to make a motion to reconsider and something we've already dealt with. But for new ones, I'm kind of personally, despite the merit, I'm really hesitant to support any.
Thank you. Alderman Arnett, I think then Alderman Finlayson.
Yeah, so I've been thinking about this a lot, and I frankly think we budget entirely wrong. I think we should be starting as a group, including the mayor, but including the council, in October or November, and we can sort all of these kinds of things out instead of the finance committee getting it on the second Monday of April. They have 3 weeks, and then it's thrown to us, and some, including Alderman Gay, have a job. I don't know how you guys who are working do it, but to me, we put ourselves in this jam because we force everything to come at the last minute. But I know that when I listen to my colleagues talk on the council, I get inspiration for things that I think should be addressed or changes that should be made. That's part of the good part of this process is we have this collaborative dialogue. So I guess I'm inclined to say, yeah, I mean, it is now our budget collectively, and we ought to be able to do with our budget what a majority of us agree to. And I'm of a mind to agree to open it up for this amendment. I think there's another amendment, or at least a revisiting legislation. This is the time to get it done. Then we can go into June 9th and know everything that we're going to see that day. And so I'm inclined to give deference to colleagues that want to come in as long as we can fit it into the money that we have available.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, is it time? May I speak to another amendment or just in general?
We're still going to vote on this.
I'm going to speak in support of the alderman bringing forth another amendment because I have one to follow. And this is our time. If staff has to have an opportunity to have everything prepared for Monday, then we should finish it tonight and then give them an opportunity to do that.
Yes.
You know, my amendment, and I'm not going to do the specifics, but Alderwoman Pendle Charles wasn't here to vote. And so I was bringing back a somewhat different amendment that would allow everyone to weigh in. So I'm going to support the Alderman's amendment
I'm sorry.
and count the votes.
Yours could be considered revisiting an already, what's the terminology?
Defeated
Reconsider,
amendment.
thank you.
Motion to
Reconsidering
reconsider, that has to come
an
from
amendment.
somebody in the-
Not a
Will
brand
be
new one.
slightly different.
Yeah.
But the concept still is same. So you could do revisiting an amendment instead of a brand new amendment.
Point of information.
Is
Point of
that
order.
significant?
You're changing. It's substantive. It's substantive. You're changing words in a drastic way. So that's a new amendment.
All it's doing is changing a funding source.
Yeah,
That's
point
it.
of order. We're supposed to be debating Alderman Gay's amendment because it was motioned as an amendment and received a second. That's what's on the floor. So
Could be a hit.
I'll say I'm not a big fan of it, but I'm glad you brought it.
Alderman Savage.
So this is why we were very deliberate from day one. The finance committee committed to this process, right? The council committed to this process. Let's realize if we open the door to new amendments, and believe me, I've got some that I'd be willing to introduce on the floor too. Plenty. But I'm not going to do it because, look, if we do that, we're going to have to recess like we did probably, we had Sutherland here, what was it, 4 or 5 years ago? We had to recess because they need time to craft up these amendments and bring them back to us. So we're going to be going until probably 11, 12 midnight tonight. Why?
That's not accurate.
Because people did not get their amendments in on time. And no, you can't you have to make a motion to reconsider for an amendment. I've got the floor.
Please.
So-
Alderman Savage has the floor,
So,
please.
I do.
It's actually
So
my
I
amendment. It's my
really,
amendment.
again, let's please. And Alderman Arnett, you are a stickler for our budget processes. And now you're all of a sudden allowing something on the floor. I'm frankly very surprised at that. But we can't, we talk on the one breath about respecting staff, right? This is not respecting the processes and staff that we've laid out. It's not respecting ourselves, who we've put a lot of time into getting these amendments out there. So I'm voting no on any other amendment unless it's a reconsideration, because that's in our process.
You've got your hand up really high, but can I just hear from the director, please?
I just have one thing to say, that if this is not a end all be all, you could always amend or have an ordinance to change to revise the budget after it's passed, or the FY25 budget that we're currently in, if it's talking about one time.
Yeah, Alderman Gay.
Thank you. Just very quickly, because the alderman was wrong. The reason that we had to do that was because of what he was just trying to get us to do: wait to bring amendments until the 9th. And that's why we had to pause 2 hours in the middle of the meeting, because it was literally the last meeting that the budget was going to be heard. If we do it now, they'll have until the 9th to adjust it. We will get all of the amendments prepared and in order. And I'm just going to call the question because, you know, it's childcare. All I'm trying to do is respond to the constituents that we had here late. They came to us late in the budget process.
Yeah, but we respect the process, but we don't respect the way you're doing it, Alderman Gay. It's the last minute, and you're introducing this now, and we've all agreed on this.
Mr. Mayor, when else was I supposed to introduce it? The Play Annapolis group came before us a meeting or 2 meetings ago. Just vote it down. Call the question. It's not that big of a deal.
Can I get a second on calling the question? Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of calling the question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Roll call.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley?
No.
Alderman Finlayson?
Aye.
Call the question.
No. This is for the amendment to add $50,000
Okay, so yeah.
for childcare into the community grants, right? From one-time funds. Is that what it is?
My understanding was
It is one time. It'll go to OCS. It'll be managed in a separate fund, just as it has been. It's been a program.
Yep. Okay.
Alderman Shandemeyer. Alderman Gay.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
No.
Alderman Arnett.
Aye.
Alderman Huntley.
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
No.
Alderman Pendle Charles.
Aye.
It passes 5-4.
I'm not going to do it.
Passes. And that was Amendment 59. By the way.
So now are you ready to an amendment?
I will. I will make an amendment that we take 100,000 of one-time funds for volunteers at risk in community.
Need a second on that?
Second.
I will explain that it is a restriction of the grants given to those community organizations who had agreed to adopt communities in the past. So, in other words, it is an opportunity to continue the Adopt a Community program with less funding, with funding that is one time, because it is a different program in that less money and maybe even less different organizations. But, you know, the last vote failed 4-4 because one of our colleagues was not able to vote. And I know from what I've heard from our finance team, we don't have 200,000 in one-time cost, but we do have 100,000. So the funding is there.
You would have had 150.
Can you repeat your amendment as to what you're? So it's $100,000, and what do you want to call it?
I called it volunteers in at-risk community.
OCS.
All right.
Yes.
Alderman Pendle Charles has a hand up.
Yeah, what number is this amendment?
60.
60?
No, I mean,
No, the
originally,
previous one.
what was it?
Was it?
Was it
It was
something else
18,
with
18, but we
Number
can't
18?
say that.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me take a look at it.
Okay, we're going to
That was
call the question.
Regular.
Sorry, not call the question. Sorry, take the vote.
Let me, give me a moment, please, since I wasn't here. Refresh my recollection. Mm-hmm.
Cigarette and vote.
So you're looking for 100,000?
There's a vote coming up. You still have the floor, Alderman Pendle Charles.
Thought it was.
Yeah, yeah, I'm ready.
Are you good?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Okay, roll call.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley.
No.
Alderman Finlayson. Alderman Shandemeyer. Alderman Gay.
I proudly cast my vote.
Alderman Savage.
No.
Alderman Arnett.
Aye.
Alderman Huntley.
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
No.
Alderman Pendle Charles.
Aye.
It passes 5-4.
Motion passes. Congratulations. All right.
May I make one last amendment? This is the one I was going to make at the very beginning.
Wait, Darden.
Let him.
So-
Question on the last one.
has the floor.
Was that one-time
welcome.
use money?
One time
Yes.
use. Yeah.
There's now $47,000 left in one time.
See, this will even reconsider things now.
Thank you. Alderman Huntley.
So I do want to bring forward a motion to change the fee schedule. And this is what I brought up earlier. I'm not sure if right now is the most appropriate time. Would you like to close out this this item? But there's just one. I literally want to delete one number out of the fee schedule. Mr. City Attorney, would you prefer we do it now?
We didn't.
We did fees already, and I was told not to bring it then.
No, we didn't. We didn't pass. We just adopted it. Yes. We can still adopt it.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion. We'll see. Hopefully, I'll get a second.
Hold on one second.
Right?
Yeah, hopefully I'll get a second. So the mayor's proposed budget changes, as we heard earlier, the fees for getting approval from the Historic Preservation Commission, or from the, I should say, Historic Preservation article. There are three categories. We already talked about the after the fact public hearing. There's the regular public hearing, and then there's the administrative application. Alderman Arnett, it's in the fee schedule. So R20, it's an attachment to R2025. What I'm proposing is that right now, under the mayor's proposed budget, the minimum cost for an administrative application with historic preservation is increased from $35 to $250.
Second.
My suggestion, thank you. My motion is to simply delete that too and bump it back down to $50.
Unsecond.
Right. We're on
I will
page-
second Alderman Huntley.
we're on
Alderman
page
Huntley.
20 of the fee schedule. And
Can you please be specific to what's
Yes.
on the screen?
thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Page, oh, that's not the same page 20 I got. Okay, let me tell it to you like this. The code section is 21.56.040. Yeah, thank you. So this is the FY25 fee schedule of Mr. Trudeau. In the mayor's budget, the third line there of 21.56.040 is administrative application. In the mayor's proposed budget for FY26, that minimum is bumped up to $250. Okay, which means that if you are a church putting up a plaque, if you are doing even very minimal things, even something that costs as little as $50, you would have to pay $250 just to put that in on your property. I understand why the director wants to increase these minimum fees, but I just worry that this particular one is $250 is too high of a minimum. And I would be more than happy to wait and discuss this on Monday, but I don't want this to be the only time. I don't want to lose out on it. And truth be told, I didn't realize that we were increasing this one to 250 until we were considering the other change. So the motion on the floor, which has been seconded by Alderman Chandlemeyer, is that we would change the minimum from $250 in the mayor's proposed budget down to $50, which is still an increase from the $35 it is right now.
Not sure about a plaque either, Alderman Huntley. I mean, a plaque is under the side.
I'm telling you, that's what happened at St. Anne's.
Alderman Arnett.
So I'm not
Alderman Huntley is what you
necessarily in favor or opposed to this, but I would really like to hear from the director. Disappointed director. There were several times we could have used his help here today, but I'd like to understand the rationale for making it 250. It seems somewhat arbitrary to drop it back to 50, and maybe Alderman Huntley can explain that more thoroughly, but it does seem like we ought to have the director who was charged, all the departments were charged with looking at these fees and bringing them up to more appropriate levels commensurate with the level of effort.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Director Kubak's not here. City Manager, is there an issue?
My understanding is that he has been scrubbing through the fees within planning and zoning to have them more closely reflect the staff time that ends up being devoted to making those things happen. And I think he's done that kind of across the board, across all fees. That's how this one turned out. I don't think there's anything more complicated to it than that. I think it's just a sheer calculation of what's the staff time. And I see nods from Alderman Huntley. I think that's your understanding as well. From
Yeah.
the conversation.
Yeah, and I just, this particular one I didn't see until actually we had a situation at St. Anne's across the street and saw how even for such a little thing as this, in this case it was them putting up a plaque, that they were having to pay what was then $35 that they were upset about. But I really don't think it makes sense if you're making a $100 improvement to your home to have to pay a $250 fine, a fee.
Anybody else? And on the finance, so did you notice this before? Could we have brought this up before now?
I apologize, I did not notice it before.
I have to be consistent if this is an added on. You know, I agree with you, but I will do a roll call.
Mayor Buckley,
No.
Alderman Finlayson, Alderman Shannon Meyer.
Aye.
Alderman Gay.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
No.
Alderman Arnett.
No.
Alderman Huntley.
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Aye.
Alderwoman Pendel Charles.
No.
Motion passes. Awesome.
Thank you
Getting
all.
there.
Apologies for doing it the last minute.
All right. Next amendment. These ones.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the fees and fines that we already did. this
Okay,
morning.
great. Nice. Look at this. 7 o'clock. So we're postponing action till here. We're here.
Mhm. Until
Yeah.
But they need to do the correcting amendment on. and
Okay.
then
And
we'll
do
be
I
done.
get them to vote in favor of the amendment? No.
No.
Oh,
We're
okay.
gonna do that Monday.
So we'll postpone further action on 01025 until the regular meeting scheduled for Monday, June 9th, 2025. Mr. City Attorney.
The agenda is complete, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Is there anything else? Good work, everyone. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you to our directors. Thank you for all the hard work you guys put into the budgets. Thank you so much. We appreciate you all. Thank you. Thank you. We nearly got you there. Awesome. Thank you so much for amazing work. Thank you. Alderman Shannon had his hand up first for good order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick note for the good of the order for folks who are interested. For the folks who are interested for the good of the order, this Saturday from 11 to 3, there is the Gun Violence Prevention and Wellness Fair. Moms Demand Action and the Annapolis Violence Interruption Program are hosting it. If you are joining, please wear an orange shirt. It is a good way to join a fun, safe activity.
Thank you. Alderman Gay. Nope. Alderman Shannon.
Yeah.
So
I want to get you guys mixed up.
I want to give Alderman Huntley a award with all the neighing that he did. I'm going to put his name forward for Preakness next year. 'Cause I think
Anything?
Congratulations to the director, her first budget.
Yeah,
congratulations
to our director.
Good job on your first budget. Well done. Okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.